Check, check. All right. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Today we're gonna have our last stream, our last official stream of Hogwarts Legacy, unless DLC comes out in the future, anything like that. Then we'll play the DLC. We're gonna be going for 100% completion, but I found a quest that I missed, which is gonna give me one more of my challenges done. The relationship quest challenge. I found one. I think it's gonna fill in that last challenge slot. And I think in that quest we have to kill some Llewellyn character, and I think that's the last villainous foe, infamous foe, whatever they're called. So that'll be that challenge. I'll get 2 appearances for that. I have to beat the battle arenas to get 2 more appearances, and then I'll have the entire appearance collection except for one, which we're gonna get to in a second. I have 6. I have all the Revelio pages except for 6 that I have to get in the South Wing, and I found a page with a checklist so I can go through and make sure I have them all. That's going to take a little while. We'll do that first because I think I'm in Hogwarts right now. So we'll get not just Revelio pages, all the field guide pages. I have 6 more that I need. There are 3 demiguise statues. I do not even need them for 100% completion, but I'm going to grab the last 3 demiguise statues just so I can do it. That might take a little while. It's going to be kind of annoying. There are 2 field guide pages in Hogsmeade. They are not Revelio pages. I have all the Revelio pages from Hogsmeade. But there are 2. What's up, Lady Seasal? How you doing today? Got a chill day. No work today. Well, a little bit that I did already. I threw my back out yesterday. Hold on, let me get through all my review of what we got to do today. I need 2 exploration appearances. Appearances are the outfits. They're part of the collections. You have to get all of them. The way that I get them is by beating 5 waves in each of the battle arenas. I've touched 1 battle arena, and I got to the 4th wave on my first try. And that was a while ago. So now I'm super OP, super overpowered. I'm going to take out the 2 battle arenas. So this isn't going to just be a boring item collection stream. We do actually have to clear 2 battle arenas, which is going to be wave after wave of enemies. That's going to be fun. And we have to do a quest that includes killing an infamous foe. So we do all that. Demiguise statues. The most annoying 2 things that we got to do is the 2 field guide pages that I need in Hogsmeade. They are not Revelio pages again. They're just going to be somewhere around in Hogsmeade. There's 2 of them. And so we have to go through all of them and go to every location of all of them to find the 2 that I don't have. Hopefully they're early in the list, so we don't have to spend forever doing it. Demiguise statues, battle arenas, the Llewellyn quest with the infamous foe. And then that should be it. That should be everything in this game, except, last but not least, there is a glitch in this game. I found it on Reddit. I found it on other gaming sites. Apparently, there's a patch that they say fixed it, but I've tried updating the game in Steam, and there are no updates. So, the landing platforms. I did it in a stream the other day, like 2 streams ago of this game. I went to all 20 locations, and I got all 20 landing platforms. But my thing says that I'm 1 away, so I'm not getting the achievement. So, we're going to have to do it again. I'm going to do it again on stream. I'm going to go to all 20 of them. And maybe something happened where I saw one in the distance and it looked like the flames were lit, so I just kept going. I'm going to actually go and land on every one, all 20 of them. Another thing that I think could have possibly happened is last time I did it, they're hard to find. Like, I have a map that shows me where they're at. The map's huge, and it just gives you the general area, so you still got to look for them. I'm thinking maybe I landed on one, and then I flew around for a while looking for the other one, and maybe I came back to the other one that I had already checked, and I don't know. We're going to go through all that again. and then that'll be it. Josh hating on the Power Rangers. They got a new Power Rangers movie coming out. I just saw the trailer today. Power Rangers Reunited. Rita's back. Rita's back as like a robot Rita. She got a metal face and a new body. And all the old Power Rangers come back except for Tommy and the Chinese girl. Apparently, her daughter or something, the younger version of her, is in it. And it's not, I don't remember Rocky. Rocky. Was he one? I thought Jason was the original Red Ranger. Or is Jason the black guy? I don't know. I can't remember the names. But anyway, the white guys looking old. They looking old. And then I was like, the Asian girl hasn't aged a day, and the black guy hasn't aged a day. And Bibby's like, well, the Asian girl is not actually her. That's her. That's a younger girl playing her daughter in the movie. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. But also, Asian people don't age either. You can't tell if it's 18 or 80 sometimes with Asian people. And then he said, black don't crack. So facts. Sad, but it's true. Sad, but it's true. Anyway, so that's everything we have to do to 100% complete this game. We're going to listen to some moon landing hoax on modern day debate stuff. We got a moon landing hoax. I listened to one. It was pretty good the other day, so I'm going to listen to this one and see if it's any good. And I've listened to Alex Stein one. It wasn't any good. He just kind of like yells and talks crap about people, and it's funny. And that's how he wins the debates. But the last one I watched was pretty good. And actually, the dude who was defending the moon landing, he was like, could totally concede a point. Because he was like, or he made the point himself. He's like, I was looking at the battery bank that they said ran the limb and powered everything and charged up the rover. And he's like, there's no way. There's no way they could fit a battery bank big enough, that heavy, onto that thing. And this is the guy defending the moon landing. And he's like, I still haven't figured that out, and that's a problem that I have. And then the moon landing deniers like, no, it's not a problem. We've solved it. Like, there's an answer, bud. Where's Stubborn one at? I haven't sent this out to nobody, so maybe I'll send it. Let me see. We'll get started. This is shouldn't take too long. I got a checklist. I've got guides up to point me to where everything I need to find is. I just gotta find the checklist. So let me send this out. Let me get my checklist. I don't remember which page I wrote it on. There it is. Clear the battle arenas. 6 pages in Hogwarts. 3 demiguise statues all inside of Hogwarts. 2 pages in Hogwarts. Sacking Llewellyn quest. And then we're going to do one last check on the platforms. That's annoying. If I go to all 20 platforms and this glitch is still happening and and if it's a glitch, if we prove it's a glitch, I go to all 20 platforms, I land on all of them. At that point, we're going to do the final quest, the final main story quest in the game with dang near close 100% completion. Basically 100% completion, but the game's not going to give me the achievement. So that's what we're going to do. Let me get the chat open. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be seeing that. I was big on Power Rangers when I was a kid. I had the cards. I remember trading Power Ranger cards with like the art from the show. It wasn't even art, it was just pictures. Collectible Power Rangers cards. Yep. All right, let's go. Guess what? Guess what, Lady Seaside? Guess what?
The Ashwinders cannot be allowed to run roughshod over our way of life.
This is the quest. All right, let's do this quest first.
Oh, here to show me some dark magic. Ah!
Let's get the quest done first. We'll do the sacking Llewellyn quest, then we'll do those pages.
Something must be done.
Because this quest is going to knock off a few... I thought I was glitching on multiple fronts. Because I thought I killed all the infamous foes already. Bombardo doesn't work on these. They need to be lit on fire. What's it called? I thought I had multiple glitches. But then I figured out, oh, there's a quest. Because I'm one quest away from doing the side quest challenge. And I'm one infamous foe away from doing the infamous foe thing. And I was like, I've been everywhere. There are no more quests. But there is one. It's right here. We're all the way on the very edge of the map. Level 39. I'm about to hit level 40. That's another thing. I'd consider maxing out the skill tree a requirement to completing any RPG. Your character needs to be as strong as possible. But this game's weird with experience. You don't just get experience from killing stuff. You have to do challenges and find things to get experience. So once I found everything, the only way I can get experience is by running around and doing dueling feats, which is every time you get in a battle, it'll give you a list of like challenges you could do during the battle. That would take forever to level up to level 52. And if they come out with a DLC, and the DLC expects you to be level 35 to 40, so that's the level range of all the bosses and monsters you're going to get. And I'm at level 52 and the DLC comes out. I'm not going to be able to keep leveling up to get, maybe they come out with a new skill tree. If I'm already at level 52, I'm getting no experience from these DLC monsters and bosses. I'm running through it like nothing. And I'm not leveling up to put skills into the new skill tree. So I don't think we're going to be going to level 52 and maxing out the skill tree. So that will be the only thing we didn't do. What's up, Freddy? There's a Jesus Christ channel and it's evil? What? That's blasphemy. It's just called Jesus Christ. That's all it's called. And it's a bad channel. Somebody also what we might do in this stream in a little while. Somebody requested that I react to some Ray Comfort videos. I've heard his name before. And apparently he's like a preacher type guy. So maybe we'll check out a video of him and see what kind of vibes I get. You know? A lot of these preachers and stuff, I listen to one video of one thing they say and everything checks out. It's all good. But then if you really get into it and start listening, you start picking up the undertones of, something ain't smelling right. You know, something smells a little fishy. So we'll check out Ray Comfort. What was I doing right now? Oh, we're going to do the Llewellyn quest. Oh, yeah, I'm showing you where it's at. It is way, 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 way at the bottom of the map. Bottom of the map. And this corner right here is kind of tucked off in the cut. You know, there was a Merlin trial over here. I had never even got when I was doing all the Merlin trials. But anyway, let's do this quest. We should get to level 40 during this quest.
Selwyn has been taken care of.
You defeated Selwyn? Merlin's
Oh, wait.
beard.
No, I've already done it.
Took down one of Rookwood's top filth. Then I suppose this bounty is yours. Well deserved.
Well, I've already killed Llewellyn. I need a bigger reward. Yo, let's go.
Surely the safety of Cragcroft is worth more. I'd hate for the Ashwinders
Okay,
to
so
know
we
who
do
offered
still have a
bounty on
problem.
Selwyn.
What a snide little rat. No sense of honor. You're worse than the Ashwinders.
Yeah.
Fine.
Don't play.
I can give you a
don't
bit
go around
more,
murdering
but our business is
Ashwinders
finished.
for nothing.
It's time for Cragcroft to live in peace.
Give me more treasure, woman.
Take your money
Now.
and get out.
Yep,
may
we
be
got the
glad to
collection
be
update.
rid
We
of
got the
foes
Ashwinder
who
Skull
cause
Gloves.
us
That's
to
the
receive
appearance.
your
We got the
fate
side
on
relationship
Crackcroft.
quest. We got the challenge complete side relationship quest, but we did not get. So I've already killed Llewellyn. So this is a glitch. This is a glitch. Because look. I just got 100% of quests. So we get this appearance. Complete 32 side quests. Cool. Got that. That's good. But the problem is, I thought I still had to do the quest. Apparently, I've already done the quest. I just never turned it in. Defeat infamous foes. Still says 11 of 12. So it is a glitch. Because when I go to collections, check it out. Check me out. Look. When I go to monsters, enemies, not appearances. Beasts. Where are they at? 66 of 67. These are all the enemies you fight in the game. But there's, when I go through this list, there's the Grim and there's the White Wolf. There's a Dark Mongrel. There's Death's Dark Mongrel. And when I pull up a checklist of every enemy in the game, I've gone through it and I've killed everything. Right? But this last spot is a mongrel on the checklist. A mongrel is just a basic one of these. Okay? It's one of the first enemies you kill in the game is a mongrel. It's just a dog. We'd be killing dogs out here. And if I've killed hundreds of mongrels. In fact, there's a challenge, I believe, to kill 30 mongrels. Defeat dark wizards, defeat goblins, defeat inferi, defeat spiders, defeat mongrels. I've killed 30 mongrels. But when you come to my collections for beasts, it says 66 of 67. And there's no mongrel in this checklist. The last spot is a dang mongrel. I think I've literally probably killed 300 of them. So, this is glitched, meaning I cannot get the and the 12 infamous foes is also glitched. Challenges, quests, exploration, field guide pages, combat. 12 infamous foes, defeat infamous foes. 12. I've killed all of the infamous foes. I've looked through the checklist multiple times. I've gone through the checklist that has their names, and I've compared it in my collections to the beasts, and I've killed all of them. Same thing with the landing pads. Exploration is 99%. Landing platforms. There's 20 in the game. So when you get to here, 7 of 8. I've done all 20. This should be done. So each of these 3 things I can't do. I also can't get the appearances for doing each of these things. So I can't complete the appearances tab. I can't get these 2. These exploration ones I can do. And this one, I'm not sure how you get this one. I think you have to go online and join the Harry Potter fan club on the website, and that's how you get this one. Because every time I log into the game, there's a little thing at the bottom that says, make sure you check into the Harry Potter fan club website and get your downloadable uniform. So that's this. I don't care about this. But these 2 we will get. But anyway, this and this, I can't get them. The landing platform and the infamous foes. I've killed all the infamous foes. I've killed mongrels. I've landed on all the platforms. So that kind of makes me mad. I have to drop my ranking of the game from a 9.5 to a 8.5 because of this. When you get to the end of and this happens in a lot of games. I'm sure maybe they'll come out with a patch or something to fix it, but then I'm going to have to go around and like still do it. So it's a mess. It's a mess. Let's play this debate. I did this quest already. That sucks. Let's go do these Revelio pages in Hogwarts. Poor mongrels deserve love too. Nah, they got tore up. And I don't get the achievement. What the? What is this? They said the PC had a...
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating whether or not the moon landing was a hoax, and we are starting right now. With Kyle's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, Kyle. The floor is all yours.
Fantastic, good to be here.
Don't know nothing about the moon?
Let's get this going.
And then what's this? Oh yeah, Revelio pages. 13 to 13, 13 to 13, 16 to 16. Oh, and then also conjurations.
No, actually, I just said objectively what the study of natural sciences.
I have a lot of conjurations.
And that's the only thing relevant to this entire discussion. So, because you're making
But the main thing is these challenges.
Natural physical science is the only thing relevant to this
conversation. This should already be at 100.
Physical claims.
So technically, the game is already 100%.
Parameters. We have a verification method. It's called scientific method in natural physical science. And I've explained objectively what it is. And you've argued about the interpretation, saying that you could never, ever prove a cause. And I'm sure you're under the philosophy that you could never prove anything.
This is Wits that gets it?
Prove things. And
I don't
that's
just
just
that's
a scapegoat, right?
The other one was better.
So then by deduction, there is no scientific proof of the globe model.
Please? There's no scientific proof of anything. We could all just be in a...
Wait, can you just answer directly, though? So that would mean by deduction, there's no scientific proof of the globe Earth model.
When it comes to evidence that the moon landing did not happen,
but you have to acknowledge that it is non-convicting evidence. In all, you're going to acknowledge... And Scientific American says...
I don't know why he was playing.
All right, here's a peer-reviewed journal article written by a teacher of the teachers in the Journal of College Science Teaching. And it says, a gentle reminder that a hypothesis is never proven correct, nor is a theory ever proven to be true. In other words, it is saying science never proves anything. And it goes so far as to say words like prove, correct, and true should be removed from our vocabulary completely and immediately.
Okay.
And it isn't just an isolated statement, but Forbes magazine over there calls scientific proof a myth. And Scientific American says, if you say science is right, you're wrong. It is very much a mainstream belief these days. So,
if you say science is right, you're wrong.
Mainstream doctrine,
well, it's right until it gets
there's no scientific proof
proven
that
wrong.
We landed on the moon whatsoever.
You're always trying to prove it wrong.
Yeah, you can claim that you have evidence for the moon landing, but you have to acknowledge that it is non-convicting evidence.
So here's what we do for the Revelio pages. You're going to have to
acknowledge that your belief in the moon landing is nothing
this is
more
kind of
than
tedious.
Faith, as in,
and you guys can't really see it.
Or trust in NASA and those who partner with them, and that it is a belief that is not based on proof. Yeah, you could say that you have evidence.
I got to go through all these pages.
Is not the same thing as proof.
With this checklist I have here.
To it as non-convicting evidence.
Check off everyone.
You could say that this picture is evidence
so Boris
that the
bewildered,
moon might have
jewel-encrusted tortoiseshell.
But you have to acknowledge that it, along with the other moon footage, might have been staged using practical effects. So long as you claim science never proves anything, all of your arguments will boil down to, we should trust NASA because of X, Y, and Z. And if I wanted to play that game, I could represent the opposing view and say, we should not trust NASA because of X, Y, and Z. For example, I could point to Cindy Holland, who is a former NASA employee who testifies that we did not go to the moon. I could also point to Mike Helmick, who is another former NASA employee who says the same thing. I could also point to Gus Grissom, who I know Alex Stein mentioned to you before.
Gus Grissom!
Gus Grissom was the Apollo 1 astronaut who famously hung the lemon on the command module, after which he was killed by being locked inside and burned alive. After deep investigation on the matter, Grissom survived.
Okay. Do you remember at the beginning when I asked if you, instead of it being a recording of you doing your opening, do your opening live?
Oh, okay. I can.
What you could do is if you muted your computer, like on the YouTube video there, and then spoke through as we want our guests to be doing their opening speeches live, just like the open dialogue.
Okay, so essentially what I'm saying here is for when it comes to evidence that the moon landing did not happen, I could point to Gus Grissom, I can point to Cindy Holland, and the other NASA
Gus Grissom is he wasn't doing that live. That was a recording.
Testifies that we did not go to the moon.
Yeah, it's a recording of himself talking.
The same thing. Gus Grissom was the Apollo.
I wonder. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. You can't just play it.
Apollo 1 astronaut who famously hung the lemon on the command module,
play a
after which he was killed.
Debate opening. Oh, that's funny. Gus Grissom, though, that's the dude from Breaking Bad. Huh.
By being locked inside and burned alive.
Kyle.
After deep investigation on the matter, Grissom survived.
Okay.
Do you remember when at the beginning when I asked if you, instead of it being a recording of you doing your opening, you do your opening live?
Oh,
I don't think I found that one yet.
What you could do is if you muted your computer,
I've been through all these 100 times,
like
and I don't think I ever found a
video there, and then spoke through
clock mechanics.
As we want our guests to be doing their opening speeches live, just like the open dialogue.
Okay, so I could
hospital wing.
Essentially, what I'm saying here is for when it comes to evidence that the moon landing did not happen, I could point to Gus Grissom, I can point to Cindy Holland, and the other NASA whistleblowers, and then I can also point to.
Yeah, I don't think I have any of these from the hospital wing. Prefect's bathroom.
To Kathy.
Because I've been through this list, filling them in the other night.
Who was a MK Ultra survivor, and Kathy O'Brien said that.
Just go through all of them.
The MK Ultra experiments both took place at the NASA headquarters, and they were conducted by NASA themselves. So that was really convicting evidence for me. But I'm not here to just say, okay, well, you've got all this evidence that says that the moon landing didn't happen, and I've got all this evidence saying that the moon landing didn't happen. I'd rather focus on proof, scientific proof.
I don't think I have any from the hospital.
The question here with T-Jump is whether or not he believes scientific proof actually exists or not. And if he does have scientific proof, I would love to see what kind of scientific proof he has that the moon landing actually happened. Now, when it comes to scientific proof, I would like to point out the vacuum chamber. One of my favorite instances is what happens to a balloon in a vacuum chamber. That balloon expands. And
goblet of fire.
This
is why this guy recorded his.
In this instance, is filling up the entire thing. But when we put it into a tin can like a soda.
This is why this guy recorded his opening. He's very nervous, and he probably doesn't like. He knows he's live, and probably more people are paying attention to him right now than ever in his life. He probably does all of his videos without a live audience, just record stuff, talking, and it's much. Especially if you're not trained in talking to streams, or I don't know. For some people, they get weird just in front of a camera. Even if you just pull out a camera on some people, they get weird. And then if you say you're recording for a video or a movie or a documentary, then they get more nervous. And then if they find out there's a live audience, there's, how many people are watching modern day debate in a stream at this time? 100, 200 people watching. And so he's nervous. That's why he did a pre-recording. It was much smoother than it is now. His point.
That soda can is going to expand as well until it explodes, as you can see there. So when it comes to soda cans and vacuums, I have to point out the lunar lander.
The other debate I watched
made out of.
The other moon debate I watched was much better.
The lunar lander was, which is comparable to a soda can. The lunar lander has got a very thin wall.
Yeah, I don't think I have any of these from the hospital.
So that lunar lander is going to pop up like this.
Trophy room. Right? I'm not seeing a
explode in the vacuum of space under that kind of pressure. And we also have the astronaut suits themselves, which would expand until they explode. Why are the lunar landers? Why are the astronaut suits themselves so thick when the lunar lander has such a thin skin? So there's a huge difference right there.
Yeah, I don't think any of these enchanted
so
books, dual crescent
here we have
tortoiseshell clock.
them moving their hands up and down, right? And so when you put like a vacuum, just put like 7 pounds of pressure in a sorry, it's not a vacuum, but if you put 7 pounds of pressure just in a basketball, that thing is pretty firm, right? And so this is
none of this
like
stuff.
quite a bit more than 7 pounds of pressure on a
what about
astronaut suit.
Unicorn
You shouldn't even
fountain?
be able to put your
Do I have
arms down
unicorn fountain?
in that. So here I have the instance of the astronaut in the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, that's 4 right there.
Let this guy speak for himself.
Adventure novel set. I have that.
Sure.
Okay.
Adventure novel set.
His experience being one.
As I stumbled backwards, I could feel the saliva on my tongue starting to bubble just before I went unconscious. And that's kind of the last thing I remember.
All right, let's just start going through
no
these.
pressure on the outside of his body. That's a very unusual case to get, and there's very little in the medical literature as to what happens when you have that. There's a lot of conjecture, that your fluids will boil.
Within 25 seconds, a co-worker sitting in a partially pressurized antechamber and wearing an oxygen mask was able to dash in.
Just the speed at which they were able to get some.
Okay, so yeah, just the speed at which they were able to get someone in
There's
there.
a unicorn statue
really
right there.
fast. Yeah.
Yep.
Really fast, and that tells you that.
Yeah, I guess I never came to the hospital
vacuum yet.
Or I did once, but
Rised it in just over a minute.
It's much.
So I've gone and talked to actual people who professionally work with vacuum chambers, and it takes them hours, like 12 hours, to get a vacuum chamber all the way up to pressure, and then to decompress it.
Wing.
Yeah, it takes quite a while.
Tortoise shell that is
Much faster than you would ever
arrive
come down in the
climbing
airplane.
down the stairs. Climbing
It
down
would
the stairs.
really hurt your ears if you did that.
Where are the stairs?
You also have to worry about things like the bends when you do scuba diving. That's a decompression sickness that definitely can kill people. And so when his suit suddenly loses pressure because it popped under the kind of pressure, when they jump in there, if it
that's the clock tower
goes really fast, that person could die from oxidization of the blood.
Not to mention, you have to.
Okay.
How did you throw up my back? I think moving a toilet yesterday.
Miraculously, LeBlanc had already regained consciousness.
I think putting a toilet in yesterday. I had to carry it in the box up the stairs, which is weird because I deadlift and stuff at the gym, so my lower back isn't weak, but it's the lower small of my back right here, and I gotta stand or sit at an angle because to go back straight it hurts. But freaking, what was I saying? Yeah, but so it's not that it was too heavy for me, but a toilet is awkward, and I had to get the box up the stairs. It's a weird box, and then take the old toilet, put it in the bathtub, build the new toilet, put it in, and then I took the toilet in the bathtub to the front living room. And at some point in that, I didn't have good form, and I was holding the toilet weird or something. I must have strained something. Massaging in some tiger balm. I don't know what tiger balm is. Nope, I have not tried that. It's like right where my spine meets my butt, or like the small of my. Yep. All right, I actually have. This has videos. This checklist has little videos, so I can see where I need to go. Hospital wing. Go down the stairs. Oh, down more stairs. Down the stairs. Down some more stairs. My video. This is an Asian copy of the game, and she goes, "Hey, video."
Revelio.
See, I've been in there and collected that chest and opened this lock, but damn, that's cool. Tortoiseshell action. Video. Oh shit. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. It's alright. My checklist is gone. Oh no, it's not. Okay, cool. We're good. Hey, video. And staircase, just scrolling down. Alright, we got jewel encrusted tortoise. Clock mechanics in the hospital wing. When I was dating my husband in East Chambers, I used jitsu a lot. Muscle always hurt. I used to do some of the tiger balm or cream you get at Walmart. It's like icy hot and works miracles. Grandma told me about it. She used it for rheumatoid arthritis. Huh. Hey, video. That's fun. Huh. I hate the smell of icy hot though. Does it smell like icy hot? Does it smell like Bengay? Tiger balm. Sounds intense. Clock Tower Courtyard. No, that's hospital wing. Wrong place. Video. Video. It smells so strong. Comes in a little red box with Chinese letters. Man, I don't know. Ugh. I don't think it's my muscles though. I think it's my spine. I heard it in a car accident when I was younger. Hey, video.
Revelio.
Should be right there. Controllers. Oh, it's up here. How did I not get this? Oh, it must be a Wiggenweld potion. Yep. I got too many Wiggenweld potions. Okay, next. That's 3 out of 6. Clock mechanics. Prefect's bathroom. I think I just got unicorn fountain, didn't I? Pretty sure I got the unicorn fountain. And the adventure novel set. Didn't I grab the unicorn fountain just now? Hospital wing. Where's the prefect's bathroom? Clock gears. Unicorn fountain. Do I have the adventure novel set? I don't think I do. I don't know. I feel like I've seen that one. Adventure novel set. It's the old library. Adventure novel set. We have this one. I don't have Prefect's bathroom. Where's that? Same speed, same fast travel. Video. I'm never gonna get old. Okay, I know where that is. Just gotta go backtrack. Yeah, this way. Then
you can't imagine
it go that wild, Smith.
Revelio.
Oh, we're picking these ones up quick, ladies and gentlemen. And also, while I'm doing this, I need to be looking for any other ones I may have missed. What, I just turn all these faucets on?
Revelio.
2 more. What's up, Dean? 2 more to go. We got Prefect's bathroom. Fat Lady Portrait, we got that one. Portrait of Barufalo, we got that one. Map of Argyllshire. Lance and Lanky. I don't think we have either of those 2. Clock Tower Courtyard. Launchlin Lanky. I don't think I have that one. I think I have Haunted Toilets. We'll need a couple more. It said, I think I have Map of Argyllshire. Go through the doors, then open the next doors. It's in front of the map. Go through what doors? You can't just say go through the doors.
Revelio.
Huh. Something's tinkling. I don't know if it's... I think I got that one. Two more. Two more Revelio pages. You have yet to discover this. What am I looking for? Oh. Donde está Flor? How is Flor? She's doing well. Bueno, muy bien. Buenos noches. Muy bien. Her internet's all screwed up. Something happened with the provider. They've been having power outages down there in Guatemala. Map of Argyllshire. I'm not seeing it in here. I think I have it. Oh, it's right there. Yep. Okay, I have that one. Lanchland the Lanky. Lanchland the Lanky. Beberio.
Revelio.
Okay, we got Lanchland the Lanky. Beberio. Haunted toilets. The Well of Four Beasts. Clock Tower Courtyard. Beberio.
Revelio.
No. I already got that one. Is that chest opened? Huh. Yeah, I already got the haunted toilets then. Well, that sucks, because that means the Well of Four Beasts. Through the front gates, it's right there. I think I already have that one too. Beberio! I have to have that one. That means the last two are not Revelio pages. Or no, that means, yeah, it's right there. Cool. I don't have that one.
Revelio.
Nice. That should be. Should be all. That's 150. That's all Revelio pages. 150 out of 150. Boom. We got all of them. But is that all of them though? Because wait, wasn't there 150 Revelio pages, field guide pages? Why am I thinking that I have more that I have to get? Field guide pages, 150 out of 150. Okay, that's what it is. There's one demiguise in Hogwarts that I need. It's in the south wing. So let's get that while we're here. I've got all the field guide pages. Let me see. We still have like 2 field guide pages in Hogsmeade. Gosh, there's so many freaking. Begin the sacking Llewellyn quest. We already did that. Hogwarts demiguise statue locations. Astronomy wing, astronomy wing. We're looking for the one in the south wing. Restricted section, storage closet, Great Hall. Hogsmeade. Nope, nope, nope. Teleport to the faculty tower located in the south wing. In the locked bathroom. Oh, we're just at the locked bathroom. Teleport to the faculty tower for the play. Head straight ahead and proceed down the stairs. Came across an article. Said all stupid stuff happen. World gets planned on some mental. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't need an article to tell me that. That's obvious.
Revelio.
They must have been listening to me, dude. Head straight ahead. Wait, we're looking at the south wing. Head straight ahead and proceed down the stairs. Well, I came out here. Straight ahead is a wall. Stairs you talking about. Also, it needs to be nighttime. Head straight ahead and proceed down the stairs. The bottom level. Continue through the corridor filled with musical paintings. Go down the stairs on the right. Musical paintings. Oh yeah, here we go. Musical paintings. Head down the stairs on the right. Turn left at the corner and walk down the hallway. There you'll find the bathrooms. Yeah, there was another way to get here, which would have been.
Revelio.
Gear slots are full. Achievement unlocked. I just unlocked achievement for getting all the demiguise statues. That's the last. I believe that's the last one. I thought I had two. No, I thought I had 3 more that I had to get. But that might be all of them. I just got an achievement. Hold on one second. Gear. That's how I was right. I was right there a minute ago trying to figure out how to get that chest. Okay. The church near me has a sign out front that reads, "Dust on your Bible leads to dirt in your life." Nice. I mean, I guess it's possible that I find a piece of gear better than something I have. Do I have any locked? See, this is locked, so I guess their gear system is pretty. It's a pretty simple gear system, but there's still gear upgrades at level 40. I wouldn't. More locked stuff. It's not better than everything I got. Ooh, locked chess pieces. Dang, 113 to start. Okay. So before we do battle. Okay, I think we got all the Revelio pages in Hogwarts. 35 of 35 collection chests, 150 of 150 field guide pages, 10 of 10 demiguise statues, and 1 of 1 astronomy tables. Hogsmeade, 9 of 9 demiguise statues, 2 field guide pages that I need. That's going to suck. But they're not Revelio, so that narrows it down a lot. Collection chest, 5 of 5. So we got to do that. Wait, let me see something. And then the world map, it doesn't tell me. But I have all the demiguise statues, so I guess that's why I got the achievement. I got to get 2 more field guide pages in Hogsmeade. We've got to do the 2 battle arenas. Whoa, wait, Horklump Hollow. 0 of 1 collection chest. Huh, there's a collection chest here. That's probably a conjuration. Somewhere over here. Battle arena. How many battle arenas are there? I think there's only 2 that I have to do. I'm going to go to the restroom and get another cup of coffee. And when I come back, yeah, this really annoys me, this enemies thing. Because I know that that's a freaking mongrel. And it's not filled in. Okay, we got the demiguise statue. The gear. We got this. I'm doing this checklist real quick. Okay. Now we gotta go up to Hogsmeade. Okay, I already did all that. So we've got, let's see, we've got to check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 locations. That's not too bad. 12 locations in Hogsmeade for those last 2 field guide pages. And then I'll sell all my gear while I'm in Hogsmeade. Actually, while we're in Hogwarts, we're going to get everything identified. And we'll sell everything we don't want. I'll be right back, though. Let me use the restroom and get coffee. Oh, it's my lumbar. Oh. Let the dog sit on the couch. Echo sits wherever he wants. All right, let's play this.
When I stood up in the chamber, I felt fine. My ears ached a little bit from the course of rapid repressurization, and that's basically the only effect I had.
You know, it was one of the few instances where anybody was ever exposed to that low of a pressure and lived to tell about it with no obvious damage.
Which was only possible because it wasn't as extreme as lunar conditions.
So, yeah, it wasn't as extreme as lunar conditions. And now I'm just kind of pointing out the different layers of that astronaut suit. And
Coming
again,
up
I'm
on
pointing
12
out
minutes, just so you know. So I'd want to
Oh,
encourage
shoot.
you to keep
Some parts are report.
Okay, sorry. There's interruptions there that kind of took my time away. But okay, I'm all good. The astronaut suit had a whole bunch of layers to it, and the lunar lander itself did not. It was really, really thin, as thin as a few sheets of aluminum foil. That's my point.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening statement, Kyle. And we're going to kick it over to T-Jump for his opening as well. But before we do, I want to say, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, want to let you know we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. I'm your host, James. We hope you feel welcome. No matter what walk of life you're from, whether you think the moon landing is the real deal or a hoax, we're glad that you're here. And if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button, as we have many more juicy debates coming up. For example, at the bottom right of your screen, we're absolutely thrilled about this one. Daniel Hakikachu and Mike Jones from Inspiring Philosophy.
Mike Jones. Who?
Have
Mike
agreed
Jones.
to debate. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be a great one. So, like I said, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button for juicy debates like that one at the bottom right of your screen. With that, thanks very much, Tom. The floor is all yours.
You see this little device right here? Well, I'm going to show you something right now.
Ad.
Now, some people are rightfully concerned they might have
All
to
right,
go.
well, T-Jump's going to destroy this guy. He's not doing us moon landing deniers any favors. This Kyle guy. T-Jump's.
What the? Alright. I don't know how to share screen on this. Share screen.
In the meantime, I want to remind you folks, a couple of quick housekeeping things. Our guests are both linked in the description box, as well as, this is a big one, folks, we're excited about it. At the bottom right of your screen, we showed you that upcoming debate between Daniel and Mike Jones at Inspiring Philosophy. But
Identify.
also, want to let you know, got it all loaded up?
Ready?
You got it. Floor is all yours.
Upgrade.
Can you hear it?
No.
We
no?
can't hear the video.
This is a 110.
Stop share. Share screen.
This is a 110 with 3 upgrades. This is a 105. This might be better hat, actually. These I can't even wear to level 40.
All right, try it now.
That's one small step for man. 113.
Can you hear it now?
Laceration 1.
Okay.
One. Science, please, remember.
Earth, Neil Armstrong became the first human to set foot on the lunar surface. The world discovered this monochrome landscape through the footsteps left by Armstrong and Aldrin. Beyond the technical
99.
and political success represented by Apollo 11's mission, it was an opportunity for the astronauts to gather samples and install devices for scientific measurements. In particular, they deployed a reflective panel no larger than a suitcase.
102, 108.
50 years later, it's among the instruments that
109.
continue to supply the scientific community with data.
111. 39. 39.
Return to Earth, and more precisely to the south of France.
I think my gear's good.
This plateau is home to the Kelern Observatory.
Things that I can't sell.
Among the instruments directed towards space,
Let's go
one
to Honey
telescope
Dukes.
in particular is studying the lunar surface, and has been for nearly half a century. With a 1.5-meter diameter mirror, this telescope is equipped with a laser which enables it to measure the distance between the Earth and the Moon with great precision. Every day, scientists from the observatory calculate the trajectories needed to find the reflectors left on the surface by the various Apollo missions. Over the years, the study has benefited greatly from technological advancements.
50 years ago, measurements of this distance taken by laser were
I've got every
accurate
broom
to
in the
within
game.
about a meter. Thanks to the evolution of technology that followed, our measurements today are precise to within a few millimeters, with an exactitude on the order of a centimeter. This exactitude is a little less than we'd like due to misreadings caused by atmospheric interference. We have a lot of studies currently centered on the impact of the atmosphere on our lasers in order to compensate for these perturbations.
On this June evening, moonrise is predicted at around 11 p.m. After calibrating the various instruments that ensure the stability of this extremely powerful laser, the operating team will need to reorient it towards the moon to begin collecting data. This laser, visible to the naked eye at night, produces 10 pulses per second. Out of the thousands of photons bombarding the moon, few will return to Earth and be captured by the telescope. A round-trip journey of roughly 800,000 kilometers that takes 2.4 seconds to complete. The observer on Earth must continually and manually correct the telescope's aim. In this way, they'll obtain an echo, a sign that the laser has succeeded in striking one of the reflectors left on the lunar surface.
No beer so far, right?
We use 5 reflectors on the surface of the moon, 3 of which were deployed by the Americans on Apollo missions, the first being Apollo 11. It's a panel which is 50 centimeters squared and which was equipped with 100 corner cube reflectors. Corner cube reflectors are devices which, unlike regular mirrors, can reflect light back in the direction it came from. When one looks at this kind of object, one will see the center of their own eye reflected back, which is exactly the kind of passive system used on the moon.
In an
There are 3 American reflective panels from Apollo 11, 14, and 15, as well as 2 Russian rovers, Lunokhod 1 and 2, which were also equipped with this type of system.
But they went up on unmanned missions.
Measurements collected by this observatory, in conjunction with an international network of observation stations, have improved the database which feeds the research of scientists around
on the moon from a missile or something. That doesn't prove anything, T-Jump.
Right there. So that proves for a fact anybody can go to rent one of those observatories. There's particularly one I found. It's the
it just proves that somehow they put mirrors on the moon.
You can use the laser. You can bounce it off of these 5 reflectors, and you can find for a fact that there are human devices.
The argument for this used to be that they, and this is the argument Alex Stein used, but this is a easily rebutted argument. But the argument to what T-Jump's saying is that they were shooting lasers and reflecting them off the moon and timing how long they came back like 20 years before the moon missions. College campuses and college students were doing this experiment where they'd shoot a laser back and they could measure how long it takes them to see the spot on the moon, which is the light reflecting back to your eye. And then so they like divide by 2 or whatever they do, the math they do, and they can figure out how far away the moon is and how long it takes to the light to get back, so on and so forth. They were doing this for years before the moon mission. But the rebuttal to that for the pro moon landing people would be that you can bounce light off of anything. The difference is with the mirrors, and they use spectroscopy to measure how fast light travels and how far it goes and all these other things through different medians. They can see that it comes back quicker if you have a mirror than if it bounces off a rock. So the argument that they were bouncing the light off rocks, and now they are bouncing them off reflectors. There are reflectors on the moon that they're bouncing these lasers back, and you can see the time difference between if it hits a rock and if it hits the reflector. My argument would be, if Russia can put driving around rovers with reflectors on them on the moon in an unmanned mission, you don't think we can get some little spikes to hit in the dirt with a reflector on it without a manned mission? They could have done that without a manned mission. They sent a rock so that a little spike would go into the moon, and then they had a base with a reflector. It's just like a lawn spike. Like if you can hit a target with a long spike, you could do it with the moon. A little harder, but
is on the moon that can be provably there that anybody can go find that debunks literally everything he said
so
in 5
T
seconds.
jumps. My point is T jump's point is moot.
It's that. Want to say thank you very much to our guests for those openings. We're going to
get
jump
a
into the
reflector on
open
the moon without a
conversation,
man
but
mission.
first, want to let you know, as
Just
you can
because
see
we
at
have
the bottom
reflectors on
right
the
of
moon
your
does not mean
screen,
that we had to have
we
a
are
man
currently
land
working
on
toward meeting 1,000 followers on TikTok. The reason is that unlocks
I believe we got
us
stuff
being
in
able
low
to
Earth
live
orbit and in
stream
space.
these debates, just like this one,
Elon
on
Musk
TikTok.
sent a Tesla
So if you
flying out
haven't
into
yet,
space.
I just threw that link to our TikTok
But
in
I
the
don't
live
know
chat,
if people
and
are really
Surgeon
going out
General
there.
has also put it. Thanks very much. Appreciate that in the live chat, Surgeon General. That TikTok link for Modern Day Debate is also on
I
our
think God
description
might
box.
have put.
If you want to follow us there, that helps us
God might have
expand
put
our
in
mutual platform,
fail-safes
as we want to
for
give
that.
everybody their fair shot to make their case
Like the
on a
Van
level
Allen
playing
radiation
field
belt.
here at Modern Day Debate. So thank you very much, gentlemen. The
All right, let me
floor
pull up
is
this
all
checklist.
yours for that open dialogue.
Okay, so we've got common ground that science can prove things and that Jacqueline
Mirror in the
McLaughlin
old
was
fool.
wrong.
Mirror
So
inside
No,
of
science
really
cannot
happy
prove
with that.
things. Science.
You just said
provides
that. You
evidence.
just said that was proof,
North
though.
Hogsmeade.
Sure, it's proof you're wrong. Science doesn't
Okay,
prove
so
things.
you-
I can prove
okay.
you're wrong.
Okay, so you can prove I'm wrong, but that's not a scientific claim.
No, that's just you're an idiot. That's all that is. Yes.
Oh, great.
It's not.
So
okay,
he already
now
starts off.
just-
That's not science proving things. That's me proving you're an
That's-
idiot. That's all that
That's
is.
great, T. Jump.
Okay,
all that is.
yeah, that's
Such a
all you've
classy
got.
guy.
It's just vowels.
Typical
Okay,
atheist.
whatever.
Oh no, I proved you wrong. I literally provided a scientific experiment.
We
Anybody
all
can
know
do.
there's
You
no
go rent
such
an
thing as a
observatory to
smart
prove that there are
atheist.
reflectors on the moon, which debunks everything you said. And then I called you an idiot. So
It
an
doesn't
ad hominem
debunk
is we
everything
just
he
say
said. He
idiots are
just
proved
doesn't
wrong.
have a
It's
good
not the
rebuttal.
same thing.
I just came up with that
that's
off the
still-
top of my head.
Yeah, it's
No,
still
no, it's
foul.
not. No, it's
It's
not.
still
Do you have any
foul.
evidence? Do you want to do? No, it's not. Do you want to respond to the thing that just proved all your worldview wrong?
Yeah,
It's not a
It's really
worldview.
simple. Okay,
It's not a worldview.
like,
Just
they
to
were
think
able to
that
bounce lasers off the moon.
NASA lied to
before
us
they ever
about
claimed to
landing
do
on the
that.
moon
How does
No,
that
they
compare?
couldn't.
You haven't. You claim that never
in
happened.
order to get funding
What do you?
to
No,
put
they
up
could
a
not
network of
bounce
satellites,
lasers
which
off
is
of 5
doable.
reflectors on the moon in particular directions
They could
before they put
bounce
them there.
lasers off the moon before they ever claimed to have reflectors on the moon.
No, they could not
This-
bounce lasers off of reflectors that reflect back where you pointed
Okay,
from
you
where
have
you pointed
no-
from.
So see, he's about to say they can bounce. Colleges were bouncing lasers off the moon before the reflectors there. This is true, but they're able to measure the time it takes for the light to get back to your eye. So with rocks and dirt and dust on the moon, you don't get as good of reflection. There's a lot of refraction. You lose a lot of the power of the light, and it takes longer to get back. It's not as intense when it gets back. Whereas with a reflector, it hits that and it comes back full power. Almost, well, it loses a lot of its power, but it comes back stronger and faster.
Okay, you haven't really provided anything other than NASA says so. That there.
No, this is
that there
something
are
you can
reflectors
do.
on the
You can go rent this and prove it yourself, and people have done this. So that's like corroboration from
Middle of
multiple
North
sources that people
Hogsmeade.
do in college all the time. So this is you've been debunked, not just NASA says so. This is everybody that says so because you've been debunked. And the point here is that those reflectors, they reflect light back from where they are sent from, which means you can confirm this from multiple different observatories. Now, if you just flash a laser at the moon, it won't reflect back directly at you. It's going to
That's
reflect in
exactly
different
what
directions.
happened back before.
Stop talking. Stop talking and listen to my words so you know why you're wrong. So when you reflect a laser off of the moon, for it to go directly back towards the sensor, you need a device that sends the photons directly back to the sensor. It doesn't just naturally do that.
Right.
To do that, you need a device like the one shown in
He
the video.
needs to what
which
he
is a
needs to
man-made
go
device,
to is that you
which
don't
there's
the
5 of them,
same
and
way
there's only 5
Russia
locations on the
did
moon
not
where this
send a
happens
man mission to get
magically for
rovers
some
on the moon.
magical spooky
America
reason.
could
Guess
send
what? That proves
a
we've been
non-man
debunked.
mission to
Debunked.
get freaking reflectors to land on the moon.
Yeah.
Yes, debunked.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah, just because you say so doesn't make it so.
No, this is proven. You can again. I gave you the resources to check
You're
this
just saying so.
yourself.
Get out of here,
You're just saying
Jackie.
Yes, that you can rent an observatory and do the experiment.
What
yourself.
the?
Yeah.
Do I got any
You
mods
can
here?
do this.
Okay, when you go
I'll
to
do
the
it.
observatory, okay, do you
It's
see
none of
the
your
laser
business,
actually coming back,
Jackie.
like with your eyes? Do you see it coming back, or does an observatory
You
just
don't
say,
need to see
"Hey,
things with
guess
your
what?
eyes.
You just hit the
You can see it with the computer. You can bring your own computer.
Really? A computer can do it, huh?
How do I?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
So-
can bring your own computer that's you make yourself and say, does it read back sensory data of lasers coming back to the sensor? Yes, you're debunked.
Okay, so it's kind of like one of those little pop-up toys. If I push a button, all of a sudden I've got Big Bird popping up out of the toy, and because that Big Bird's popping up, oh look, I bounced lasers off the
That's none of your business, Jackie.
That's the best you can do, I guess. But if you learn how to do computers,
they just give you whatever information they want to.
Nosy.
No, you can bring your own equipment, bro. Use your own computer.
You can bring your own equipment, bro.
Yeah, they don't give you any equipment. They don't just
debate, bro.
Make
T-jump.
Like hack your computer to give you data, bro.
Where does the data come from? They give it to you.
No, they have a sensor. You can rinse the sensor and you can hook it up to your computer to give it data.
Done this one.
They don't control the sensor.
Did this one.
Sounds like you're making stuff up.
In the sky above
like,
Dogweed.
Have you ever done this before?
Cap.
Yes, I have. You can do this for college.
You got video
footage
all the
time. You've been debunked, bro.
I don't think so.
Yep, you can too. Mount Wilson Observatory. You can rent the laser. You can rent the device, and you can show the results. Anybody can.
Because the laser, because the device just gives you numbers and says, "Hey, look at this." So I can draw a stick figure.
Well, your ignorance of not knowing how devices work isn't evidence that it doesn't work.
Oh, that's another red card there, buddy.
No, that's just a fact. If you are too ignorant to know how devices work,
that's another red card there, buddy. Hey,
they don't work.
Moderator, do we have any kind of penalties for this stuff?
There's not an insult. That's just the truth. If you
moderator, he called you an idiot.
Device works. That is not evidence the device.
Well, he's insulted you multiple times, and you're just now calling it like.
What about that?
He called you an idiot right off the bat.
If you are ignorant of how a device works, that does not show the device does not work. Which part of that are you objecting to?
If you don't know how a device works, that doesn't mean it doesn't work. Yeah, I get that.
Correct. There you go.
Mirror inside of Hogsmeade. We
got you there.
Dogweed and Death Cap.
Okay, so
that was your argument. So you debunked your own argument there.
Okay, I've done that one.
What was
flying around outside Dogweed and Death
the fact
Cap,
that you don't know how a device works because they're being controlled by the NASA conspiracy, therefore it must be a lie.
That's called the straw man because I never made that argument.
That was literally your argument. You're saying they're giving you the data. You're saying the NASA shields are controlling the device and giving you the data even though it's your computer. Yeah, no, you don't know how the device works.
Okay. The device gives you data, right? Do you agree on that?
Yes. The device receives data and puts it on a screen for you. So you can
and gives it to your computer. And so if it says, okay, well, you do these things just right, and then this is going to happen. So it's one of those pop-up toys.
Yeah, that's how science works. You do an experiment.
Doesn't get any more
results, and it gives you a consistent result. That's science. Science is good. Yes.
Okay.
Science is
So
good.
how does any of that destroy my argument about the vacuum blowing a hole in the
it's cool.
lunar lander?
It wouldn't. You just don't understand how space works. Like the pressure in the lunar lander is less than the pressure in your tire.
But good.
Like, does the tire explode? No, your car tire is doing just
fine.
All right,
I don't see a Revelio page flying around.
That of the lunar lander. Problem solved.
I'm going to assume that I got this one. This is where we come to the problem
that little of pressure inside the lunar lander, that is proof that it's impossible. It didn't happen.
In the sky, in the south road of Hogsmeade's Brood and Peck.
Yes, because a balloon is
south road of Hogsmeade's.
Yeah, and guess what?
Brood and
when you put a tin can in a vacuum chamber like a soda can, that's going to expand too.
Not nearly as much. No,
metal is going to
expand.
I'm at
Brood and Peck.
I've got video footage of that.
Very little.
It's enough to blow a hole in the thing. Yeah.
No, you can design it so it can expand and not blow a hole in it. It's not hard.
South road.
It's not hard at all. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about right now. It's gibberish.
That's because you didn't watch.
There's no law of physics that aluminum with pressure on it will explode. There's no law of physics that says that. You can make composites that don't explode. They can hold stronger weights. They don't really need to because it's not really that much pressure. I mean, obviously, like a pop can is not the same kind of aluminum as used in the space station. So obviously, they're not going to have the same tensile strength. Like, do you not know any of those words?
Okay, so yeah, you're just saying, oh well, it's strong enough that we just kind of a wizard did it.
There's Brood
the wizard.
No,
wizard.
That there are multiple kinds of metal.
The south road
is a pop
behind
can.
Brood and
So putting pressure on a pop can and seeing a pop can explode is not evidence that any metal in space would explode. That is a stupid
It's going to expand, and that it's.
Yeah, expansion does not mean explode. Things can expand when it not explode. Okay,
when it expands and can't contain, when there's more outward pressure than there is the tensile strength, as you described it, then it's going to explode.
Right, which is why we have more tensile strength in the space station than the amount of pressure inside of it, so it doesn't explode. Problem solved. Ta-da! Science magic.
So, why did the astronaut suits have to be so thick, and yet the walls of the lunar lander, why were they allowed to be so thin?
For lots of reasons. What is that? Why is this relevant?
Because that right there is kind of a contradictory statement.
No, the spacesuits aren't made of metal, bro. They're made of cloth, bro.
Why does he keep saying bro? Haven't heard this
cloth
guy.
Is not as strong as metal. And so if you want to have the same tensile strength of a piece of cloth as you do a piece of metal, you're probably going to need more cloth. Like what? How is this hard? This is not hard.
What are you
talking about? It should be expanding, right? It's got a lot more flexibility. Should be a lot more like that balloon.
So we use, again, so I think I covered this, the part where you have objects with tensile strength and you put enough tensile strength so it doesn't explode. That's the whole solution to the problem here.
And then you get the problem with being able to move your arms up and down, right?
No, that's not a problem.
Your arms are going to get really stiff.
No.
It's like a basketball.
Pond at North Hogs.
5 pounds of pressure in a basketball,
remember getting that.
You lose flexibility of the basketball.
It's because a basketball has no joints. If you have a joint that can swivel, then you don't have that problem.
You can like move your hands and moving.
Yes.
Okay, like your elbows, they're able to move their elbows to swing a hammer, right?
Yes.
So
none of that is a problem.
Because you said so.
No, because it's not a basketball. A basketball is a single piece of object that doesn't have any joints. If you put a joint on a basketball, like suppose you cut a basketball in half, you like put like little rollers on it, and then glued it back together, and then remolded it up. You could twist it. It wouldn't be hard. You just twist it. Problem solved. So if you have twisty points, you can have like twisty points on the sides, and then twist those like
I just wait until nighttime when
and those can twist too. It's not hard.
Yep, they've got twisty points on every joint on the astronaut suit, right? And that's how they did it, is kind of Mr. Roboto style on swinging that hammer.
I can't tell what's night and what's day.
It's flexible. Flexible things can flex. Yes.
Yeah, if it's flexible though, then you've got the flexible basketball.
Sure, you can have a flexible basketball too. Like those are easy. Just don't make them out of solid leather. Problem solved. Like there are flexible basketballs. They're
I'm pretty sure I've gotten this one.
Yes, you can squish them.
Yeah, Kevlar is a lot.
North of Northern Hogsmeade, head right, and near the water mill, there's a flying book in the sky.
Yeah.
No. Like your ignorance of how these materials work is not actually evidence here. So yes, Kevlar is actually extremely flexible. That's why it's so good against bullets. Kevlar, the way it works is that it flexes to catch the bullet. It is meant to be extremely flexible. That's how it stops bullets. Your ignorance of the topic is not evidence. Yes, you can bend
I've had the Kevlar.
Is that it?
Or
is that out? That's it. There's one of them.
Like that.
Yes, you can bend Kevlar exactly like that. Have you ever held Kevlar? It's very flexible.
I've had bulletproof vests before. I was in the guard for 8 years.
That's
good
one.
For you. Then you should know it's flexible.
It's not that flexible.
Before we go, I want to say we do have a poll, as we do appreciate you folks having responded to that poll in the live chat. We did want to bring up a couple of topics, as these are topics we asked the audience, what do you most want to hear discussed next? One is, are the moon landing photos forgeries or fakes?
No.
The vacuum just proves that they are fake. And you've got the testimonials that these things happen. That's all evidence, right? Do you agree that a testimony is evidence?
Sure, like the testimony of the thousands of people who worked on these and the testimony of the dozens of astronauts who said they were there. So if you want to count testimony, I win because I have more of it.
Oh, so that's called the appeal.
No. If you want to count testimony,
let's add.
I have more testimony. That's just your own standard.
Let's add your own standard.
No.
Okay, I'm just saying. I'm just defining the definition.
If you want
evidence.
to define testimony as evidence, I have more astronauts who give testimony.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that. There's no argument there. Okay. But yeah, that doesn't make it true. Okay. Saying I have more testimony.
More people are saying it. Right.
It is.
Oh, is that a page? No, that's
out.
That's why it's supposed to be a page above this bridge.
You have two options here. Either we accept testimony as evidence, in which case I have a whole bunch of experts who have testimony, and you have like a couple deluded people.
This one, I think.
And I win. Or we don't accept testimony as evidence, and I have actual things that we can verify today. Like
assuming this is the right bridge.
I win. So either way, I win. You can pick whichever one you want to go.
There's a difference between convicting evidence and non-convicting evidence. Do you agree?
Sufficient evidence and bullcrap? Yes, I agree.
Okay, so there is convicting evidence and non-convicting evidence, and so
if sufficient evidence of bullcrap, yes, I have the sufficient evidence.
All right, if I were to like put my hand someone's forehead and it's warm, right?
It pops
then
up
I
out
could
of
say,
the.
oh, okay,
It pops
their
up
head
out of
is
the
warm,
water.
therefore that's evidence that they might have a fever. But it's not convicting evidence because my hand just could be cold, right? So that's the difference between convicting
Do you
and
know what the word
non-convicting.
sufficient means?
She came over here and it like
Sufficient
popped up out of the water.
Yeah, it's enough to convict.
I think I've already got some.
Congratulations. You're just repeating the same point we've already agreed upon. Yes, there is a sufficient evidence and there is bullcrap, insufficient evidence. Yes, we agree these are two things. I have the sufficient evidence.
Sufficient because you have
Yeah,
more.
I'm pretty sure I already
right?
got this.
If you want to count personal testimony as evidence towards some kind of sufficient basis, then yes, I have more of that.
4, 5 more.
You have more of
Near
it.
the hogs means well.
In
Saying
terms
it's
of the
true
actual
because you have
photos,
more of
though,
it.
Kyle, I think people would love to hear, are the photos forgeries? More detail on that. Because I think we skipped
Kyle's
over
doing a
to,
horrible
different
job
kind of
of,
indirect arguments
this other
for
one I
them being
watched was
forgeries.
way better.
In terms of addressing the photos more specifically.
Right. Well, there are a lot of people like to point out like the high level of detail in the photos, and I just look at the high level of details and say, hey, that can't happen in a vacuum. The vacuum chamber would affect the gelatin inside the layers of the film, and yeah, it's gonna. Have you not looked at what the film is made out of? You can actually still buy the film today. There's gelatin in the film, and that gelatin is going to get affected by the vacuum. Not to mention you have to worry about cold welding, which is going to affect every part of the camera. And every time those astronauts are falling down directly on that camera and smashing that camera lens right into the ground, that right there is going to damage the kind of quality you can make. And so you can point at all these great high, really good detailed photos. Those are evidence that the moon landing did not happen because you can't take that good of photos under those kind of conditions. Okay, you've got
yes, you can. Like none of that's hard. Like there are many ways to do that. In fact, the gelatin was specifically designed to be in space. So saying that space would affect it just means you're again ignorant of how it works. So yes, it's fine. It works fine in space. No problem. Totally fine.
Okay. You can actually buy it today.
I'm not done. I'm not done speaking yet. Secondly, space, the way space works is that there's less interference. And so because there's less interference between the photons of light being bounced off the object and the camera lens, would actually be more detailed than a photo in the atmosphere. What gibberish are you talking about? Of course there's high detailed photos of space.
Okay.
This doesn't mean that they're fake because you don't understand how the mechanics works. Again, this is you don't understand how the machine works, therefore it's fake.
Okay.
Those are just again your argument from ignorance.
Okay. You don't understand is an ad hominem. That's an ad hominem.
No, it's a fact. It's a fact. It's not an ad hominem.
Because you say so. Because you say so. Yeah.
Yes, because you think the gelatin would be affected by space. It's not. That's not how it works. So obviously you must necessarily be ignorant of how it works. Therefore, you're ignorant of how it works.
That's assuming things.
That's premise conclusion.
Yeah, you don't know what I know, so that's kind of how it goes. But
I know what you
just
said.
Actually
like somebody was
you can actually buy the ectochrome
Apparently
film
there's
today,
one inside of this
and you can
water
actually
mill.
put that ectochrome
I don't
film
remember ever
into
grabbing
a vacuum chamber and see that it actually gets damaged by the vacuum chamber. It's testable. You can do it yourself, right?
Sure, and it'll
you can
work.
Do it yourself. You can do it yourself. Yeah,
yes.
It's provable.
Yes, and it works, and we do it today, and it works. It still works.
You can,
the pictures still work.
Yeah, and you can't take high quality photos.
Yes, you can.
In a vacuum chamber. No, you can't. You can do it yourself.
Yes, you can. They literally do this all the time.
It gets
we have
damaged.
vacuum chambers. We do this.
It gets damaged.
No, it doesn't. I've never seen a photo of a vacuum chamber be damaged because of the vacuum, because literally they account for
You haven't looked into this yet. Yeah.
No.
This might be the last one because I don't remember ever getting one out of here.
In vacuum chambers. That's one of the things they're commonly used for. They are not degraded by the vacuum.
They are. They
are not.
Provable. I can show you pictures. So,
photos from vacuum chamber. Wait, let's see here. We got photos from a vacuum chamber. Here, this one's from a nuclear reactor. This one's from a Large Hadron Collider. I'm not seeing any degradation. These are very clear photos.
Yeah, I don't think those are taken with ectochrome film, though.
Okay.
Right?
Maybe I have already gotten this one.
A digital camera and stick it in a vacuum chamber, yeah, it's going to be a little different than putting ectochrome film.
Ectochrome films in a vacuum. University of Pittsburgh. Oh, these are pretty clear photos. I don't know what gibberish you're talking about.
I don't think they're quite as clear as the visor photo.
They look perfectly clear. I see no degradation in the photo whatsoever.
Mod Pizza now has wings.
Yep,
Wings
it's
so
a Lumos
saucy
mirror
they
that was over here. I've already done
wings
it.
that bring a little zing. With
I think I've done all the Lumos mirrors because they're easy to see on when you do Revelio.
Yeah, there's no degradation of the photo whatsoever. I can't see what you're talking about. So
3 more places to check.
Yeah, I guess we're
in the
just
sky
trusting
above
you,
Old
right?
Fool.
It's all fate.
Well, you can do you can do the experiment yourself. This is one that's been commonly repeated again by many universities all the time. This is not a hard thing to do. Do the machines of the camera that were built for the Apollo mission work in a vacuum? Yes. Yes, they do. Can you build them?
Yeah.
Yes, you
Have
can.
you ever heard of
Can you
cold
do this
welding
yourself?
before?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of cold welding? Cold welding.
Cold welding. Yes, I've heard of cold welding. What
Okay,
about it?
so cold welding is going to affect the joints of that
How?
camera. No? You don't
How?
think it's going to affect the...
No, I said how. How? Question mark. How?
Well, there's no oxygen in between the two.
Oh,
so you got
this
two
might be
layers
one that I
right,
don't have
right
up
next to
here.
each other, and they end up getting stuck together because of the cold welding.
What cold welding? It's space.
Cold welding affects plastics, and it also affects
Okay.
metals.
What cold welding? If I put two objects in space, they don't magically cold weld together because they're in space.
They don't cold weld together in their space. So you have
But
just metal on
it
metal.
seems like your argument is any object in space that's metal, that's next to another metal object, will cold weld together because they're in space. That seems to be what you're saying.
Happen in space.
I've already got this one.
Because there's no
It does not.
oxidation layer between the two, and because when there's no oxidation layer between the two, they end up sticking together, and that was
Town
a big huge
Circle,
thing with
Flying Book,
one
and
of
South
the
of Town
satellite
Circle.
claims that they have.
Did I already get
they're
all of
trying to
them?
pull out this
'Cause
umbrella on this satellite, and all of a sudden the umbrella's
Old
getting
Fool
stuck because
and
of the
Northern
cold welding.
Hogsmeade.
And so if it can happen to a satellite, then why couldn't it happen on the moon with the camera and like the shutter and so many other things? And you just look at the camera itself, and there's no insulation on that thing to protect it from the heat, and so you got all
I've
this
already got the
radiation.
one in
They're
the
already
sky
joined
above Old
together.
Fool.
What is your point here? So, like, if you take two
There's
pieces of
moving
metal
parts. There's moving parts in the camera
that are not the same material. So, like, you understand cold welding only works if they're the same material, right? So, if you use a different material, problem solved.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, but there's still joints that are in there of the same material.
The joints are already connected. Like, if they're already connected, they can't reconnect.
This
It's
is
like,
Old Fool, right?
Do you think like it's just if you have a screw that's of a single material, it's all just going to turn into a blob in space? No, it has
Cold welding
physical
doesn't mean melting.
parts that hold it together.
I never claimed that the screw would
I
melt.
only got 2 places left to look,
Okay,
and
so-
I
so
swear I've got them
an
both out
object
of all
that
both
is
these
connected
places.
by a joint that's been welded together already isn't going to cold fuse into a different shape because it's already connected, like a screw is already connected, right?
The screw is already connected. Yeah.
Right. So it's
whatever you
not going to
put it
cold
in.
weld if they're already connected.
Yeah.
Already connected. There's
Depends,
nothing to.
If the screw is going into something of the same material, then it's going to cold weld to that material.
No, you're not understanding. So, like, a screw is going to maintain its shape in space, right?
Yeah, that's not an argument.
So, if you have two objects that are welded together before you
Should
go
be
into
right over
space,
there
and you
somewhere.
bring
I've
them
already
into
got it.
space, they're already welded together. They're not going to cold weld into a different shape. They're going to maintain their shape, aren't they?
Yeah, they're already together. So why would
Like the shape of a camera, for example.
Okay, so there's moving parts within that camera, right?
Which are not the same material.
There's only one place left.
probably
Maybe I
some-
got them all. Did I find 2 or 1?
You'd have to have the visuals for that because
What? Cold welding
Yeah.
only works when you have two metals of the
No, I'm
same
still missing
material.
one.
So if you have a different material, problem solved, right?
So all of the metal in the camera was they used a different kind of metal with each piece in the camera. Is that your claim?
Sure, that would be really easy to do. Actually, you could just like offset, use aluminum, titanium, aluminum, titanium, aluminum, titanium. That'd be really easy to do.
And
So
you're
your
claiming
argument
that
is
they
dumb.
made this special custom camera
Well,
with
they did make a special custom camera specifically
This
for
one's
space.
literally
Yes,
right where you
duh.
start at.
and they tested that out and put that in the vacuum and said, okay,
It's just
well,
in the
we can
sky.
make sure it doesn't
Literally,
cold
that's
weld.
literally what they
In the
did with
town
all of their
circle.
equipment. They built a
There's
special
no way I haven't
customized
got
thing.
that
This is why it costs so much money. Tested it out in a vacuum chamber to make sure it worked.
Yeah, there's no way I
and
haven't got
then
that.
brought it to space. That's the order of scientific
They
experiment.
did it.
You
They
build
tested it out in a vacuum
test it.
chamber. Do you have any evidence that shows that a report saying, okay, the vacuum chamber test for the camera was done on this day before Apollo 11, and this is it? Or are you just making stuff up?
Let's check.
They're
Vacuum
saying the
chamber
last
test.
place that I haven't checked.
Neil
The
Armstrong
only
practiced
place
in the
left
vacuum
is
chamber
in the
before
middle of
Apollo
this
11.
circle.
Yes, I do.
This
We do
town
have sources
circle.
for this. Do you want specifics
There's
for the
no
camera?
way I missed a page.
You've got
middle of the circle.
footage of Neil Armstrong in a vacuum chamber.
Maybe.
That would be
Do
interesting.
you want me to find that one too?
That sounds fun because that's kind of right there with my argument is that the astronaut spacesuits themselves don't work in a vacuum chamber. So I'd be very interested.
This looks like footage from Neil Armstrong practicing in a vacuum chamber. Yes, I believe so.
On screen. Let's do it.
I found everyone. I found all of them. I'm still one short.
NASA 1969.
There's a chest in there.
Yeah, I think that's it.
On screen, let's see it.
Okay.
I'll do this again. Share screen.
So we have another problem.
I'll share.
I've collected every page.
It's a vacuum chamber?
Yes.
In Hogsmeade. There's an owl flying around. There ain't no page.
Okay,
I think the owls are how you know that you've already found.
Armstrong in the vacuum chamber.
Well, Neil Armstrong shows up over here. This is him putting on the suit. He's putting on the suit. That's Neil Armstrong.
Could it maybe only come out at night?
Yeah.
This is the suit.
So we're kind of waiting for him in the vacuum chamber.
There's the vacuum chamber. See, that's the big door for the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, it's not going to work. He didn't have his helmet on that whole time?
Well, if the door's open, then it's not pressurized. And you do know how a vacuum chamber works, right? You have to close the door first.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for.
I don't know. I've got them all. I've got them all. It still says I'm one.
There he is. He's in the vacuum chamber.
Revelio page short.
Where?
So.
Right there. You see the TV screen? That's
I'm gonna go do the battle arenas now.
Chamber with Neil Armstrong in the vacuum chamber.
Is it?
Go close up. Yes. Yes, it is.
I can't see.
It says I have 54 out of 55. I found them all.
That's showing him on the TV, and
that's not a TV.
Sucks.
This is a camera
I just
looking
went to
down from above.
I just went to every spot.
That's the vacuum chamber.
Okay. That's from inside the vacuum chamber.
It might be, or it could just be like a screen above the vacuum chamber and a camera looking through it.
Yeah,
I'd like to see him actually do some moving.
Oh wait, North Hogsmeade. Oh, there's other segments of Hogsmeade.
Yeah. How do you even know that vacuum chamber is pressurized?
Near South the pressure. Hogsmeade. Oh, there's more.
Oh, because they had a meter that shows that you can't even see.
Oh, man.
You looked at the thing, but you couldn't see any numbers on it.
You can see the numbers on it. What are you talking about?
What numbers? All you see is white.
55, 54. Or maybe it's because it's going through Zoom. I can see the numbers. It says 60 in the bottom right. 0
so that was just for one waypoint.
It goes
we got more.
5 around the edge.
I just
got
see
more
white.
to go through.
Okay, that's probably just because of Zoom or something, but I can see the numbers. It's on 35. It's 35, whatever.
I'm working my way through a check.
I think it's PSI.
Guys.
PSI. And how does that compare to with the vacuum of space? Like which one is a greater PSI?
Greater PSI? Clearly, PSI is in space is like 0 or something.
Oh, so there's no pressure comparable. So it takes a lot of.
This goes to 0. This goes to 0. So yes, we did do tests down to close to space. Yes.
Okay, so what you're showing me right here is not comparable to space. It's
this isn't getting to the level where they get him into it. So it has to go down. Starts at a high number, goes to a low number, and gets to space conditions or close to space.
Okay, so we're not seeing him in space conditions. We're just kind of watching him go.
No, we are seeing him in space conditions. This is the beginning of the video where it's going down.
Okay, well, where do we see the space conditions?
When we saw him moving around. Again, you can replicate this. We can rent a vacuum chamber. You can use a.
You can walk in. That's Mark Sargent's big game changer right there. He's like, if you want to prove it to me, I want to be in a vacuum chamber. That's Mark
Sargent's. Yes, you can rent a vacuum chamber. Yes.
That you can walk into with 2 astronaut suits, and he's like,
astronaut suits are going to be a little more expensive to rent, but they are rentable, I imagine.
That would be interesting. Yeah, that's Mark Sargent's #1 thing right there, saying, hey, if you can go in with a vacuum chamber with me, we experience this, and I don't die, then that's all it would take to convince him that the moon landing, was plausible.
Cool.
So,
industrial vacuum systems for sale and rent. Yes.
Revelio.
Oh, that's a vacuum space suit for rent. I know that SpaceX has them.
I think if there's an owl, that means that you got the page
you can
already.
Pretty much all these things. It's easier just to do what I said because you can bounce lasers off the moon. It's cheaper too.
Bounce lasers off the moon and that you don't ever see coming back from the moon. And you still don't claim
again,
that.
Again, you're not understanding how science works. You don't need to directly observe something for it to be a thing. Like indirect observation is a thing. Just novel predictions. That's how they work. Yes.
So that's kind of trusting things. Would you agree?
No.
That's faith? You don't think that's faith-based?
No. Indirect observations is a novel testable prediction. It's the opposite of faith.
Natural trail southwest of
Okay, so if Mr. Sensible walks up to me and says, my cat does not eat food, and that's like a...
It's not an indirect observation.
It's not an indirect observation. Okay, so...
An indirect observation is making a prediction of consequences of some object without seeing the object directly itself. So like, if I prayed to Magic Sky Daddy for a gold brick and a gold brick appeared in front of me, that would be an indirect observation of God.
Okay. So, indirect is watching a consequence but not seeing what caused the consequence.
It's making a prediction, a novel testable prediction about a consequence of some expected result if something is true, and if you get that result, it is a indirect observation of the hypothesis.
Do you consider that to be proof?
Yeah, there's no proof in science. It is evidence. It is extremely strong evidence.
You just told me that there was proof in science. No, you're kind of all
there
over
is
the
no
place
proof
here.
in science. There is proof you are dumb. There is no proof in science.
Okay, so that's not a non.
That's not a scientific claim. No, it's not a scientific claim. It could be a philosophical claim. You can prove things in philosophy.
Okay,
that is legit.
All right. Well,
science does not prove things. Evidence is fallible. It gives you a percentage.
Science. Yeah, and that's where Dr. McLaughlin said we should eliminate words like prove, correct, and true, and completely and immediately.
Correct and true are fine. Proof is not fine. But it's not. This is not a controversial point. Like this literally does not do anything to help your position. Whether you call it proof if we're 99.999% sure or not is irrelevant.
Okay, so you just by your own admittance, then we have no proof that we landed on the moon whatsoever.
We have sufficient evidence.
Evidence, but not proof.
Convictable evidence.
Convicting evidence is the same thing as proof.
No, it's not.
How is it different?
I don't know what this door is. There's a way through this door.
Take life off-road in a Chevy Silverado. Find new adventure, find new roads. Chevrolet.
Found that Lumos mirror. Two more in this section.
Because convicting evidence is fallible. You can be wrong. You can convict people and be wrong. Like this is such a stupid flirt argument. Like, proof is 100% certainty. The only things you can prove are math, logic, and the cogito. Those are the only things you can prove. Everything else has a degree of probability. So we could be in the Matrix. We could literally all be in a big delusion right now. So we can only be 99.9% certain that this reality exists and we weren't created 5 minutes ago by Leprechaun. Do we have proof that we were not created 5 minutes ago?
I think I might have saw something.
No. We cannot prove that with 100% certainty. Do we have evidence? Yes, we have evidence. Do we have sufficient evidence? Yes, we have sufficient evidence. So the stupid flirt argument that we can't prove things in science is like saying, well, we can't prove we're not in the Matrix. That's how dumb that argument is.
That's not my argument. I don't.
Second floor of Tomes and Scrolls.
We have physical evidence for the moon landing, as we do that we were not created by leprechauns 5 minutes ago.
You must check the books.
So my statement is that science definitely can prove things. I can prove that my cat eats food. That's a big statement right there.
So if you want to use that definition of proof, just to clarify,
you're interrupting me. You're interrupting.
I do want to grant your definition.
Let me finish talking.
I've done that.
I want to grant your
already.
definition. So like, if we're using that definition, then yes. If we're using that definition of proof, if we're using that definition of proof, then yes, we can prove.
Yeah, I've already got that.
Yes.
Pretty sure that's Tomes and Scrolls.
What definition of proof?
The one you used about whatever criteria you're using to establish that your cat eats food.
Okay, so you can't even quote my definition of proof, and you're saying that...
Well, you didn't give a definition, you gave an example.
Oh, so you're just strawmanning me then?
No, you gave an example. So if you have an example of your cat, you can prove your cat eats food. Whatever criterion you use of proof for an observable empirical fact can be replicated for another observable empirical fact. So if I have a different observable empirical fact, that would also be proof by whatever definition you're using to say that this observable empirical fact X was also proof.
Okay. One place left.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Check.
No.
How does that make sense? So if you say something observable and empirical is proof, and I say, okay, we can observe and empirically prove the moon landing, then by your definition, they're both proved.
Okay, so you're saying that science can prove things, but it can't prove things, and yeah.
No. I'm saying you have a dumb definition of proof because you're ignorant of science. But if I want
mine comes directly from the dictionary, so you're just calling the dictionary dumb here.
Well, yes, the dictionary isn't a scientific paper, so it uses a different definition of proof. So
yes, the dictionary is dumb.
It's got multiple definitions of proof, but
sure.
Yeah. So
which one would you like to use? Because if we're going to use the scientific definition, there is no proof. If we want to use the colloquial definition, sure, there's proof.
Okay.
See, every time I see an owl, I think that tells me that
there is proof that we landed on the moon.
We already got the page.
If you want to use the colloquial definition, sure.
Look at us flying above the hill, a little past magic.
So
no, that is not a contradiction because when I use proof, I use it in the academic definition.
So you just walked into a debate saying your team is unable to prove anything, like whatsoever, and yet you're
the scientific definition, which everyone agrees upon, which you don't need.
Okay, so you're just declaring that your team is unable to score any goals and therefore you forfeit.
Got it.
No. See, again,
let's go. Do I get an achievement?
Justify a belief, and so I can have knowledge. We landed on the moon.
Achievement.
Proof achievement. To have knowledge. No
achievement.
You need proof to have knowledge. Again, this is your ignorance of the definition of the word.
Wait.
I tried to
we
explain
didn't
this
even
earlier.
get an achievement for
your
it. But
definition of proof is absolute certainty. That is a Flurf definition.
That's another.
I think that should be every Revelio page. 55 of 55 from Hogsmeade. 150 of 150 from Hogwarts. 100 on quest, 100 on field guide pages, 100 on rumor requirement. Collections. We've got 150 out of 150 Revelio pages. 13 of 13, 16 of 16. The only things left, conjurations. I have not looked into conjurations, but now I found a place out here where I had not gotten all the chests. This one. We're missing one collection chest from Portclump's Hollow. And then we got to do the battlegrounds.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
I don't know why it said 3 demiguise statues. We gotta do this Horclump's Hollow thing. Oh wait, what's that? Dog bog warning. Dog bog warning means there might be a villainous foe somewhere around here, I think. Interrupt a charging mongrel with the pulso. These are mongrels. Oh, they become dark mongrels. Oh, those were mongrels. See, I can't just kill him. I have to do the dueling feat. Oh my gosh, I keep wasting it. That's a long drop. Whoa. That could have hurt.
Sold some baby nifflers the other day.
Oh, the anticipation. It isn't Nora Treadwell's guardian angel.
Also, arresto momentum.
You're a star. Iona Morgan was a good post. No.
Revelio.
Disrupt the poacher and Magus' reducto cast with pulse. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Revelio.
Yeah, I've already cleared out this place. People flying kites. Whole clump polo. That's a mongrel. I just killed him.
Should I address you?
Arresto momentum. It's shameful what you've done to helpless beasts.
Whole clump polo. Hopefully there's a villainous foe in here. An infamous foe. I just killed a mongrel.
Bombarda.
Some BS.
Revelio.
Horclump Hollow. You'd think there'd be a lot more Horclumps in here. I hope there's a villainous foe in here. That would be great.
Revelio.
Man, I can't believe I never came to this place. This would be a great place to collect Horclumps, considering it's called Horclump Hollow.
Revelio.
There's Horclumps down there too. It's okay, we're gonna go check out this way. Making sure we clear out everything. There's a troll and a slide. Flip a troll's club into its face. Well, I timed that horribly. Why did I get in front of him?
Bombarda. Expelliarmus.
Aw, man. I need him to do that again. Ow. He actually hurt me. Troll bogeys. Yeah. Oh crap, I just did that dueling feat and I didn't get any experience. You can't get to level 40. It's not giving me any experience now for anything. So I'm at the highest level you can get to. But I'm still missing some conjurations. I don't know if they're possible to get. There's nothing really good in there.
Bovada.
Oh, there's the collection chest over there, so I don't want to leave yet. Shrivel fig.
Revelio.
Lots of war clumps in this place. And shrivel fig. Gold wooden spectacles. That's not the chest I'm looking for. Don't tell me I can't get back up there. Okay. Did I miss something? Apparently I missed something. Might have to go through all this again. I don't think I can get back up because I came down a slide to get here. Where is the chest? It should be right there. I don't understand.
Bombada.
I'm confused. The Hubble telescope cannot see the flag on the moon, but it can see Pluto. Even if they could see the flag on the moon, I don't think that proves that. Is that a squirrel swimming? It's a rabbit in the water. It's gonna get eaten by that fish. Huh. I don't know where this chest is. I might have to go through this little dungeon again.
Revelio.
It's up there. Yeah. Before I slide down the slide that took me to the troll, I needed to look around more. That's gonna be a conjuration. Somehow I'm still short like 6 conjuration. Which I don't understand that either. This game's got glitches. I'm blaming the glitches. See, this is the back exit. We just came out the back though. Came out the back. No! What the? Yo, how do we go down a slide and end up above the entrance? Nope, that's not where I want to go. I got a new appearance though. No, Purchase new gear. Work on Paul. This is a good place to farm pork lumps, though.
Now, wait. Shh. So, if we want to use your Flurf definition of proof,
foul.
What?
Foul.
It's not a foul.
Yes, it is a foul.
You've made up this new Flurf definition.
That's a foul.
And if you want to use this Flurf definition,
the word Flurf is a foul.
How is the word Flurf a foul?
It's insulting. Okay?
It's a short for flat earther. Like it's just a shorter way to say flat earther. Flurf.
It's a derogatory language.
What?
I don't care. You're a Flurf.
Yeah. Okay. So that's derogatory
the
language.
Flurf definition of proof.
Okay, just to move us forward.
Can I get a foul called on my opponent?
Wait.
Yes. The Flurf definition of proof requires absolute certainty.
I have the actual poll results.
About foul?
The next question that people most wanted to hear discussed was, why would the U.S. government lie about having landed on the moon?
To win the space race. The bigger question is, why is U.S., China, and Russia coordinating to lie to everyone in the world?
To admit the Americans landed on the moon. That's a more interesting question. They were not working with us.
The International Space Station, and by the time they came around, and there's another thing here with the Soviets.
This was before the ISS.
Just imagine for a second that they did come out and say,
yeah, but we needed funding. They needed funding for the ISS.
We were not working together.
Okay. So during the Cold War, just imagine for a second that they said
people aren't going to be like, oh yeah, let's give them funding for the space station if we can't even go to the moon.
You guys are just being sore losers, and that's just how it would go. You guys are just being sore losers, and yeah.
What, I don't understand the gibberish you just said.
Like, why would the Soviet Union, if the Soviet Union said, they cried, oh, you guys are making up. You guys are lying. You guys never win. If they did that, then the U.S. would just say, oh, you guys are just being sore losers. Go on.
Found it.
What is that? Is this supposed to be some kind of a counter argument that, oh no, the Russians would be so insulted if we said they were just being sore losers? They're going to be like, no, our whole regime is going to fall because the Americans said we're sore losers.
I mean, I guess I could probably find a conjurations checklist.
That's it. They don't. Rather than say we're sore losers, we're just gonna not care. We're gonna whatever. We don't even care, and that's exactly what happened.
That's dumb. Literally not a thing that's ever happened in history.
It was never like front page news or anything like, oh, the Americans, look at them. They went and got to the moon. No, that never happened. They
banned the footage. They banned the footage so people could not watch it because it was real.
No one cared.
No, they did care. They specifically banned the footage because they cared so much.
And then they decided, oh, well, let's go and work on the International Space Station years later. And
yes, after the Cold War, when the Cold War was over, yes.
Other than conjurations,
they do science together. Congratulations.
Let's go do the battle arenas.
President Nixon,
I don't care about Nixon. Go back.
We'll go do the battle arenas, then we'll do our last check on the platforms.
Apollo 11 was in the Nixon era. Okay, was that during the Cold War?
Yes.
President Nixon was all worried about those commies, and there was no kind of pact saying, okay, well, we're going to work together from now on.
Just make sure I got it.
I have no idea what you're talking about right now. What does this have to do with what we were just talking about?
You're asking why the Soviets didn't go out and say it never happened. And why there were no Soviet whistleblowers saying you guys are liars. Right?
Yes. All right.
So this happened during the Nixon era, okay? And during the Nixon era, there was a lot
on the map.
Kind of
why can I see this place on the map?
Kind of their differences during that time.
But I can't see any other band on the map.
And they were doing much more of the opposite thing.
They were doing more of the opposite thing. What's the opposite thing here?
Trying to degrade each other and show each other we're better than one another. They were trying to one-up one another. There was a space race. There was this thing, a space race where they were competing to try to get there first.
It takes two people to run a race, and if there's only one person running, it's not much of a race.
Right. So Soviet Union running, America running,
China,
two people Soviets don't like the fact that America went there first. Soviets sent the dog in first. They sent Sputnik first. They were first in space. There was this competition that tried to show that one was better than the other.
But
America won.
The Soviets never were trying to go to the moon.
At all.
The Soviets were never trying to go to the moon.
That wasn't the point. The space race is not moon race. Those are two different words. Space, moon, different words. Do you understand different words? They have different numbers of letters in them.
You're saying that the Americans won the race, right?
Yes.
Because they landed on the moon.
Yes, they did something so impressive that outclassed the other one. Yes, they won the race.
They won the race, and so the Soviets were never trying to go to the moon.
The Soviets were very upset that the Americans outdid them, which is why they banned the footage in their country so other people could not watch as the Americans outclassed them.
All right. I'll be right back, guys. You can listen to this.
That's true.
I'll be right back, and we're going to do these.
That's why they did it. That's literally why it's written. They did it.
Yes. Platforms, and then we're going to finish this.
And who said? Where's your evidence for that? You're just making stuff
papers of Soviet bans, footage of Apollo 11.
Is that the United States saying that? Is that more trust in NASA?
It's the Soviets saying that. It's the Soviets saying it.
The Soviets over there said that moon landing stuff is banned, and so they're telling you that we are banning this, and so no one's allowed to watch it, and they're just openly telling that to the public.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's kind of the first time
it was punishable by death.
It's punishable by death. If you guys show any kind of moon landing footage, then you're dead.
Yes, that's what the Soviets did. They'd kill people who did anything that was against their policy. Yeah.
It sounds like you're making stuff up.
No.
Ban.
Just Google it. Just Google it. Did the Soviets ban footage of the Apollo missions?
Okay. So the burden of proof is on you right now. Now you're trying to shift it to me. It's up to me to go and do that. Okay. And if science never proves anything, then you're unable to meet the burden of proof.
Google searches are not science. Again, you're using the colloquial definition. Try to get your
you're
head
telling
around
me
the
to
definition.
Google it and say
wait.
Google searches are not science.
Yes, Google searches aren't science. Like, how is this hard to understand? Colloquial definition of proof. Google search it. Like, can we prove that the Soviets blocked things from the public, just like every authoritarian government ever in the history of the world has? Yes. Saying that didn't happen just means you're a moron. Of course they did. Yes.
Okay, so you want me to
already
find
admitted
you
evidence
that you
of
are
this?
unable to meet
Sure.
the burden of proof. You are unable to meet the burden of proof.
The sky is blue. Do I need to prove that? No, because it's common knowledge. If you're so ignorant of how the Soviet Union works that you don't know this, you're a fool. Yes, I can find evidence of this for you. Give me a minute. I'm working on it.
Okay, evidence. Okay, but it's just, but not proof.
Again, your flurf ignorance of the two different definitions. I've already covered this. I've already debunked you on this. There's a colloquial definition of proof and an academic definition of proof. They're used in different contexts. The fact that the flurfs don't understand this is a flurf problem, not a me problem.
Because it's the burden of proof is on you, and because
what does that have to do with anything I just said?
You're trying to lay the burden of proof on us and saying it's our problem.
No, if it's common knowledge, there is no burden of proof. The burden of proof has already been met. It's common knowledge they did this. This is not something that's been hidden.
Oh, okay. So my textbook
says if I say the sky is blue, I don't need to give you scientific photos of it. It's just if you don't know this, you're just kind of dumb. That's the thing. So if you don't know the Soviets did this, you're kind of dumb. Go back to high school.
Just more fouls from you. But okay.
No, it's fact.
The last question was, have any astronauts ever recanted on their testimony that they did land on the moon?
That was the Polish astronaut who said, I guess we got Buzz Aldrin. He's our number one moon lander that likes to blow the whistle the most.
So are there any astronauts
that recanted
landed on the moon? That recanted. That was the question, right?
It took 2 years to make TSR. Faster, longer, straighter.
Yeah.
And what was your answer?
Buzz Aldrin.
Buzz Aldrin. What?
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin.
All right.
Yeah, I've got a ton of statements from him that. Yeah.
This is gonna be intense.
Well,
I
that's
think
because he does not.
You mean like statements of like not to you personally, but that he's like interviews or
I don't know
things?
if there's something I have to do with
There's
these.
lots of interviews. He's done a lot of interviews saying, "Yeah, we didn't go to the moon. It never happened. You didn't watch me on the moon. You watched an animation. That was him with an interview with Conan."
Fact check: Buzz Aldrin interview is not evidence that it was fake. There's not proof. They use proof in this one, so it was proof. It's not proof. It was fake. They go through every one of the examples here. It is not
What's
in any
evidence?
way. No,
It's
not.
evidence.
I don't know if I have to do something with these quest items.
Buzz Aldrin admits he did go to the moon. It's facts. None of this is in any way corroborative that it was fake. He did not recant.
I'll have to look into what
in every single statement.
Quest items do.
You didn't watch me on the moon. You watched an animation. Yeah, that's why those were his words to Conan.
Yeah, which is not the correct statement. So again, if you look at the data here, it's not evidence that the moon landing was fake.
128 out of 140. We need
Okay,
12 more
that's
conjurations.
a subjective
Verdict
opinion.
false.
Subjective
Astronaut
opinion.
Buzz Aldrin explaining the broadcast used
Anyway,
animations
let's do
during the
this.
coverage of the moon landing does not prove that
Might should do it in the daytime. Be easier
Yeah,
to
I'd say
see.
it was
but
evidence.
Whatever. We'll try it.
No, it's not evidence. It was fake.
Oh,
That's a subjective opinion.
No, it's a fact. Yeah,
It's a subjective
prove
opinion.
Yeah,
we
it's
can
gonna be
prove
tough
there are
to do
things
this
up
at
there that we can fact
nighttime.
up also.
Yeah, you don't see any light coming back at you.
You don't need to
Wave
directly
one.
see things.
You can
First
see
need
the
to-
light going there, and then you don't see any light coming back. And so all you get is a computer screen saying,
Again, Flurf's not understanding indirect observation
foul.
is not evidence.
foul.
Flurf's not understanding
taking hits is not how I learned
not
this.
an objection.
Moderator, do we
You
get
have to
any
hold the
penalty?
red card up for me to.
I've done that, but I'm not seeing any moderation here.
It is, as you know, we usually let it go. It's kind of like the Wild West here. We let a lot fly. If it is disruptive, that's if there is a big speaking over each other. Let's like jump in. But otherwise, people might call you names, and you're welcome to call Tom names or even me. But
yeah, I'm above that, so yeah, I'm not going to do that. We're kind of wondering how this moderation goes, if there's any penalty or anything like that.
Well, think of it this way, because sometimes, I get people who tell me all the time how to moderate, and there's a billion different things that they don't like. But
yeah, quit telling James how to moderate.
If an opponent were calling you names, I don't know if you think that most people in the audience would find that like, wow, like I really agree. That guy's name calling is persuasive. I think I'm siding with him. Like,
right.
I don't know if it really, I don't know if they're really getting away with it.
Now we got infery. Ow, I'm getting torn up by the infery.
It's a little blood sporty,
Okay, so he just wants to demean me and persuade people through bully tactics. And it's totally okay.
Are you asking if I'm like morally okay with it, or are you asking? You're saying that you're okay with it?
Third wave.
No, I'm just kind of looking at this and kind of, I guess maybe that's a statement to the audience. This guy's using bully tactics, name calling, and yeah, that's his efforts to try and persuade me.
There's no point in trying to persuade a flirt. That's like out of it. My point is destroy you in a debate.
Yeah. So you're trying to persuade the audience. You're using.
I don't think any of them are flirts either, for the most part.
You don't think there's any flirts? It's like, yeah.
None of the rational ones, no.
Okay. Well, I think, audience, if we've got any flat earthers in here, which doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the moon landing, though I can actually say that the proof that the Earth is flat is evidence and proof that the moon landing never happened. The whole vacuum chamber, okay? Yeah, Mark Sargent was just talking about how if you put a vacuum chamber like above the second floor of your ceiling, right? You got a vacuum chamber on the second floor of your ceiling. You open the valve, and all of a sudden, that air comes up into the vacuum chamber, overcomes the power of it overcomes gravity, and that just totally debunks space itself. And so if there is no space, there is no moon.
Slow a poster executioner after they release their blast
You want
attack.
to go from moon landing to flat Earth. Like, it seems like you're shooting yourself in the foot on this one by taking a really dumb claim.
Well, you're the one bringing up flat earther. You kept saying, oh, flat earthers, flat earthers. Oh, there's no flat earthers, watch this. And so if you're a flat earther, say so in the comments section. So,
Sorry, I'm trying to do this.
Flat earthers unite.
what's it
I
called?
was making a claim there. Bringing up the flat Earth as evidence is like bringing up magical pixie leprechauns who are up my butt as evidence that there is no God. Doesn't quite work.
You're just degrading yourself.
I'm just trying to do this challenge, so I have to slow him after this blast attack.
Self-deprecating, yes.
While you're still alive.
So
the world is not flat. The world is not flat in many different ways. I don't.
Yeah. Well, if there is no,
see if we get experience
space,
for that.
If there's, if space is an impossibility,
no experience.
And so is the
possibility.
10 enemies.
Yeah.
We've created vacuum chambers. Clearly, it's not an impossibility.
Okay, so
it's literally there. We've been there. We have satellites there. We have things that we put in space and could fall from space.
Then,
we've
it's the whole. It's the whole vacuum of space compared to it's the whole vacuum of space compared to the atmosphere. We can't have an atmosphere if we've got a vacuum that's open right up above our head.
Yeah, we can because that vacuum is not pulling things.
Final wave.
Pulling things. Gravity pulls things together out of the vacuum.
We got inquiry.
Yeah, and so if you had a vacuum like right above your head and you open the valve and all of a sudden air rushes into that vacuum, yeah, that kind of defeats the whole. It overcomes the force of gravity, right?
No.
Kill 2 airborne
You don't
enemies.
think it will overcome the force of gravity? You think?
No, if I put the vacuum chamber far enough up and the air pressure outside wasn't enough to push the air into the vacuum, then no, it wouldn't. So notice the air pressure as you go up goes down. Air pressure as you go up goes down, right?
Yeah,
so
just like a peanut butter jar.
Peanut butter jar does not have that problem, no.
Okay, you have the different layers in the peanut butter jar. You've got the
layers?
density gradient. You have a density gradient in the peanut butter jar.
My peanut butter is the same consistency all the way through. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't. Oh, that's because you don't have the. You gotta get Adam's peanut butter. That has the oil that comes up to the top. And you have to stir it, and so, yeah. Whenever that happens, that shows you that you can have the density gradient.
Oh, we almost died.
Contained system.
So if we have a gas, and as we go up, the density of the gas decreases as we go up. And it's going to continue to decrease the farther we go up until it reaches 0.
You have no... That's just you saying so.
That's how numbers work. So if
that's a
reification starts at the
right
bottom,
there.
it's the most, and up it's a little less, and up it's a little less, and up it's a little less. This is called a pattern. If you refer from the pattern to
5 of 13. Oh, there's
you can
13 of them.
what? It's going to approach 0. So it's going to continue to go down until it goes near to 0.
That's a good assumption that you've made there.
No, it's how numbers work. Numbers, if they go in a pattern going down, they're going to get closer to 0. They approach 0. That's how numbers work.
So when you have 5, 4, 3, and all of a sudden it says blank, blank, and you just say,
they're
okay,
probably going to continue to approach 0. Yes, probably going to keep going
so
down.
I'm seeing the numbers go down, but I don't see a blank, blank. So I'm assuming that those numbers are going to go 2, 1, 0. Okay? When you don't see that, and you just say 2, 1, 0, that's called an assumption. Okay? The reification.
No. So it's like I don't think you quite understand it. So suppose we were in a container. We were in a container, and the numbers were going down as they went down.
I could get through this a lot easier, but I'm trying to do something.
That means that if
and
we
I'm
had a
failing.
bigger container that kept going up and up and up and up and up, the numbers would still continue to go down as we went up. It wouldn't just continue. It wouldn't spread out equally. Because we see any gradient at all, any separation, that there's more pressure at the bottom, less pressure at the top. That means that the pressure of the system alone has a maximum density of what it can support. And so if we keep going up, even if there's a container there, it will eventually reach 0. Necessarily, because there is a gradient. If we know there's a gradient, there is a necessary maximum.
Keep 2 enemies airborne. I wonder if it'll be possible
even if there's
to do
no,
that.
even if we're in a container, it's still going to reach
with
0
these two.
if it's a high enough container. It's not hard.
0. You realize that they claim that there's the Earth's atmosphere extends all the way out to the moon, right?
Yes.
So that's not 0.
Were you listening to what I said here? So
you're saying
if
it reaches
you
0,
go high enough, it
past the
will
moon.
reach 0. Sure.
I'm kind of wondering exactly how high.
Collection
Go back to
updated
what I
Thief's
actually said.
Coat.
So what I was saying, there's a
Victory.
gradient, right? So if there's a gradient, that means even if we're in a
Return to the
container,
Highlands.
there's something
That's
pulling
1 down,
stuff
1 more to go.
Right? Something is pulling things down. More pressure at the bottom means something's pulling things down.
Yeah, we're not.
There's less.
Why
at the top,
are they going into a flat Earth?
There's
They're
less,
talking about the moon
little less. That means that if you go high enough, if you have a high enough container, it doesn't matter what the distance is, eventually you will reach zero, even in a container.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the argument against the container and the vacuum idea, which is stupid. That flat
a little
Earth
bit of
is-
gas.
Well, why are they
More,
debating
more,
flat
more,
Earth?
more,
It's
more,
not a flat Earth debate.
Lots of gas.
What examples do you have of anyone ever reaching zero in a container?
So vacuum chambers get close, which is all we need.
But you said, oh, now you're kind of moving the goalposts here. You said specifically zero.
Yes, we've been to space.
And you said we can get zero, right?
No, that's not relevant to the point here. I don't know what you're not understanding.
I might
here. So the point is
try
that
to find these last
you see a gradient. There's going to be a vacuum, whatever you define a vacuum as. Vacuums are not defined as zero pressure. I don't know if you're just ignorant of that or what.
You're the one making a big deal. You're the one making the big deal about zero.
Kiddo. You made the claim you could not have a vacuum chamber and then atmosphere. That was your claim.
You call it kiddo, T-Jump?
No, vacuum. Now, a vacuum is not zero pressure, right? You understand vacuum not zero.
You're the one adjusting your.
I never claimed the vacuum is
here.
zero, kiddo.
Kiddo.
That was never
zero
part
can
of
happen in a vacuum.
Do you understand? A vacuum is not zero pressure, right?
I understand that we.
So if we have a container, if we have a container, more pressure on the bottom, less pressure.
South Coast
vacuum,
Battle Arena. Let's go.
Then we can keep going to zero. It'll be further up past the vacuum. It'll be a zero pressure way up at the top somewhere. But that's not matter to the point here, because the point, once we reach the vacuum, we've proven you wrong. Because we have a vacuum, we have gas, they are right next to each other, there is no barrier between them, and the only thing you need to show that that's possible, more pressure on the bottom, less
just one troll in the beginning wave.
Vacuum, and then zero.
Okay, so vacuum is a certain level that you have to get to. So you have less, and there's a certain level, and as soon as you hit the certain level, that's a vacuum.
Sure.
No point in doing the challenges, the dueling feats, because I don't get experience anymore. Okay. We're just going to burn through it as quick as possible.
The vacuum of space. Vacuum.
See, a vacuum is anything that is less pressure than another pressure. And so when you open the door and the wind rushes in,
well, then you're just debunking your own silly argument, because then everything is
You're right. Everything.
That instantly kills all the cursed enemies.
Oh my god.
Your flurf argument was you can't have a vacuum without a container. Or you can't have a vacuum and then a system of air without a container. Because you can't have those two things next to it. That was your claim. That was your dumb claim. But if you're claiming that a vacuum is any lesser amount of pressure, then kid, there's a vacuum everywhere in the world next to something else with no container. Because anywhere you go up is going to be a vacuum for the thing below it.
I agree. That
you can't have a vacuum without a container.
I think there's a challenge to get it. 100.
When I open the door,
combo of 100
house,
or something,
and wind rushes in or out, that's due to vacuum, and the house is a container.
So when I'm on a mountain, and I'm standing at the bottom of the mountain, above me is lower pressure. Is that a vacuum?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay, so you can have a vacuum without a container.
Because there's lower pressure. Okay.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Science.
Okay. So I think we've both had to kind of adjust, and that's the great thing, wonderful thing about debates is we both kind of adjusted. You before had a standard of saying, pressure, and all of a sudden vacuum, and that was your thing. And now you've agreed with me that that's not the case.
No, that's still the case. That's still the case, because when I'm saying vacuum, I mean the vacuum of space. I'm not talking about any lower amount of pressure. I'm talking about the vacuum of space.
So you're saying you haven't moved your goalposts, and you've got a vacuum of zero at a distance of.
No, I never said a vacuum is zero.
7.
Broke-cakes.
Next wave.
A vacuum. Okay. You
final
did
wave
say that.
already. The final wave.
No, I said that if we have a container that goes high enough, we will eventually get to zero. Vacuums don't start at zero. Vacuum of space. Fair pressure at the vacuum of space begins at 2.7 times 10 to the negative 8. That's the vacuum of space.
It's pretty intense. Sure, and you will reach
all
that
the
point
trolls are
if you
dead
go high
and that
enough,
guy.
Because there is a decreasing amount of pressure the higher we go up. So if we go up high enough, eventually it's going to reach that number and we're going to be in a vacuum. With no barrier between that vacuum.
That's a big reification.
Run rocks, loyalists, blah, 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 blah.
How is that a reification fallacy? It's literally math. What do you think a reification fallacy is?
It's when you presuppose a thing and treat it like it's a proven fact.
No, it's not a presupposition.
You're saying
reification is using an abstract thing as if it's physical. There's literally nothing that you say. Nothing what I said is abstract. Physical. So it can't be a reification fallacy. You're into a jitter.
Okay, you're putting assumptions in there, and you're treating these assumptions as if they are proven facts. When you yourself,
no. So I'm saying, if we see a gradient, pressure,
easy.
like we literally feel
Ashwinder Coat collection updated.
Bottom of the mountain, more pressure. Higher we go, less pressure.
All right, achievement unlocked.
Stop decreasing
achievement
at
unlocked.
Some point
Rise
for no
to
reason.
whatever. I cleared the 2.
That is going to stop decreasing for no reason.
Battle arena.
It's going to stop decreasing because
if we continue to go up, is the number of the pressure going to stop going down magically?
No, it's not going to stop going down.
Right, it's not going to stop going down, which means eventually you're going to get to a very small number, like 2.7 times 10 to the negative 3 bar. That number,
that's an assumption.
Unless it stops, is going to be reached.
Okay, 5, 4. Okay, if we don't know the last 2, okay, and 5, okay, 5, 4, 3, and then all of a sudden you don't have the rest of the pattern, and you just assume the next numbers would follow in the pattern.
Collection.
That's an assumption.
No. So again, you would have to assume that it stops magically. It has to stop for some reason. That's what you're assuming. You're assuming it magically stops. The pattern goes away for no reason because magic.
I didn't say it stops for no reason. I did not say it stops for no reason.
That's what I asked you before. So
challenges appearances unlocked
magically. If we continue to go up, is the number going to stop?
2
going
challenges
down?
appearances
That's
unlocked.
The question. We keep going up.
Can't do.
Will the number
because
stop
they are the
going
landing
down?
pads?
Do I think it will reach 0?
Dispose.
No, I don't think it'll reach 0.
So it's going to stop.
Let's check all these landing platforms.
The pressure decrease is going to stop at a particular number and just stay at that number forever.
Yeah, you can. You can donate with super chats, or you can do Cashapp. Dreadedconservative. One word spelled correctly.
Like constantly. Oh my God! I don't know.
$sign Dreadedconservative. One word on Cashapp.
Higher pressure at the bottom.
Or you can send a super chat, and you can hit the like button.
Lower pressure.
All
eventually, what you're claiming is it's
let's do these stupid landing platforms, even though I've already done them.
Not lower pressure. Not lower pressure. Not lower pressure. The same.
If there is, if it was that way, then everything would be continually equalizing.
But it's not. We literally see it not doing that. If we go up a mountain.
Exactly. It's not continually equalizing. That's because it's contained.
No. Again, there's no container between the bottom of a mountain
Joey's
and the top
gaming
of a
and
mountain,
more.
But there's
Shout
still
out.
A gradient.
What's
that's
up,
because
Joey's
there's
gaming
a lot
and
of
more.
other things. So it's just like the peanut butter jar
because something's pulling it down. Yes.
How do you pull up this?
Down.
Yeah,
You're saying
if there's
down
more
draft
pressure
now?
at the bottom than there is at the
It says
top.
there's
something
18
must be
infamous
pulling it
foes.
down.
Why can't why do I only have?
So if something is pulling it down, that means
11.
The higher you go, it seems like it's pulling a little less.
Is there an add-on I can put that will
less
show me
force
where all the
pulling it
infamous
down.
foes
So
are?
the higher you go, the less pulley down.
How do they pull this
I thought
up?
gravity was supposed to get weaker the farther and farther away you go.
So yes, the farther away you go, the less pulley downy. Less pulley downy means weaker. Yes.
Okay.
So if we go further away, there
like
is
that.
less pressure.
All the collection chests,
less pulley down.
all the field guide
less
pages.
force to hold it in.
Missing
Right.
3 Merlin
And so
trial
therefore
locations. I don't know where they
vacuum
are.
Would have more, it would overpower.
No, the vacuum
that's
does
why-
not pull. Vacuum has no.
I'm missing
pulley
one
power.
landing
Vacuum
platform
is a
and one
nothing.
infamous
It's a
foe.
nothing burger. It
There's
does
no-
nothing. Does not pull. It does not push. It does nothing. It's a nothing.
Okay.
So if you have an object in a vacuum, it's just going to stay there and do nothing. And if you have
What is
another
this?
object in a vacuum and it touches the first object, they're going to stick together.
So if
because they
I
both have gravity.
open the doors of my house, there should be no movement of air.
Is that?
From
No, that has
equalization.
literally
Yo,
nothing
this
to do
shows
with anything
me-
I said, kiddo. Pay attention. Two
This
objects
shows
in
me
space.
all the
You
landing
put them
platform
together,
locations.
they're going
No,
to
it doesn't.
stick together because they both have gravity. Space being right next to those objects isn't going to pull them apart. Space has no pulley force. There's no pulley force in space to separate the two objects.
So if you were to open a vacuum in space, the air should just stay there. There's
if the air is not being pushed by other forces of air, it will just stay together.
Thank you, Joey Gaming,
It'll
and
just
more.
Bubble.
God bless you
It's called
too.
a gas cloud.
Are these things showing me where the platforms
and
are?
we do this. We do that. We actually have this in
What are
vacuum
these?
chambers. We have a vacuum chamber.
What are these on my
we have
map?
a fishbowl.
What are
you pour
these
some
things?
carbon dioxide into the fishbowl, and it stays together in the fishbowl.
Stays together. It doesn't try to separate out.
Not until you pour enough in. Like if you have water in a vacuum and you pour the water in, it's going to stay at the bottom of the fishbowl until you pour in enough that it overflows the fishbowl. But it will all go to the bottom and stay at the bottom.
I've seen that done with the sodium or the hexafluoride stuff. The deep voice gas. And I've seen that happen with the deep gas stuff.
6.
So with some gases, I can see that. I've also seen that done with helium. You put helium in a balloon, it has a container, and it's keeping it together, and then the balloon will drop in a vacuum chamber.
All right,
so I've seen
let's
that
go
before
find
too.
all 20 of them.
But it requires a container. The hexafluoride stuff that doesn't require a container because it's so heavy. And
oh my god! So okay, let's take your balloon example. Let's say there's helium in a balloon, and if we pop the balloon, so helium in the balloon, we put the balloon falls. If we pop the balloon, where would the helium go?
Everywhere.
Huh.
Oh my god! So if it's in a balloon and it falls, if it's outside of the balloon, it's also going to fall, right?
There's the weight of the balloon itself, and that's kind of part of what's holding it down. And the balloon
forget the weight of the balloon. Will gases on their own fall?
Will gases on their own fall?
Yes.
I just barely talked about the hexafluoride stuff and about how that falls.
Yes, it falls, right?
Yeah.
And when it falls, it goes to the bottom and it sits there, right?
See, we got this one.
And there's a vacuum above it, right?
That there's a vacuum,
that's
which is
one.
Just being something of less pressure.
Yes, like vacuum close to the vacuum of space directly above it. Pressure of air pressure of the hexafluoride at the bottom. The hexafluoride doesn't go up. There's a big vacuum here.
There's an
space
icon.
between.
I've never seen the hexafluoride thing in
here.
Vacuum chamber itself, and so I'm not seeing it with nothing above it. It's just well,
you can do it with any gas. Any gas is going to work the exact same way. It's all going to fall to the bottom of the vacuum chamber, and it won't go to the top of the vacuum chamber because it has weight, mass.
I agree that gas has mass. Yeah,
and it will fall in a vacuum chamber. It'll go down.
Possibly, depending on the strength of the vacuum chamber, and exactly the excitement, right? We can change we can excite the particles inside, and when they start moving around, it's going to expand, right? And so
and they're still going to fall. Doesn't matter how much you expand them, they're still going to fall.
There's one over in here somewhere.
You're a killer bee, part of the swarm.
Yeah. It depends on whether they're excited or not, right?
Even if they're excited, they're still going to fall.
You don't think it's going to rise up to the top? I don't know. You're just kind of talking here and saying it's
so
like
for it to rise up to the top, you'd have to have enough molecules to stack on top of one another to reach the top. They're going to start at the bottom. If you have a single molecule, it will always go down. It will hit the floor. That's the first place it's going to go. If you put a molecule, a very excited molecule, and you drop it, it's going to fall straight to the ground. And then if you want more molecules to stack up to the top, they're going to have to go on top of that molecule and on top and on top and on top, because they have to layer on top of one another, because they're going to start at the bottom. They're always going to go to the bottom.
Okay, I'm picturing like popcorn in a vacuum chamber. If you were to pop popcorn in a vacuum chamber, it's going to start popping, right?
And then go down.
Rise up. It will go down, but in this case, gas isn't quite the same as popcorn, and so
it's exactly the same.
You think it's going to all just?
It's gonna even if you start at the bottom and you heat it up, the molecules are going to go up. They're going to hit the ceiling. They're going to come down.
You don't think they're going to keep bouncing and moving around?
They're going to bounce for a while, and they're going to get stuck on the bottom. They're not going to permanently bounce. They're going to lose energy and get stuck on the bottom. They're going to fall.
It depends on
nothing. They will necessarily lose energy and get stuck on the bottom every single time, 100% of the time.
Okay, there's number 2.
If it's continually getting hotter and hotter, like a pressure cooker or something like that.
If you keep bouncing them with more energy, then of course not. But if you just let them go, that's irrelevant. So again, the point here is if you let them go, just pour them out and watch what happens. They will fall in a vacuum chamber to the bottom, and there will be a vacuum above them, and there will be the gas below them, and the gas will not go into the vacuum. It will just sit there.
Okay, so the Earth has an atmosphere, and
right.
the sun ends up heating that atmosphere up, and so it's going to excite the particles in the atmosphere, and so they're going to act like popcorn and kind of go everywhere, and that should definitely cause them to go out into said vacuum of space.
It does,
and
yes.
Yeah, and so all of that's going to go everywhere out there, and that's going, and the vacuum space is going to overpower.
That's two.
this
That's
whole,
two. That's two.
It's going to overpower the weak force of gravity.
It does.
And
yes, this happens. This is a literal thing. The solar radiation does tear off parts of the atmosphere. I agree this happens, but that's irrelevant to the argument here. So we're just trying to get the flurfer to the stage one. Stage one, can you have a vacuum and then gas, and the gas does not move into the vacuum? Yes. We're in a vacuum chamber. If we pour gas into a vacuum chamber, it's going to go to the bottom. It's going to stay at the bottom. So there's going to be some air pressure at the bottom. There's going to be
another
no
Dark
air
Arts battle arena,
whatever we want to define a vacuum as. And the vacuum is going to be here, and the gas is going to be here, and they're going to stay with nothing in between. Does that make sense?
You're saying so, and I'm hearing you say it, but I'm not really convinced.
Another Dark Arts battle
to be that case.
You think the air is going to magically move to the top for no reason?
No, I think there's a lot of
Did I do it?
Excitement.
We don't get anything for doing
unless
it.
It's completely frozen and there's
they
no
don't
energy
excite
in
themselves. If particles are just laying on top of one another, they
should
don't
be
excite
one
themselves.
right
It's not
up
like
in
water
here,
heats up because it's laying on top of
one
other
over
water.
in here.
So are we? There's still energy going in there, right? And I don't see what's going to cause all of those particles, the gas particles, to suddenly stop and fall.
Gravity. They have mass. Like you've seen the hexafluoride thing where they pour hexafluoride like in an open container, just falls, right? Does it start going up for any reason?
There's still atmosphere above it.
You can see that
There's
it's
still
lit.
Atmosphere above it, and so it's going to be like the balloon, and so the balloon expands when you do that. And so I don't know if you're trying to be Simon Dan there and say, oh, okay, I hit my head with my hand against my forehead. That means you're wrong. It doesn't quite work that way.
Well, I hit my head against my forehead because you're like saying, here is the obvious thing of hexafluoride, but it's not going up because magic.
It's not because of magic. Okay, the example of the hexafluoride is
there's more pressure above it, right?
It's got air above it. Air is heavier, and so that's holding it down. So you got air.
Air is heavier. What?
It's not heavier. Sorry. The hexafluoride is heavier than the air. Okay.
Right.
The hexafluoride is heavier than the air, and so you have
really
so it's
do this.
like nothing above it. Okay. You've got one thing on top of the other. But if you take that other thing out, all of a sudden that hexafluoride is going to start to expand just like the balloon until it fills up the whole vacuum chamber.
Right. So if it continues to expand, eventually it's going to reach a maximum
This one's not lit.
where it can't expand.
This one's not lit.
What is maximum?
What
expansion?
This one
farthest
wasn't
away the
lit.
electrons can be
That's
from the
20 of
protons and
20.
neutrons before they leave the particle.
We hit the landing platform.
So like
And
you
so
can't
you're saying-
expand infinitely.
Okay,
It
so
has
you're
a maximum
saying
expansion rate.
Now all that's left is villainous
so it
foes. Supposedly
can't
there's
expand
18 of them,
infinitely, and so it's
and I'm
not gonna be a
I'm
gas
missing
anymore
one.
At that point, it's just
Well,
going to
it's still
dissipate
a
out into
gas. So
nothing?
like it can the weak electromagnetic
But,
force
I
holds the
don't get it.
electrons to the
I don't
protons.
get it.
It'll still be a gas, but it has a maximum size of expansion.
So it gets to a maximum size, and then after that, it just starts to dissipate away into.
No. It'll
nothing?
just stay at the maximum size, and it will fall like water does to the bottom of the room.
Okay.
So there's going to be a vacuum of no pressure above it. There's going to be the particle, which is very, very big because it's expanded, and it's going to be laying with the other particles at the bottom of the room with a
Supposedly I
vacuum
have the
above it.
chance of randomly appearing, but I'm not.
A vacuum of zero.
Please
A
tell me
vacuum
I'm
of whatever vacuum of space number you want to use.
Okay. So it's not zero anymore.
It can be zero. I don't care.
Okay.
Even if it was zero, the particles would still fall and be at the bottom of the room.
Okay.
Any last thoughts before we go into the Q&A?
Potato.
Okay.
Excellent. We're going to jump into the Q&A. I want to say, folks, thanks so much for your questions. I'm going to read through these as fast as possible. We've got a lot of questions, but also want to say, folks, as I mentioned earlier in the debate, we have a
Mongrels are
TikTok
not
Modern Day
listed.
Debate. Once we get to 1,000 followers on TikTok, we'll be able to live stream these debates just like this one so that everybody on TikTok can see these debates just like this one. So I want to encourage you. That link is at the top of the description box. And
just to clarify, I don't think you can live stream. I think you need to get a stream key from TikTok to do that, and you don't get one at 1,000. So to live stream on TikTok, you'd have to just hold your phone up and do it that way. It's not going to give you a stream key automatically.
I'll show you the link that for the article that I found later, because there's actually a different way. But with that, we're going to jump into it. Thanks so much. Appreciate your question coming in from Anton Gomez. Says, T-Jump, how come the old footage of the landing is missing all the stars? Is that not suspicious?
Not necessarily. Like, it just be like,
well, we got the landing platform.
I can't see stars if there's other lights around me, and so if there's a bunch of other lights sending information, you wouldn't be able to see the stars. It's not too hard to understand.
Oh,
should be able to see them with Artemis then.
This one from Anton Gomez says, T-Jump, astronauts are seen on the sunlight on the moon. Must have been a nice boil in their own juices in those suits. Mic drop.
All Hogwarts Legacy infamous foes locations. What's up, Stephen Will?
You're saying it wasn't a nice boil?
Like,
tackle
slight bends, so it doesn't. It's not like they have to be directly exposed to the sunlight for the sunlight to actually hit them.
Instead, you'll need to fly your
broom. So the light bending in nothing is going to prevent them from boiling in their spacesuits.
So light bending can illuminate things that are not directly in vision of the sun, and so it's outside of the radiation. So because photons are not all radiation, and so they wouldn't boil even if they were.
Space is bending the light to prevent them from overheating.
Yes, that's literally what's. No, they're not directly in the sunlight. So like, you can look at the sun with your hand in front of it, and the light, you can see it without burning your eyes, because not all of the light from the sun is hitting you. So if you're not directly in the sunlight, it's not going to boil you. If there's some light hitting you, you
100, 100, 100, 100, 100. The only thing we have to
do will boil you if any photon hits you. No.
Let's kill one more infamous foe.
Appreciate your question. Malavia says, Kyle, being called ignorant of something is not an ad hominem.
3.
You need to learn your fallacies and quit the
plus 6 is 9.
It's an insult.
This one coming in.
9 plus 12 is 21.
Ozzy and Talk says, Kyle, you showed
the
a
map
video
only says there's 18.
NASA testing equipment for going to space,
but
and
this
the
says
problems
that
they
there
had
is
with it,
21.
which proves NASA took
21.
space seriously.
So what we need to do is fly our broom
this one
in the
coming
area
in from
that they'll be in.
Nick says for
see if
both.
their skull pops up.
Why do you think the astronauts
but their names
who
should
have landed
be
on the moon have different stories
in the
about seeing or not seeing stars?
Different levels of, because they're probably the same way. Like, we can sometimes see stars and sometimes not see stars, depending on where and what time.
This
you look.
additional content.
I don't see the problem here. I'm not sure.
We might have to try to do that to get that last one, but
Kyle, any thoughts? You don't want to jump? Okay.
This one. I think the stars right there. It's like, oh yeah, we saw stars. Oh,
yeah,
no,
I can't level up to level 40. It won't
when
go
we want
higher.
To debunk the moon landing, the number one thing we do is we look for contradictions, and so every contradiction is evidence that the moon landing never happened.
Rampant Doug Bog.
Yeah.
That's like saying a murder didn't happen because there's some erroneous contradictions in the story of 2 eyewitnesses. No.
Unknown as the villagers, Doug Bog is corrupted with some type of magic.
Literally in eyewitness testimony, they all give moderately different accounts all the time. It's just a fact of eyewitness testimony for everything. That's not evidence that the central event didn't happen. Like,
it's evidence that someone is lying. They both can't be true. If someone says that this person has bullet holes in them, and the other person says no, they had their throat slit, both can't. Like,
no, please just do some basic research on eyewitness testimony. Like, when 10 people see the same event, they all give different accounts of the event every single time. That's not evidence they're lying. It's just evidence that that's how the brain works, not evidence of lying.
There's one person seeing a clown in the room, and the other person said there's no clown in the room whatsoever.
That's not the same as saying they saw stars. That's erroneous. It's like a medium thing. The color of the car doesn't make a difference.
Is right there.
Yeah, this is kind of like a really big, obvious thing. The astronauts on the moon, all they have to do is look up and look, stars, and one person.
Yes, sometimes you would see them, sometimes you wouldn't.
I killed them.
This reminds
sometimes
me,
you would see them, sometimes you wouldn't. Obviously.
This reminds me of a juicy, very similar type of argument in a different context regarding the eyewitness
Grim
testimony
and the White Wolf we
and
killed.
whether or not the core
Grim.
of their scenario or their testimony is true. This is interesting. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Tom, you have to.
Don't get me wrong. I love
Carrion
my
troll.
solar powered generator. There's just one problem. You might find yourself wishing you could take all this useful power with you.
Quagmire
anywhere.
troll.
Luckily, there's this. The Patriot Power Sidekick. We took all the giant features of our full-size generator and shrunk them into this compact unit that can give you on-demand solar power here, there, anywhere. So no matter if you're on the trail,
I have
or
not
on
killed a
long road
Quagmire
trip,
troll.
you can take 300 watt-hours of electric power with you, anywhere you
Quagmire troll.
Of course, there's still a time and place
Hogwarts
for the
Valley and a
full-size
den across
Patriot
the
powered
river.
generator, like right now. This one's running the fridge.
Of the northern.
But when you need to be light on your feet,
Hogwarts
the
Valley
Sidekick
and a
has
den
your
across
back.
the river east
Our
of
mini
the-
generator is not as powerful as the full-size counterpart. It's not going to power your fridge for hours, but that's not what it was built to do. It was built to be your travel buddy and provide a fast way to use solar power anywhere. And not only is the Sidekick perfect.
I think so. Like, there's a number of studies done on eyewitness testimonies of like seeing a car crash and what color it was and what things were going around it, and they all got it wrong, but they got the core thing correct about the car crash. So like the central facts can be correct even if all the medial facts are not correct. So
I'm
yes,
talking
I
about that.
agree.
You're right. That's true. There's good research like that, but there's a specific debate topic I'm thinking of. Nobody else is thinking of it.
The Jesus resurrection?
Yeah. This one coming in from Ozzy and Talk says, Kyle, please apologize for lying about Buzz Aldrin.
I didn't lie. Okay, you're gonna have to deal with it.
If this is it,
juicy.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin never recanted
Quagmire
that
troll.
he was on the moon. That's never a thing he said.
I've got lots of footage of it.
Never said that. He
I've
did
got
say
lots of
the
footage.
thing about the animations, but that's because during the 1960s there was no camera footage of them on the moon. And so those were animations, but that's not evidence it was fake.
Yeah,
No.
I'm glad that we agreed that. Yeah, they faked it. So
No. Well, they faked the animations that were broadcast at that time period. That's true.
North.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question, Nick. Says for
Turn
T-Jump,
north.
what do you make of the Apollo 17 lunar module liftoff video? What do you see when you watch that video?
magic
Right
pixie,
around here
magic
somewhere.
pixie dust.
Oh, I hear rumbling. I hear rumbling.
I
Is
have
that
no
a
idea.
Quagmire troll?
It's the okay, lunar liftoff. Okay, you got the module, it's going up, and all of a sudden you can see all these like weird, colorful sparks, magic pixie dust going everywhere as they rise up, and then the camera just pans up there like perfectly. Like, you haven't seen that?
No.
Okay, you gotta
Maybe I
watch-
have. I don't know. I don't see the problem there.
That's pretty classic.
Where was I just flying to?
Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. American Moon. Those are some great documentaries on the matter.
It's right there.
Juicy. This one coming in from, do appreciate
We found it.
Fact
I was just
Based
at it.
Living says, we are indirectly observing you in this stream, Kyle. Do you not exist in a jar of water? All molecules are the same density.
Let's go.
Why is there a
The
gradient?
Quagmire troll.
Okay, that was a lot. So why is there a gradient in a jar of water?
They said, let's see, they said,
Ow.
there are two questions. So they said, one, we are indirectly observing you in this stream, Kyle. Do you not exist, therefore?
Okay, so that's multiple questions here. So I definitely do exist,
They
even
say
though
in a
you are
jar.
indirectly.
Yes.
They say in a jar
Infamous
of water,
foes are
all
dead.
molecules are the
Okay, I
same
don't
density.
exist in a jar of water.
That was a separate question. He's asking,
Challenge
so he's
complete.
going back to the density question, like if there's a jar of water, each of the molecules has the same expansion rate, and we're talking about how molecules can expand, but there's a different gradient, even though they're all
And we got
expanding at the same
experience.
amount.
And we
Yeah,
got a
that's
talent
because
point.
The ones on the bottom have to
290
bear the
HP.
weight of the ones on top.
Yes, just like how gas would in a vacuum chamber.
This one coming in from,
Hold on, I need to see something.
just to be sure if we got that one in a jar full of what we got. And then
See if I get experience for
Cyberhex
that.
says, Kyle, your conspiracy claims that roll off your tongue so easily may seem harmless to you, but you delegitimize the hard work like my grandfather who worked for NASA on the Apollo M's. Shame on you, sir. How do you like them apples, Kyle?
I say abolish NASA. We got to get rid of it. It's unconstitutional. It's a
There's
whole
still
other
Merlin
argument.
Merlin things somewhere that I haven't got to.
How is NASA unconstitutional?
How is okay? You want to get into that debate? So it has nothing to do with the role of government whatsoever. The entire organization itself is outside of the Constitution. The government is not allowed to spend money however they want to. And so when they do things that has no authority, no constitutional authority, it is unconstitutional.
This
No,
one
it's
coming
not.
in.
It doesn't make any sense.
Let's go.
Government spend money on things that aren't in the Constitution.
Challenge is 100%. Let's go.
Constitution all the time.
100% combat.
The Constitution.
This one
100% quests.
Nominal
100%
says,
exploration.
TJump, I am a
100%
fellow
field
tube
guide
earther.
pages.
Earth
100%
has
rumor
no walls,
requirement.
but no top.
Collections.
Or it has walls, but
13
no
of
top.
13.
Tube Earth.
Oh, wait.
That is correct. So like we could have a tube Earth.
We get a
and there was an open thing at
talent
the top,
point
and you
to
still have an
spend.
atmosphere gradient. And so
This is
it
my
still
last
work.
talent point, so it needs to be something good.
You got it. Best in Show says, don't worry, Kyle. You have to take it all in jest. You know, you just kind of let it roll off your back. They say, James, I want to give this
Like a
super
ball.
chat to Kyle for tuition to go back to 4th grade. You can never let them know it gets to you. Never let them see you sweat, Kyle. You're doing all right. All right, this one from Vinny says, Kyle, Buzz would probably hit you. He's attacked people for denying.
Achievement unlocked. Savvy spender.
They said
that's
he's
the highest level
attacked
you can
people
get
for
to. I got an
denying the
achievement
moon
for that.
landing before. T-Jump,
One
when that chair
appearance.
breaks, will you hold a funeral
Every
for it?
appearance except for one, which I think
it's logically impossible.
think
for
I
it
have
to break.
to-
It predates the origin of the universe. It's unbreakable. It's made of unobtainium.
The clamshell chair. Is that the one that you've always used for like? Have you had the same one since you started coming on Modern Day Debate 4 years ago?
I think so. I have. This is my second one of these chairs. My first one was brown and it was leather. This one is suede. The leather one gets
Dark
too
arts
cold anymore,
gloves.
so I use this one. Got this one. So
Very
probably the same one.
But Kyle,
arts
as I
gloves,
said,
dark
Buzz
arts
Aldrin
mask,
may hit you the next time he
dark
sees
arts
you. What if
scarf,
he punches you in the face? What are your
Dark
thoughts?
arts robe.
You can shoot me in the face, and I'll take it as a
Dark
badge of honor.
arts
Take up your cross
ensemble.
and follow me. That's you stand for truth, and
Dark arts
come what may.
garrison hat.
Thank you for that. Shane the Pain says, showing
Dark
aloha
arts
to
hat.
T-Jump from Hawaii. Love all your debates.
House fan.
Thank you. I actually recently
Attic
posted a picture
school
of
robe. Yep.
Minnesota life.
Reward
and
from
there's
linking
a
Harry
foot of
Potter
snow
fan club
everywhere, except
profile
on like the
and
sidewalks and
WB
the
Games
streets.
account.
So,
So to get this one,
jealous
I
of
have
the
to do
Hawaii
some.
life.
I
If
have
you happen
to
to know a millionaire,
make a
can buy my house
WB
down
Games
there. Please
account,
hook
Harry
me up.
Potter fan club profile.
You guys are tough
and then I
living
get
up there
this
in
spot
Minnesota.
filled in.
This one, fact-based living, says Kevlar
But I don't really
is
care about
flexible.
that.
Kevlar with
that's
epoxy
good enough.
is in helmets and bulletproof
Maybe we'll do that
vests.
outside of
the
the stream one
epoxy
time
is only
because I have
there
to
make it rigid.
put information in and stuff for that.
Yeah,
But
I've had a Kevlar
67
helmet
of
before.
67.
Those
All
were
the
pretty rigid.
beasts are in the
because
book.
Because of the epoxy.
It was not mongrel. It was not the mongrel.
Wage
It was a troll
Robot says,
that we never killed.
Ask Kyle Adams.
9 of
what he
9,
thinks of
75,
space
75,
agencies
42,
other
42,
than
16,
NASA.
16, 150,
Have
150,
other countries'
85 of
space
86.
agencies gone to the moon?
They are in it together, and if you haven't
And
seen
last
the,
but not
the
least,
Chinese footage of the moon and
conjurations.
just how
I need
fake
6
it
more
is, it's worth
conjurations.
seeing.
Oh my gosh.
Juicy. This one from
Wow. So what I would
Nominal
have to
says,
do is
T-Jump,
pull up
are
a
you
list
saying we are living in a
of
tube?
all
We got
the
that one pretty much.
exploration
Professor
conjurations.
Phil
We are living in
Bell
a tube.
says, Kyle,
And I would
will
have
you
to go
debate
through
me on
this.
whether or not space exists.
Let's see if they have
whether
pictures.
or not space exists. I'd take him. I'm all game for debates. I love them. So they're a lot of fun. But space exists is kind of a really broad topic because he'll have to define the word space there because I am in a space right now, and so yeah, I'm not going to argue saying I'm not in space right now. Kind of
Vacuum of space. He means the vacuum of space. The vacuum
Okay,
of space.
vacuum of space is another. That's a whole
Hogwarts
other
Legacy
argument.
conjuration
Yeah, I can take
spell
that argument.
checklist.
Juicy to say the least. And want to say this next one coming in from, let's see, Dr. Phil's forehead. I don't know if it's the same Dr. Phil. I think they mean Dr. Phil,
Good,
like
they do have
Dr.
pictures.
Phil.
Okay.
This one, the TV show, says,
And it's
can
in
Modern Day
order.
Debate please come
All
to
right.
Denver?
So I got to write these down.
We
My pen is
maybe we are thinking about doing
got good
quarterly
ink.
conferences. That's a
We'll
possibility.
do this and we'll finish
Pat
the game.
in the chat says, Kyle, the USSR and the U.S. were in a space race to the moon. If the U.S. faked the moon landing, then why didn't the rival superpowers say anything? I mean, they said nothing.
Medium constructed decorations.
I think he answered this before. He said because, but America would just say that, well, they're just unhappy that they're losing and that
they're being sore losers. Yeah,
America's going to call Russia sore losers, and the Russians are just so terrified of that happening. They're just
small decorations.
Let's just ignore it instead and not make a big deal about it. And it's just like, whatever, they can tell whatever lies they want, and we're not even going to bother even listening to their lies. Until change of resume or change of regime. Regime. That's the word. Thank you. Change of that, and then all of a sudden, no, now we're going to go work together with you, and we want to go to space with you. So, so much for the whole Cold War thing, right?
Small vivarium decorations.
This one from Nick says, for Kyle, what do you think the moon is? Would a werewolf prove anything about the moon for you?
I don't know what the moon is. That's just as simple as it gets.
Juicy. What's this werewolf business? Would a werewolf prove anything about the moon for you? Like if a werewolf told you it exists? I don't understand.
No, werewolves come out during the full moon. It's like it's a werewolf joke.
I see. Thank you. This if a werewolf told you. Okay. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Actually, that's it. I think it for the actual questions that I have listed here. So folks, let me just do one last scan. Otherwise, I want to remind you. Oh, okay. Nick says I had a moon question for Kyle. Yep, just got that one in. Thanks for your patience on that, Nick. I was a little bit slow on that. Looking for any other in the chat. We have Kyle for president. Thanks for that. Okay. Iron Jared.
Defend the Constitution.
Someone else also said Kyle is a 3D chat bot, but that's Iron Charioteer says, ask Kyle, when is your fast food chain of restaurants grand opening? McAdams.
It's the outfit. He's talking about the outfit. It looks
that
like
one
red and yellow.
I put that one together on my own, but I do have to say you have quite the getup.
Lower wall.
This one,
thank you.
If nursing has taken you far, but you're ready to go further,
floor.
You belong at Chamberlain University, where you earn your RN to BSN on your schedule in as little as a year. Chamberlain University. Belong to something greater.
Allow yourself to go back. What do you hear?
Buzz.
I think that is it, but I want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description. If you're listening via YouTube or the podcast, all of our debates are put up on the Modern Day Debate podcast, which you can find on Apple Podcast. You can find it on Spotify. Every podcast app out there has Modern Day Debate. So folks, if you love listening to these, if you are tired of that intro music, and you're like, I don't want that. The podcast has the intro music taken out. It also has the that's pretty the biggest difference. It has no ads though. That's another big difference. So if you're like, YouTube ads drive me crazy, the podcast doesn't have any ads. So I want to encourage you to check it out if you haven't, and if you're listening via podcast, as we do have a lot of people that actually do use it.
Ruined Stairway.
You can find Tom's and Kyle's link in the description box below. So we want to say thank you to them. Let me do one last question or check for questions. This one from Andy Babb says, please explain what the moon is specifically.
I don't know what the moon is. It's a light in the sky. So exactly what it's made out of, I don't know.
Gotcha. And that looks like it's it. But I want to say thank you so much. We appreciate it, folks. Thanks for watching. I will be back in just a moment for a post-credit scene. So I want to say a huge thank you to our guests, though. They make this channel possible. They are what make Modern Day Debate fun. So we appreciate both Tom and Kyle. Their links are down below. And I'll be back in just a moment. So stick around for that post-credit scene.
Archway.
Thanks one last time, Tom and Kyle.
Ruined high stairway.
T-jump. Peace out.
High raised
Abolish
floor.
NASA.
Tall pillar. Nope. High raised floor.
Yeah.
Tall pillar. Tower. Tower spire. Large natural terrain. Natural terrain. Medium medium ground surfaces, trees, frame portrait, moving portrait, armchair, armillary spears, vivarium landscape paintings, bookcases, book stand, cabinets, Christmas tree, circular paintings, crests, desk, magical diagrams, dairy claw statue, stuffed dragon toy, feline plates, blank square frame, footstool, freestanding clock, frog choir stand, flooper statue, globe, giant purple toad statue, graphorn statue, jack-o'-lanterns, standing banner, wall banner, house elf 4 or 6 rules placard, one or two rules placards, jobberknoll, Kneasel, landscape painting, large table, huge decorated table, large decorated table, witch mannequins, wizard mannequin. I wonder if you can put, oh yeah, you can put your robe on the mannequins. That's cool. But you have to have them, and I've sold all my stuff. That sucks. You can't put them in an appearance. Maybe you can put them in an appearance that you have. That would be cool to display the highest level gear and the most collectible stuff. That's kind of cool. Medium tables, medium decorated table, wide mirror, mooncap statue, totem, sniffler statue, ornamental stand, decorated ornamental stand, magical paintings, pioneer tools. We're almost done. Puffskein statue, Quidditch equipment shelf, large square rugs, large rugs, small rugs, skull and candle, small frame paintings, small game table, square shaped paintings, suits of armor, taxidermy. Wait. Suits of armor, taxidermy wall hangings. Telescope, Thestral statue, 3-seater sofa, and unicorn statue. So there should be 12 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Means I missed one. Means I missed one out of all this stuff, which sucks. Had to be somewhere in this area. This is where I was missing the most stuff. Dwellings, ruins, medium. Decorations. Lights. Floor. Lower wall. Low raised floor. Low stone stairs. Low wall, low archway. Medium raised floor, medium raised floor, corner. Short pillar. Short stairs. Wall, high archway. And high stair. High raised floor. Tall pillar, tower. Tower spiral. Dang it. I missed one of them. There's one more. Well, this list isn't showing me everything. Crests. We have crests. We have crests, desk, magical diagrams. I went through all these. Telescope, industrial statues, suits of armor, telescope, taxidermy wall paintings, wall hangings. That's only 11. We're gonna be one short. Bunch of protesters versus cars. Nah. Some are also hidden near butterflies and in vivariums. Now, can I click on these and figure out where to get them? Low raised floor. Oh my gosh, they're all random. No specific location data can be provided because there's no fixed location for any of these items. You will have to open all collection chests in the game to obtain all collection items, exploration items. When you fully zoom out on the map, it shows how many collection chests there are per region. They are mostly in settlements and bandit camps. They also show up on the mini map as white chest icons when nearby. Butterflies, which only show on the mini map when nearby. Few are found in the vivarium, where you put your beasts in the room of requirement. Oh man. Oh no. That means, Houston, we have a problem. Collection chests, 117 of 117. Oh wait. $18, 14 of 14, 11, 11, 32, 32, 20. Merlin Trials, 92 of 95. I'm missing 3 Merlin Trials. I don't know where they are. So I've been everywhere on the map. I can't possibly think of any more Merlin Trials that I missed. So forget all that. Hogwarts collection chest 35 of 35. Hogsmeade collection chest 5 of 5. I've collected every collection chest. So it has to be butterflies. It has to be butterflies. Oh, Lord. 15 butterfly locations. Let's do these butterflies, I guess. What's up, Stubble One? Ugh. Butterfly starting location. Morphor Bog. Alright. Well, there's no way to see if... I don't know what these icons on the map are. It might be butterflies. Maybe those are ones that I've gotten already. I need to pull up, what do all the icons on the map mean?
How nice to see you, my young friend.
It's like right here. I don't know, we might be done. Might be done, might be done.
Revelio.
Problem with these butterflies is I don't know if I've already found them or not. Okay, so it's... So there's an owl. Usually an owl means I've already found the... whatever the quest item is. No, it's going to be up this road a little bit.
Revelio.
Come here, butterflies.
Bombarda. Expelliarmus. Crisis.
I don't care about those spiders. Should just be able to fly around on my boom. Should be somewhere right around here. The thing is, I might have already got him.
Revelio.
Looks like they're supposed to start right around here somewhere. Like right on the trail. Should be like right in here.
Revelio.
Hopefully this means I've got this one already. Alright, I'm not seeing them. I think I've got these ones already. Hopefully. She a gold digger. She ain't messing with no broke. Oh man. I don't know if I'm gonna do all these. It's kind of irritating. Now, I ain't saying she a gold digger. You can put a marker down in any location. 2 bandit camps. Butterflies should be right here.
Wonder who lives here.
Wonder who lives here.
I shan't be having none of your nonsense.
Oh, thought we'd forget about that goblin helm you stole.
Levioso! Levioso! Reducto! Incipio!
And there's butterflies somewhere in this area.
Revelio.
I'm just looking for some dang butterflies. I didn't want all this to go on. Yo, is this an uncleared bandit camp? What? No, this has been cleared.
I know all about it. Harlow never hurt anybody. Slippery.
Revelio.
No!
Levioso!
Bombarda.
What have you done?
Revelio.
Yeah, I've already been in here. I just want the butterflies. I don't care about all this fighting.
Bobada.
Who lived here, I wonder?
It's more southward. Yeah, this could take a while. That's exactly. It should be right here. Butterflies should be right here. They aren't. Which means I got them already.
Revelio.
Alright. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back, guys, and then we'll check these butterflies for a little while longer. And probably. I can't be missing 12 butterflies. My back is not getting any better. All right, guys. I don't know if I'm going to find all these butterflies. There's 15 of them. I have a list. It's just so irritating. Let's play something else while I do this, and then we'll do the last quest. We're at 100%, so we are technically done. I just want these last 12 conjurations. 12 of them. Oh, I was gonna watch some of this. What's his name? Dang, I forgot the guy's name that I was supposed to react to. Pastor something. Some pastor. Oh man, my back is killing me. Atheist vs. Mormon. I think I watched that one. It was kind of whack. Ugh. God, my back is killing me. How a Loke conquered Hogwarts Legacy. Community. Playing Hogwarts. Looking for something to watch.
So, this was supposed to be another meeting.
But we opened a
Miro board instead.
When two teenagers were found brutally murdered behind a Publix, the community of Roswell, Georgia was shaken to its core.
I've already seen this one. Actually, maybe I haven't. The Flood of Noah on trial. Let's see if they just debate flat.
Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here for another epic debate. This is going to be a lot of fun, folks. Want to let you know, if it's your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we have many more debates coming up. So, for example, you'll see at the bottom right of your screen, tomorrow night, we're actually having a debate on the problem of evil. That'll have Skylar Fiction and Reformed Boy. So that should be a lot of fun. And also want to let you know, we're a neutral platform, which means we don't make any particular videos that are taking one particular side after the debate or anything like that. That is ultimately up for the debaters to make their case, and then for you in the audience to be the judge. So we're very excited, as today we're going to have a pretty flexible, easygoing format, a lot of conversation. It's going to start with a 10-minute opening from Nephilim Free, you see on your right with the green laser eyes. He will be arguing that the Ark was a seaworthy vessel, among other things. And then Erica will have her 10-minute statement where she will be more skeptical regarding that, as well as the, you could say, after effects after the flood. Then we'll have open conversation for about 45 minutes to 60 minutes, and then Q&A. So if you have a question, fire into the old live chat, and if you tag me with an @Modern Day Debate, it makes it easier for me to get every single question in the list as I try to do that. And Super Chat is also an option,
pretty self-explanatory, Dean. It's when somebody breathes through their mouth.
You can actually make a comment during the question and answer, to which the speakers would, of course, get a chance to respond to. We will also push your question or comment to the top of the list for the Q&A. And with that, we are going to turn it over. But I do want to say that first, I am so thankful to have our guests here. This is going to be a lot of fun tonight. And so, Neff, Thrilled to have you. The floor for your opening statement is all yours.
Okay, all right. So people say, "Oh, Noah's Ark wouldn't be strong enough. You know, couldn't do what it had to do." These are gulams, which are boards that are glued together. They're 72 feet long by 6 inches, and these engineers are putting them through a test. They're going to see how strong they are. Remember, these are only 6 inches wide, 72 feet long, and 6 inches wide. Just 6 inches. Let's see when they break. There it goes. How much pressure did it take to break these 6-inch wide boards, 4 feet tall, 6 inches wide? How much pressure? Take a wild guess. Take a guess. 72,000 pounds.
Jeez.
You're up with Venom Steel. For protection from tough jobs.
72,000 pounds. The Ark was huge, made of much more timber than that. History records the flood was a real thing. I'm not going to read these to you. Berosus, the famous Chaldean historian, wrote of it. Chrysostom wrote of it in 3 to 400 AD. Epiphanes of Salamis wrote of it. They said the flood was a real event. Isidore of Seville wrote of it. Julius Flavius, Titus Flavius,
literally
Josephus
right here where
wrote
I
of it.
am.
Mantheo wrote of it, 300 BC. Nicholas of Damascus in the 1st century. Theophilus.
All right, this guy knows how to debate this topic.
This is a replica of Noah's Ark. It wasn't built the
doing
same way
much
as Noah's
better
Ark.
than the last
That's
flat
roughly
Earth.
the size of
Or
the
not flat Earth,
smallest measure
Noah's Ark
which
guy.
Noah's Ark could be, using a
The last
modern
Noah's Ark
human
guy
cubit
was a failure.
or an Egyptian cubit. Noah would have used his cubit. Noah was bigger than a modern man, like every other creature in the fossil record proves. Before the flood, creatures were bigger. Noah's cubit would have been bigger. The Ark would have been 600
little side road
meters
that comes
long.
off.
Was it strong? Well, how much interior space did it have? This is a warehouse in Tupelo, Mississippi. 300,000 square feet. You need 3 of those, at least, to fill the smallest size of Noah's Ark could have been.
There's a little side road that
Nobody knows
off.
what the limits to variation are, but we see it all the time. Could Noah have brought enough creatures on the Ark? Well, the answer is absolutely. The interior space of the smallest measurement of Noah's Ark would have had 646,800 square feet. It had 3 floors. Noah could have had 1 floor for his kids and his family to play football, while the others held the animals, food, and fresh water. Now, people say you can't make a ship that big out of wood, and it will not float. It won't work. It'll break apart. That's not so. Zheng He did it in 1411 CE.
Yep.
Zheng He, the right-hand man of the Chinese emperor, built a ship
at the end of the
size of Noah's Ark
by these rocks
and sailed all the way to India
I've already
and the
done
coast
these
of
ones.
Africa. And it was made of wood, and it would not have been made as strongly or stoutly as Noah's Ark.
I don't think there's going to
way.
be 12
But you can see the
butterflies that I
illustration
haven't
there.
done.
Zheng He's flagship was roughly the size of Noah's Ark. Remember, I say Noah's Ark was even bigger. So it was roughly the size of Zheng He's flagship. And that ship was quite seaworthy, went all the way to India and Africa and back. It was a wooden box, the strongest kind of construction you could put in the water.
The problem is, if I activated them and they moved, they're not going to be in their
An 18-wheeler
original
weighs 70
location.
to 80,000 pounds when it's fully loaded. Those timbers you saw break would have supported an entire 18-wheeler completely loaded with merchandise before it gave way. That's strong, very strong. Could Noah have had trees to make timbers big enough to make a ship that was even stronger than what most people think? Absolutely. There are humongous trees on this earth. If you cut away all the extraneous parts and the bark, you could easily have timbers 10 feet by 10 feet square. How many pounds would that support? If 4 feet tall by 6-inch wide timbers will hold 72,000 pounds, what if you had a 10 foot by 10 foot by 50 foot?
Why would you make somebody laugh if you're insulting them? The point of an insult is to hurt their feelings, isn't it?
One timber. Noah would have made the Ark out of numerous timbers. Noah's Ark was just the Disney Wonder cruise ship weighs 83,000 tons. Just 46 beams of Noah's Ark, if they were made from the biggest parts of the largest trees, would support that entire ship.
Oh, man.
Just 46 of them would hold up that entire ship. Now, a North Korean world-class shipbuilding corporation in North Korea, South Korea, I'm sorry, was approached by a creationist organization and asked to analyze Noah's Ark as a seaworthy vehicle. They did so, and they found that it would be more seaworthy than any modern ship. Because of its 6-to-1 dimensions, it would be more seaworthy and more stable on the ocean than any modern ship. Only in modern times did man start building ships to a 6-to-1 ratio. If you do the math in what the Bible, how the Bible describes Noah's Ark, it was 6-to-1 ratio. That's the most stable dimensions you can make a ship out of to keep it from capsizing. So Noah's Ark would have been, and absolutely would have been, a strong ship, ocean-going vessel. Now, people might say, well, Noah's Ark couldn't sustain you're talking about a cataclysmic event. Well, yes, it was a cataclysmic event. And so how did Noah's Ark and the animals survive during such a cataclysmic event? Well, the truth is, I'm just going to be honest, I don't exactly know. But I know this, the ship that he was in was the most stable kind of ship that can possibly be made. A box 6-to-1 ratio made out of immense timbers, which would have been extremely strong. The ocean wouldn't have broken it apart. And so how did he survive? Well, I assume that it was simply able to be washed over by tidal waves and survive, or ride them out, ride over the top of them. Most likely, it probably wouldn't have been hit by a tidal wave. It would ride out tidal wave. But the truth is, it obviously happened. We have the profound evidence of the Noahic flood in geology, the fossil record. The fossil record, as it's called, is a record of the flood. It's millions, it's actually trillions of creatures that are rapidly buried. You cannot get a fossil unless the organism is rapidly buried, sealed away from oxygen, predator scavengers,
and literally be
aerobic bacteria and sunlight. You have to bury a creature fast in order to get a fossil. Even modern-day geologists all agree, and paleontologists, an organism must be buried rapidly to get or it will not fossilize. The oceans of the Earth today do not have the mineral content necessary to create the fossil record. Why do we have a fossil record? Because during the flood, the minerals in the oceans were swelled up and they were mixed in, and you have minerals pouring out of the Earth into the oceans on the Earth, and materials on one part of the continent being sloshed over to the other side of the continent, bringing minerals with them. That's why we have a fossil record. If the oceans of the Earth were as crystal clear as they are today, there would be no fossil record. The only thing that can possibly explain a fossil record is highly mineralized water. The oceans of the Earth today are relatively clear. They do not possess anywhere near the mineral content necessary to make fossils. Now, if uniformitarianism
now, I don't know how I'm
true,
3
that's
Merlin
the way the
trials
oceans have always been, incapable of making fossils. But the flood explains it, because you have a cataclysmic event where minerals are immensely mixed up with the ocean waters and bring those minerals to the sediments to create a fossil record. Without that, no fossil record. Uniformitarianism can't explain a fossil record. Only the flood of Noah can, because the oceans today are supposedly like the oceans were 50 or 150, 350 million years ago.
This seems
and
logical. There might be
clear.
one over here.
If that were the
I
case,
don't know if I've
no
ever
fossil
this
record.
Area.
Not going to happen.
Yep, there it is on the map.
Only a cataclysmic flood can explain the fossil record. So I think I've shown plenty of reason to believe the ocean was a strong enough vessel. Noah would have made it out of the massive timbers. The trees for that exist on the Earth, always have. Testing shows that the wood necessary would have certainly been strong enough. It was made to the right dimensions out of the right stuff. And the extraneous evidence, historical evidence, all shows that it happened. Could Noah have taken the right number of animals on there? Well, evolutionists constantly repeat this ridiculous jargon. Well, there's 1.1 billion species on the Earth. How did Noah fit all of them on there? How many times do creationists have to explain to evolutionists? Noah only had to bring barrenness. He only had to bring kinds. You didn't have to bring 100 varieties of deer, just 2 deer. That's all. And so when you whittle it down to kinds or bearmans, which nobody can do with
What the
absolute
heck?
precision
It's
any more
glitched.
than evolutionists can
See,
accurately
this is a
define
problem.
what species is. There was plenty of space on the ark for the 8,000 to 12,000 kinds of originally created creatures. So I think that's enough. I think that concludes my opening statement.
Eric, I thanks so much for being here. It's always good to have you, and the floor is all yours for your opening statement.
It's here, but it's not showing.
Casting a broad net with this whole topic, so I think we're going to have some very fun discussions on a variety of different things. And I'm covering some things that are a bit different from what Neff did.
Hippogriff
so,
statue.
the Noachian deluge.
Hippogriff
we all
statue
know
is
about
not on my
it.
list.
In Genesis 6, God
So there's
basically
11 more
gets
on my
discontented
list.
with the evil of the world, so he floods it. And he finds favor with Noah and his folks, so he's like, build an ark and take 2 of every animal, and you guys are going to be good. So what is problematic and what is not? So for me personally, a localized flood that has been ingrained in the cultural memories of areas of Mesopotamia, I don't have an issue with that. It's not limited to a YEC time frame, so it's not problematic. But a global flood that covers the entire Earth and is, of course, limited to the YEC time frame is highly problematic, and we're going to talk about a few reasons why now. So
take life off-road in a Chevy Silverado. Find new adventure, find new roads.
Right.
Chevrolet.
Right here. Somewhere in here. I'm gonna fly around it just to see if there's any Merlin trials. There's another Merlin trial. So I kind of just need to fly around the.
So what is wrong with the
outskirts of
global
map.
flood in a 6,000-year time frame? Everything, a lot of stuff. So the creationist model. Creationists suppose that the following occurred during Noah's flood, which lasted around 1 year. Now there's some give and take here depending on your individual thoughts, but this is a generalization. So they suppose all rock layers in the geologic column, barring the basement granite, which is Precambrian in nature, were laid down, and all tectonic plates moved from their supercontinent position to the current arrangement. They also say that all fossils in those layers were also deposited there during the flood, and that all non-human animals today descend from the pairs that were taken on the ark. All humans today also descend from those that disembarked the ark, which is about 8 humans. So let's talk about these geology problems. This is one of my favorites. This is the White Cliffs of Dover in the background because we are going to talk about limestone. So limestone, among other minerals, is made up from the skeletons and shells of trillions upon trillions of marine microorganisms. Now, 10% of all sedimentary rock is made of limestone, of which most is marine in nature. So that would be deposited by the flood, of course. Limestone requires warm and calm waters to deposit, not those of the biggest global catastrophe of all time. It actually deposits at a rate of approximately 1.5 times 10 raised 15 grams of calcium carbonate, or limestone, each year on the ocean floor. So a deposition rate 10 times as high as this for 5,000 years before the flood would still only account for less than 0.02% of the limestone deposits that we have today. But the problems get worse. You might say, but the layers can be deposited quickly, and creationists like to link several papers on mud flume experiments and things of that nature, but these papers concern mudstone, of course, and shale. Mudstone and shale are drastically different from limestone, which is made up of microfossils and deposit much faster. So you might say, well, when they experiment with limestone, then it'll work. But nope, that's not true either, because when layers are rapidly deposited, they have identifiable features called floccules in them. And we don't find any limestone layers that are, hundreds of feet thick with any floccules. And actually, we don't find very many sedimentary layers at all with floccules, which is very problematic for bringing up these mud flume experiments done by Colorado and Indiana University.
Hand item. That is not a collection.
So the lowdown on layers. So why do we find enormous limestone layers, which require calm and warm waters to deposit incredibly slowly, with no known exception, in between coarser material that deposits much faster, according to all modern observations? It's Santoy logic, right? Layers deposit in order to, if they're all being deposited at once in a mixed up jumbled scenario, such as a global flood, well, you should have one big band of limestone at the top. And of course, that is impossible, at least, of course, to what we know now, because limestone can't deposit quickly by its very nature. Now, that was a specific example, but we could also talk about talk about chalk layers, which deposit incredibly slowly in and of themselves. In the time of the flood, you would maybe get half a meter of chalk. We could talk about angular unconformities, where there's no quick mechanism for them to form, or granite batholiths, which are essentially shoots of fiery hot granite.
He's talking about the ability for
thanks to
the
heat,
arc
pressure, and
to
time, and
stale.
much more. There have been some cool simulation experiments.
And she's
by the way,
talking
on
about
that
science about dating and carbon dating.
So we could look about radiometric
blah, blah,
decay.
blah,
Now, why am I bringing up
radiometric
radiometric decay in a conversation about Noah's flood? Well, because it creates an enormous heat problem along with very quick continental movement. Because obviously if you're working with 6,000 years or even less in accordance with the flood, you're basically having to cram 4.8 billion years of decay into the flood for whatever reason. That's usually what is done. But the radiometric decay law, radioactive decay law, is a firm law in physics. It essentially covers how things decay, and decay rates don't change in meaningful ways in nature on our planet, according to all current thought. Creationists are at a loss on this themselves. I've mentioned the rate time and time again, who admitted a younger position cannot be reconciled with the scientific data without assuming exotic solutions will be found in the future. But this is still the case because in 2018, the International Conference of Creation Research admitted that the heat from continental movement, sedimentation, and accelerated decay would be enough to melt the Earth's crust and boil off its oceans 28 times over. We need to let this sink in. This is a creationist organization that is admitting that there is currently no solution to this enormous heat problem.
I just found another treasure
things that need to happen during that time frame. Noah's boat would not be able to survive that, no matter how robust it is. But water would mitigate the heat. It absolutely 100% would not mitigate the heat, according to both secular and creationist sources. So under the catastrophic plate tectonics model that AIG and ICR subscribe to, the oceans would be vaporized as each and every kilometer was heated to 70,000 degrees Celsius. But under the hydroplate model, which is by Walt Brown, the problem is even greater because they have all of the same problems as catastrophic plate tectonics, but they also believe that all meteor craters that we have today are the result of Earth's ejecta from the floods of the fountains of the deep opening up, falling back down to the planet. Now, just the energy in releasing chunks of Earth ejecta that would then have to fall back down, not even them hitting the Earth upon re-entry, is equivalent to over 20 trillion hydrogen bombs. That was calculated by Sharp in 2005. Now, we could also talk about how financially viable radiometric dating is, which of course it very much is. There was a group that tried to use flood geology, Zion Oil, and they quickly switched over to conventional geology. So the heat problem for accelerated decay and plate tectonics during a year period makes it impossible for even the most robust microorganisms to survive, let alone a wooden boat full of life, full stop. But there are also some fossil problems with the flood. So we could talk about the order. There is no rabbit in the Cambrian, right? Fossil specimens are sorted in order from basal to complex emergence. And this evolutionary order, this is evolutionary order, and creationists, of course, don't have an explanation for this.
Lambridge.
Or rather, they do, but they're not very good. So this first one is the density sort of hydrologic sorting hypothesis, which suggests that we find animals that are sorted by their weight. So heavy things are more at the bottom and lighter things are, of course, at the top. But this doesn't work because we find basilosaurs and mosasaurs in drastically different layers, despite being around the same size and occupying the exact same niche. Same thing with sparrows and small pterodactyls, which of course occupy the Pleistocene and the Triassic respectively. Well, what about ecologic sorting? Well, that doesn't really work either, because what we should find, if ecologic sorting is a thing, is geologic columns spanning flood layers in locations of the world with only dinosaurs or only mammals or only therapsids. But we don't. We find some vastly different animals separated by geologic time, not spatial.
Is it always nighttime?
Area. We can talk about ecology problems. Look at these adorable Japanese macaques. How did they get there? How did they get to Japan after the flood? Because here's a nice map that shows where our monkeys and apes are today. So did Noah take a single progenitor primate on to yield all the old and new world monkeys and the hominoids? Did he take one of each kind? How did each pair get to the respective continents or countries? Now you might say, well, rafting. Evolutionists suggest rafting. That is the conventional scientific explanation for getting to the new world, but that's when you have enormous populations of old world monkeys to work with, not a single pair. Then we finally have the anthropology problems. So look at all of the flood myths, you might say. Floods are far from the only shared mythos in human culture. We have demigods, shapeshifters, unique chimera monsters, and animal-human hybrids that are also near universal. But the point is, the flood myth isn't even universal. Egypt, one very close country that according to YECs would have been relatively close after the Tower of Babel, lacks a global flood myth. Now, Neff has proposed in a previous conversation that that no, that's not true. Manetho did propose that there was a global flood, but it's actually a quote mine from Nelson. Perhaps not intentional by Neff, but certainly intentional by Nelson. It's taken from a creationist source that is pulled from yet another older creationist source. And when you go back to the actual original source, which is, of course, the Book of the Dead, you find out that it's not a global flood that's referred to, but a vague catastrophe that has no indication that there was water involved at all. So this is from a book that covered the Book of the Dead, which says, you know, it actually is quite savage to the quote miners. There's also a problem with the Egyptian chronology. So the beginning of the Old Kingdom was in 2686 BCE in Giza. You know, they were built by 3 different pharaohs from 2550 to 2490 BCE. Now AIG has the flood at 2348, so we've got one of 2 options. Either the pyramids survived the global flood, which is, I find that very hard to believe, considering in conventional science they're falling apart without a global flood, or they were built after, and Egyptian chronology is entirely wrong. But that's kind of difficult because even if we go with the David Roll chronology, which is one AIG uses, at the time Egypt was founded, you would have 2,048 people in the entire world. It's just not doubling fast enough to have enough people to build the pyramids of Giza, even by their own date. And if you up the population growth so that there are enough people, why did it eventually slow down? If it was that fast at one point, we should have trillions of people on the planet now. That's a little bit of hyperbole, but quite a few people. So these are some of our issues. So essentially, what I think Neff has to do to convince me in this conversation is provide an experimental or observational basis for quickly depositing limestone, chalk, and angular unconformities, as well as granite batholiths. I would also like to see a mechanism, perhaps, it doesn't have to be even peer-reviewed, just what are his thoughts on a mechanism to explain the lack of large-scale mixing of mammals of the Paleozoic and Paleozoic versus Mesozoic animals.
That way
we also need to see a dispersal pattern and population growth rate that can account for the animals in their current location and human populations in their post-flood locations. So providing a feasible wooden boat that could float in the current seas is not at all equivalent to a seaworthy wooden boat in the world's worst catastrophe. So that's all I got for you guys. Thanks for listening.
Stop what you're doing right now and listen up if you're over the age of 50 and struggle with diabetes.
No, Robot Man.
There's one simple blood sugar balancing solution anyone can use to gain relief from type 2 diabetes.
Erica, I'm surprised you brought up Manetho. You cherry-picked the one guy that didn't mention that the flood was global, though he did mention a catastrophic event, when so many historians, as I pointed out in my opening statement, do mention the flood is global, even pre-BC.
Well, of course, she's not going to pick the historians that agree with what you're saying. She's only going to pick the historians.
I think that's an example of cherry picking. You mentioned how do macaques get to migration. You admitted that the creationist explanation of rafting works, and the secular camp even proposes that very same thing. For example, monkeys live in South Africa, India, and Japan, but how did they get to South Africa if they evolved millions of years ago? How did they get to South America if they existed in Africa?
It's his rebuttal.
So
let him
stop
interrupting him. It's his
rebuttal. A lot of issues. When we have a chance, we'll kick it over to Erica just to answer some of those.
Yeah, sure. I just want to make sure that I can keep track of the questions.
Well, write them down. Get
lost in sort of the conversation, because I do.
People don't know how to write stuff down anymore.
I don't want to overload you with questions, and I don't want to be overloaded with questions either. So the reason I picked Manetho
don't make
of
a bunch of
those
stupid
is
points
because
in
I
your
think
opening
it's especially
statement.
relevant, even more so than the
Pretty
others.
simple.
Most of the other sources were from groups that had very close ties to the Hebrew people and would have had that sort of myth ingrained in them through cultural transfusion. I just find it very interesting that Egypt, which was it's right there. I mean, even according to classic biblical scholars like the Hebrews and the Egyptians did interact. Even they don't have this myth, which I find to be very interesting. I noted that you did have many others. I noted that they were all in that Mesopotamian area, and also that there was no one from China, there was no one from South America or North America when there were people at that time. As for the second one, again, I mentioned in my presentation, I don't find rafting to be a problem when you got plenty of monkeys. But if you've got one pair of monkeys that needs to get across tumultuous seas, I mean, I haven't ever met a single primatologist who thinks that there was one rafting event that seeded all of South America with monkeys.
Well, that's just your Well, that's just based on your paradigm that there had to be a large. You're presuming and evolutionists presume this and that and the other about there's not enough time. The problem is there's not enough time for evolution. So you admit that rafting is a plausible explanation
That's why they keep adding.
Well, as I pointed out. Secular scientists acknowledge that the rafting is the plausible explanation for why we have monkeys in South America, because they evolved allegedly in Africa millions of years before they got to South America. So
Yes,
how'd they get there? And the secular camp admits rafting is the likely explanation. So if they'll accept that rafting is the likely explanation for that, now you're cherry picking. So you also said you said limestone is a problem for the creationist. I say it's not a problem for the creationist. It's comprised predominantly of calcium carbonate, which is the stuff that a fossil is made of. So I think there was plenty of sea life prior to the flood, such as coccolithophores that could have been transformed by heat and other sea creatures that could have provided the limestone.
Let me get to that really quick. So with the limestone, you do know that limestone, calcium carbonate, requires cold water to actually fall out, not hot water. So if you have hot water that comes in and vaporizes all of these organisms, turning them into calcium carbonate, which, by the way, it wouldn't be nearly enough to create the walls that we have today, even then, now you have a new problem because you're invoking hot water for vaporization, and now you need cold water for deposition.
Well, evolutionists have lots of presumptions about this and that can't happen. A beautiful example is dolomite. Dolomite can be created in tiny amounts in the laboratory, and yet the Alps in Italy are covered with mega feet of this stuff, and there's no plausible explanation in uniformitarianism for the production of all that dolomite.
Listen,
without some kind of catastrophic process.
First of all, I don't know that that's the case. I would like to see some work on that from the creationists or from the secular sources as to why uniformitarianism wouldn't be able to explain that. But the bigger point is, I'm not talking about dolomite. I'm talking about limestone, which is.
I understand. I'm just pointing out that evolutionist, uniformitarianist presumptions about this, that, and the other have many problems. I'd love to see empirical science that verifies limestone can't have been massive amounts of limestone can't have been created during the flood. I've never seen that.
I'm with you on that, except I linked it in my presentation. So you've got Oberhart in 1955. You've got several different creationist resources that have looked into this with flume experiments and the like, and they're unable to find any singular means. Creationists have conferences every year where they discuss some of the problems, and limestone has been brought up frequently. Like, they admit that there's an issue here. I don't know why. They're okay with just saying, hey, we don't have an answer to this yet. Maybe we'll find one in the future. Because that seems to be what the guys like Snelling, who's like an actual geologist, he's got a PhD, and of course you and I don't. I can't speak for you. I don't have a PhD.
And I'm just pointing out that when it comes to rock formation, the secular camp has their own set of problems. So not knowing the mechanism by which the limestone of the earth was created during the flood, I would say that you have a problem for uniformitarianism too, especially when you find limestone, sedimentary strata of limestone wedged in between other sedimentary strata, and the boundary between them is paper thin.
Ooh,
Let me finish a point. And the boundary between them is paper thin, which cannot have been produced by uniformitarianism, because we know from laboratory, observable, testable, real science that sedimentary strata are produced by rapidly moving water, and that's why they have a fine distinct boundary. If uniformitarianism were true, then the materials of one strata, which would gradiate from predominantly one material to another, it would gradiate over time as the environment made one available, and then stop providing
there's only
it
5 more
slowly
butterfly
and providing
locations,
another.
so I don't know.
We don't see the gradation in the geologic column. This
I don't know what I'm gonna
verifies
do.
any layer of limestone you find that's got a fine distinct boundary between it and the strata above or below it was created during the flood. Uniformitarianism cannot explain
cool
that.
if I take the same amount of time to respond to that?
Yes.
Okay, so in response to that, I was hoping you would bring up betting, because you brought that up in your conversation with Corp several times.
The burden of proof is on
or
the
rather,
person
sorry,
making the
paper thin
positive
layers,
claim.
which are betting. This
The reason
is
people say
observed
God doesn't exist is
today
because
in
people say God
very
does
like
exist.
specific examples.
And
Anytime
in
we
most
see
cases, the
anything
burden on
that is deposited,
burden of
there's
proof
paper
is on
thin
whoever's
layers
making the
because that's
positive
called
claim.
betting. That's just a
Right,
fact.
rapidly deposited, right?
God
not
exists.
rapidly. It happens in
So the
limestone
burden of
too.
proof
Check
is
out
on
the
the person
Inuit
saying
Atoll.
God
It
exists.
happens there as well. This is
Unfortunately,
real life.
God
You can go out and snorkel
can't
and
be
see it with your
proven
very
to
own
somebody
eyes.
who doesn't
Are you
believe in
saying
God.
we
Hold on a
observe
second. Okay, so
limestone
we
forming?
did decide. Hold on a second.
Whereas
I do
if
want
you believe in God, all you have
I
is
want to give
proof.
Erica the same
like
amount
all
of time
I
to
have is
respond.
proof of God.
Yes, I should. I
That's why
want
I
to make sure
believe
we
it.
get a good back and forth. But since you mentioned quite a bit,
But I
I
can't
want to
prove it to
respond
somebody
to
else.
all of it to the best of my ability. But yes, all of those flume experiments that you just mentioned that prove that things deposit rapidly absolutely have 100% zero bearing on how limestone or chalk for that matter deposits by the admission of the creationists themselves. So if you can say that maybe they'll come up with a solution in the future, but what you can't say is that all geologists, including the ones that agree with you, are wrong, and that limestone deposits rapidly when there has been zero experimentation to even suggest that it could.
I don't have a problem with there being something that's difficult to explain. Uniformitarianists have a lot that's difficult to explain. Dolomite is one of them. But you said something very strange to me. You said you can go snorkeling and see the limestone for yourself. What do you see? Because listen, are you telling us that you can observe limestone form over vast periods
Also,
of time?
that's
Because
not.
we can't
What do you
do
mean?
that. What we can see is limestone in the geologic column with a paper thin boundary between it and the materials above and below it, which is something verified by observable, testable, repeatable science in the laboratory, can only happens only with rapidly moving water. So, Erica, I hate to tell you, anytime you find a strata, if it's limestone or any other, and it has a fine flat boundary between it and the strata below it and above it, it can't have been produced by uniformitarianism. It's not possible.
To respond
Okay,
to that,
there's other things that you mentioned I want to bring up. I don't
Okay,
want to I don't want to talk about limestone for 40 minutes. Evolutionists love to carry on and on and on and on and on and on and on about one thing, but I'm not going to do that in this debate. You mentioned flocculites.
Hold on one second.
Respond to that, and then we can move
Go,
on.
go, go.
You mentioned flocculites, which are lightning bolts.
Okay, hold on a second, Neff. So just because there are a lot of different points kind of going at once, is if we could maybe do fewer points at a time, like work ourselves down to like one or two at most, just because it's sometimes hard for everybody to keep track of all the different ideas going on.
Yeah, I just don't want to debate limestone for 30
You don't
minutes.
have to. I'll say one last thing about how they measure how limestone deposits today. It was done in 1955, and they straight up went out there to areas where limestone frequently deposits. That is, areas with a lot of microorganisms in the water. And you can just stick a ruler down there. Like you can just put a ruler down and come back in a year, and you're going to have X amount of limestone. And you do that every year for about 10 years, and then you come up with an average. And that's how you get the average deposition. The funny thing is that over the course of many of those years, the conditions, the weather, the tides, they all change. And yet you still get the same average, right, for the entire year. That is to say, limestone deposits slowly. Now, please, full cues. Let us continue.
Yeah, so you think, though, the environment's constantly changing, the rate of deposition for limestone is going to remain the same for millions and millions of years. I don't see that. But you mentioned flocculites. These are lightning bolts that strike the earth, and they create a rock inside the earth that's shaped like the lightning bolt. The problem for those in uniformitarianism is, where are they? Because we find virtually none of them in the geologic column. Now, if any place in the geologic column in the uniformitarianist's mind was ever the surface of the earth for thousands and thousands of years, there should be trillions of flocculites, because lightning's been striking the earth billions of times a year all over the earth. It doesn't make sense. The absence of flocculites in the geologic column is a problem for you. It doesn't, it fits. If the strata were formed during a cataclysmic event, we would expect there to be an absence, a nearly complete absence of flocculites in the geologic column. And that's what we see. We see flocculites only in the upper strata. We don't find them all the way down through the geologic column. Why? Because those strata weren't there for millions of years.
So
that's why they're not there.
Okay.
If we're going to go to a new subject, just want to keep everybody aware that one of you will probably have to defer on this limestone topic, kind of defer to the other in terms of if we're able to move on to the next topic if we don't want to talk about limestone.
I can defer right now. The last thing I would say is that I wasn't talking about flocculites. I was talking about floccules, which are small sort of tradition. They're like very novel characteristics of sediment that has been deposited by moving water. Nothing to do with lightning, nothing to do with any of that. floccules. They're mentioned in both of the studies that I've seen you traditionally link with regard to.
Okay. I didn't because you said flocculites.
I said
I believe you said okay. Well, perhaps I was wrong. Now you mentioned angular inconformities. You say there's no explanation for that in uniformitarianism. The truth is in catastrophism, the truth is you can't get an angular unconformity in uniformitarianism, and I'll explain again why. An angular conformity, if I could screen share one, I'll show you exactly why that's true. You cannot explain an angular unconformity with uniformitarianism because the material, it's irrational to believe that a series of sedimentary strata come in by moving water and literally shear solid rock flat,
run into
right?
the grass.
And so that you have an angular inconformity. That's just not plausible. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about so you'll understand, because I want for you to be able to see what I'm talking about. Let me screen share this image with you if I can.
While you're doing that, I'll go ahead and say we see erosion of every single type. We have erosion that creates beautiful arches out west. We have erosion that creates new riverbeds. And this is all stuff that happens from, very quickly to very, very slowly, depending on what's going on. So I don't understand why shearing flat is problematic. You have a technical paper on that?
I'm going to explain. Firstly, you don't get sedimentary strata very, very slowly. You get a layer of solid material, but it's not. It doesn't have the properties of sedimentary strata. What you're seeing on the screen now is an angular unconformity. Obviously, the strata on the series on the bottom, this formation on the bottom is at a different angle from the one on the top. Now, under uniformitarianism, the strata formation on the bottom was solid rock when the materials at the top were deposited on top of it. That can't be true, because I'm sorry, you see how fine and flat the boundary is between them? That's only going to happen if the strata below, the formation below, were soft, moist sediments that could easily be eroded by rapid moving of water. And then comes another sedimentary strata, which has a fine, distinct boundary, which observable, testable science in the laboratory proves happens rapidly by moving water.
So
and then right on top of it, I would love for you to explain this to me. Explain this to me, please.
Okay. Yes.
How in the world a solid formation of solid rock?
To do that. Okay. I'm going to.
Let me ask the question first. How a solid formation of rock gets eroded to such a fine, distinct boundary, and since we know sedimentary strata deposit with fine, distinct boundaries in rapidly moving water, explain to me how a vast period of time can possibly explain an angular unconformity.
So angular unconformities, to my knowledge, first of all, these fine, thin layers that you're talking about, again, that's just bedding. That happens if you go outside and fill up a jar with water and put different soils in it and shake it up. You get paper thin boundaries. You do. I've done it myself. And if I still have my thing,
that's not how strata form.
Allow me to continue. So erosion, like I said before you pulled up this picture, happens in a myriad of different ways and can create pretty much every kind of formation that you can imagine, from gorgeous arches in the west all the way to enormous chasms like the Grand Canyon, or they're called the Hallelujah Mountains out in China. But the fact of the matter is, with heat, pressure, and time, which are the three classic elements of geology.
I opened it. I didn't get the item.
You can get
these butterflies
just about any kind of erosional formation that you need. Now, I get that it seems kind of strange. It seems very beautiful, actually, that it's so precise and cut clean like that. And you think to yourself, well, how do you get, all of these layers that look like they were made in like a sand art toy? And part of that comes from the fact that not all of those materials that have deposited are made up of the same thing. In fact, if you go to that picture that you just showed, hate to bring it back to this, but I bet you will find some limestone layers in there. So the question would be on my end is not with the angular unconformity, which I explained with just simple erosion. I don't know why, it's cool that seems incredulous to some people, but everything that I've seen and learned in basic geology is that erosion is pretty much one of the most powerful forces when it comes to shaping any kind of rock, as long as there's enough time. That's the key thing. So when you're working within a small time frame, like say 6,000 years, right?
Oh my God,
it may seem quite strange that you can get these kinds of formations. Now go to the next picture, the one with the folding.
I will, but let me address what you just said.
Yes, by all means.
The problem with that is this, Erica. The same process that produced the formation on the bottom is the process that produced the one on top. And the ones that were produced on the bottom were produced by rapid deposition. And the ones that produced on the top were formed by rapid deposition. How we know that is this, because they have a fine, distinct, flat boundary between each of those strata. See, so the ones at the bottom, pay attention now, the ones at the bottom formation all formed rapidly, and this is demonstrated in the laboratory. That's a geologic fact. The ones at the top formed the same way. So the boundary between them also formed the same way. Rapidly. Okay. Now it can't. Let me finish. You've been talking for 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes.
You've done some long stretches as well.
Okay. So here's the problem. Since we know from geology experimentation, the sedimentary experimentation, that the strata formed by rapid deposition, which kills all evolution and uniformitarianism right there. Done. Right. Since the ones at the bottom form that way and the ones at the top form that way, then the one that cuts across at the angle was also formed that way. Okay, so there is no uniformitarianism here. There are no millions of years you can insert.
Okay.
Where are you going to squeeze in your millions of years?
Okay, so yes, sure. So now that this is on me, I don't know why I keep repeating this, but the thing is that those experiments that you are appealing to, once again, have only been done with mud, stone, and shale. There are dozens upon dozens of different colors in this very picture. Not all of them are mudstone and shale, the things that you require that are the only ones that we know can be deposited by rapidly moving water, which is what you need for your model. Now, for my model, there are hundreds of well, maybe not hundreds, dozens of different ways that things can be deposited in different areas, be it by the wind, be it by water, be it by catastrophic local events, however you want to put it. You know, but you know, you're acting as if this is like a slam dunk when you haven't even proven that anything other than mudstone and shale can be deposited by rapidly moving water, which is by definition the major part of your model. So nothing you can say unless you have like a technical source that I'm perhaps not aware of, that, or a creationist source that has done the experimentation on one of the dozens of other minerals that are in that very picture, then I'm not on board with rapidly depositing sediment. I'm just not. You can say it as much as you want, but it hasn't been demonstrated, so it's not science. And that's all I have to say about it.
Well, I think you need to do some more investigation. What I'm showing on the screen are sedimentation experiments that have been performed all the way back since the 1950s. And the results are consistent, and a variety of materials have been used. The only observation we see is that strata can form by rapid deposition. That's it. And when a local flood occurs, such as famous geologist McGee noticed during a local flood, 12 in Colorado, I believe it was, when a river flowed its banks, 12 feet of sedimentary strata were created in 48 hours. 12 feet.
14.
And that happened, and that was various materials and very rapidly. I have not heard you explain to us how you're going to squeeze millions of years in between these sedimentary strata with these fine distinct boundaries. As one material becomes less available to the environment and another material becomes available. See, this is something you must be able to explain if you're going to claim that uniformitarianism explains the geologic column. No scientist on this earth can do it. I challenge you to do it. Tell me this, Erica, how is plausible to believe that there's millions of years time when we see one strata with comprised of a predominantly one material abruptly ends and paper thin boundary, then only another? Why is there no gradation? Why is it instantaneous if what we observe in the earth doesn't match exactly what's done in the laboratory?
Okay, so
gotcha. Setting the timer for 2 minutes, and we're going to go back and forth with 2-minute intervals.
Perfect. That is fine by me. So a couple of things on that. One, these paper thin layers that you're suggesting are not there in all kinds of strata. I know in your conversation with Corp, he showed you some, they call it interfingering, which is essentially a means to look at how things are overlapping at angles. But all of that aside, the basic concept of geology and of deposition is that things form on top of other things, and that area in between is like, it's like bedding, right? Again, I don't know how many times I can kind of like say this, I guess, and get across my point rather, but that those bedding, those paper thin layers form whether something is depositing incredibly slowly, like the limestone we see depositing right now every year in any sort of coral reef area, or when things happen quickly, like for example with your river flooding. So having layers isn't exclusive to this form of rapid burial or rapid sedimentation. And the fact of the matter is, you said mud overflowed the river, so I'm imagining it's probably mudstone, which can be deposited quite quickly into 12 layers or 12 feet or whatever it is that you said. Show me a single example where something other than the two classic creationist linked experiments of the two things that can be deposited rapidly, or two things that can be deposited rapidly and have the marks that they have been deposited rapidly in the form of those little noticeable structures called floccules, not the flocculites, the lightning things, but the structures that are found in rapidly deposited sediment due to rapidly moving water.
Okay.
It's absent. Hold on, I didn't get my 2 minutes. It's absent in all of the viable strata that has to do with anything that deposits slowly. First of all, now completely separated from that, it is completely demonstrably false that the only way things are deposited is by water.
Right in here
Wind
somewhere.
deposits things as well. We get particles from the Sahara Desert in Brazil that's blown all the way over across the entire Atlantic Ocean, all the way over in Brazil. So, there are more than one means to deposit. That's my point.
Okay, floccules can be explained by during the flood. The flood didn't happen instantaneously across the earth. It happened in pieces. An area would become inundated, and the area is rising because of geological movement in the continent. It's rising and gets inundated a second time, bearing a floculi. So, but you didn't answer the question. You see this, you said predominantly one material. These strata that you're seeing right here are comprised of different materials. That's why they're predominantly different colors. You see, so when you say they're comprised of predominantly one material, that's not true. These strata are comprised of very different materials, and the boundary between them is fine as paper. Now, as I pointed out, that can't happen under uniformitarianism. It only happens in the laboratory rapidly, and that's what we observe, and it's exactly what we see throughout the geologic column. This kills uniformitarianism. There is no way for you to squeeze millions of years in them. There isn't. Now, you mentioned limestone again. Keep bringing up limestone. It takes millions of years, so you think, for limestone. Then can you explain to me why we find fossils of fish completely articulate?
All right, I'm gonna find this last butterfly location.
Because here's your idea: the limestone is burying at a rate of 1 to 2 centimeters per 1,000 years, at just like with chalk, right? So, if that's true, can you explain to us why a fish is going to lay on the ocean floor for 2,000, not 2,000 years? Let's say, but not 4,000. It's got to be buried by enough of the material that is compacted under its own weight to seal off the creature and prevent ocean floor worms from eating it, and scavengers from getting it. Are you telling us that it's plausible that a complete fish can die, lay on the ocean floor, and be buried at a rate of 1 to 2 centimeters per 1,000 years by limestone material and remain a fossil? How does that work?
Okay.
How does that work? Now, I haven't had 2 minutes yet, but you need to be able to explain to us why it's plausible for anybody to believe that limestone can only form by uniformitarian time when we have fossils in limestone.
Right.
It's
almost 7. We're gonna finish.
Like
we're gonna
sea
finish
creatures.
this.
I'm sorry, but I'm just going to tell you, if a fish dies and lays on the ocean floor, it won't be there in 3 months. It's not likely to be there in a month. A whale can die. This has been verified by GPS going back to the location where the whale was. Whale dies on the ocean floor. 6 months later, it's half gone. 1 year later, there's nothing, not even a shred of bone. Nothing. It's been completely devoured
like a villain.
By scavengers. But you want us to believe
that to finish this game.
that limestone forms over millions of years at such a ridiculous slow rate when
Absolutely,
it has fossils in it.
absolutely, I do, because
Console
it's
can
never
be
been
activated
demonstrated
using
otherwise.
Alt
Now,
F2.
one,
I just explained to you an example.
Yeah, so I'm not a paleontologist. That's
Very
for certain.
informative.
Now, if you can show me in
Well,
a
I'm not
pure
trying to
limestone
inform
deposit
anybody
a
about
fish
anything, but
fossil,
thank
I
you.
would be very interested. I would find it fascinating, but not insofar as I find it impossible. Because the thing is that limestone is deposited when it's still very,
I don't know when the
small.
last place
Yeah,
this
fossil
save
fish
for
from
me was.
limestone. That is a cool fossil.
Yeah, there are fossils in limestone.
Yeah, I was not aware because, again, I'm not a paleontologist. But you have to remember that when things are deposited, they're not deposited and then they become rock instantly.
I have 10 more
They can
collectibles. I
slough
don't know where
off
they
of
are.
things, the sides of canyons, whatever, underwater canyons and the like.
The only other place
So
I
I
can
have
think
no
to
idea
look
how
is in
that
the
specific
vivariums.
fossil was formed, but what I do know is that underwater landslides in both models do occur, and limestone is not immediately hardened the second it ends up on the ground. In fact, it requires compaction and cementation before it's actually a hard rock. So you might not find that to be, the answer that you want. And I would also need to look into the particulars of that fossil and see if it truly is a pure limestone fossil as it's being proposed here. But the fact remains that no matter how many times you want to say it, there is no mechanism for limestone or chalk or any of these fine minerals. I focus on limestone because it's the one that I know. But there's dozens of minerals that simply can't deposit quickly.
638,
They've never been
643.
demonstrated to. Not with the Washington Scablands flood, not with local floods. No, nothing, or like even more local floods. Nothing of that nature. But if it wasn't clear from my presentation, the most damning thing that I find for flood geology or the flood in general is your immense problem with heat. Whether you look at Walt Brown or catastrophic plate tectonics, it doesn't matter. On the flood, you can have the best boat in the world made of titanium out there. It is going to be instantly vaporized along with the crust of the planet because of the sheer amount of heat released, not just from the fountains of the deep bursting forth, and because it's under such great amounts of pressure, it is going to be superheated, as you said. But also from the accelerated radiometric
disproving
decay that you need,
evolution, or she's proving evolution. That's her main thing is evolution.
Like sandstone and limestone hardened, they release.
She's proving evolution.
So I'd like to know how you explain that.
To disprove
I can't
the fact that
the
Noah's Ark was possible,
as I
and
said,
that's what the debate about is Noah's Ark possible?
What I do like to talk about are things that can
was
be
it possible
explained,
that
like these fish fossils in limestone.
a ship could bear that much weight?
I'm just going to tell you, Erica, it can't be
and travel
that a fish
for that
dies,
long of time.
falls on the ocean floor, and limestone is
That's
deposited on top of it at a rate of 1 to 2 inches or centimeters per 1,000 years. That's not possible. There would be no fish. There can be no fossil formed that way. I don't know how you came to believe this. I think because you need to believe that these happen, these
for
things
your
happen,
evolution.
The limestone and other rocks have to form over vast geologic time. I've demonstrated with the fine distinct boundaries of the strata that they all formed rapidly, the whole geologic column. But this it just kills your idea. There's no way for that fish or any other fossil of a fish or any creation, any other brachiopods, anything else found in limestone to exist, because I'm going to give you a little heads up here. You can't have a fish or any other animal die, fall on the ocean floor, and then remain there for a vast age of time. It will be consumed. But so your rescue device for this is, well, an underwater landslide fixed that. Well, this is what the rescue device used by uniformitarians all the time to explain fossil dinosaurs in sandstone and other creatures in sandstone. That it's always turning to, an underwater landslide buried that creature. Oh, so what about that one over there? Well, that was an underwater landslide too. Well, what about that one way over there, 2,000 miles away? Well, that was an underwater landslide. I'm sorry, Erica. It's just not plausible to believe that the whole continent was covered by continuous underwater landslides. That's just not plausible. The rescue device doesn't work. This is what we know.
He's destroying her.
The creatures are in limestone. They can't be there.
She's not responding to any of his points. And he's breaking down all.
You haven't
of her
explained
points.
how millions of years can be between strata that have a fine, distinct boundary, and you never will.
Okay, so a couple of things on that. One, I've explained both of these things to you. You just don't like the explanation, and that's fine. But I don't think you're justified, even though I feel as if you might continue to say it. I don't personally feel as if you're justified in saying you haven't explained this. A better way of putting it is, I don't think that explanation is viable, which is fine. But I certainly think that local catastrophes, which have been a hallmark of geology since actualism was invented, You know, I mean, local catastrophes have, to my knowledge, since actualism, never been precluded from the idea of uniformitarianism, which is why it was renamed actualism in the first place. So when you've got 4.8 billion with a B years, you think there's not going to be a couple dozen landslides that catch a couple dozen critters? I find that just statistically unbelievable. Now, you can say to me that you don't have a problem with the heat or whatever, but the fact remains that your entire model is physically impossible on every single level.
What model? He's just saying that the flood could have happened.
Now, you can call it a rescuing device to say,
and
you know, there are landslides, or to refer to cross-bedding, both of which are actual just regular things that happen in geology that we see today, as you mentioned with your example of the river. We get landslides and we get volcanism and we get these kinds of localized events, and they catch critters in them. So I'm at a loss. To
there's
me,
no
it
butterfly
feels like
over here.
You know, felt like you had a grip on this thing about
all
a fish and limestone, and you think that that's somehow a gotcha. I mean, I'm not even a geologist, and I know how something like that could have formed. You just don't like the explanation. And of course, I can point to you and say, you really and truly have not provided an explanation for the heat problem. Not even an attempt. You just said, no, we don't know, which, by the way, I respect. I think that it's honest to say when you don't know the answer. I try my best to do the same. I mean, like I said, I'm not a paleontologist. I don't know the details of how this fish and limestone formed, but I can come up with a feasible idea. But even that is lacking from even the best creationists on the job for the heat problem.
Okay, so I'm trying to screen share a picture here. So I think I've shown, I've explained that only rapid inundation can explain the geologic column, the strata, their fine distinct boundaries. And I've shown that having a fossil in limestone demonstrates the creature had to have been buried rapidly in a massive amount of the stuff. It can't have sustained for thousands of years, waiting for, you know, several feet of it to be compacted. Now I'm off to this because I want to show you this. Evolutionists say, well, how did kangaroos, if creation is true, how'd they get off the ark and get to Australia? Well, you should probably investigate land bridges, because that's probably the explanation. Land bridges, the creatures migrated, and evolutionists say, well, kangaroos, they evolved in Australia. They couldn't have migrated because we only find fossils of them in Australia. Well, this is University of Madras archaeologist Jinu Koshi, and he discovered that in India, the people of India were creating rock art of kangaroos in India. Now, we know that the kangaroos didn't migrate from Australia to India. Well, they had to have been in India before they got to Australia. So this shows migration, and it kills the idea that the evolutionist has that the creature had to have evolved in Australia.
Please be a collection
because
item.
We've got a man-made rock art
unidentified
by ancient
fact
men
item.
Of kangaroos in India.
Not a
this is a new discovery. It just was made just this week. You know, that I think provides an explanation that the uniformitarianist, the evolutionist idea that creatures exist in one location only because they evolved there and they don't exist anywhere else because we don't find their fossils somewhere else in the geologic column. It throws a screw into that cog of gears, you know. So there is no problem with biodiversity and biogeological diversity. I don't see that as a problem. What I do find a problem is having a fossil in a strata if it formed over millions.
I think I'm done, guys.
And again, as I said, I've given an explanation for the fish and limestone. I'm sure the people in chat are doing an excellent job.
I don't know how to get them. I don't know where they are.
But if you don't like it, you don't like it.
I've done everything in the game.
What is convincing to people as an explanation. I do know that as far as parsimony goes, you guys have a lot of problems as far as
all the
ecologic
butterflies.
or hydrologic sorting, explaining the order.
I've got all the collection chests.
We don't
from
find
everywhere.
A single mammal below the
I gotta check the
like, for
vivariums.
instance, in like Carboniferous or perhaps Devonian, whatever. There's no rabbit in the Cambrian, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Things have moved around 100%. I will be the first one to tell you that science
Demiguise
changes
started
constantly,
11-11
and
and
that's what makes it so
117 of
cool.
117.
But the problem is, the Earth keeps getting older,
Field
not
guide pages
younger.
31 of
And that's
31.
just like
Merlin
a
Trials
complete side note.
93 of 95.
As far as this
missing
kangaroo
2.
picture, I think it's a cool picture. I don't think it's a
14, 14,
kangaroo.
20,
I think
20.
that's about as viable as an explanation as I've seen some people try to
Wait,
propose
this
things
will
that look vaguely like dinosaurs,
this will
proving
narrow it
that
down
humans
for me.
lived with dinosaurs. People
There's a
draw
Merlin
pictures of
trial up here
minotaurs.
that I need
People
to
draw
do.
pictures of lion-headed men. People draw pictures of cyclops. People draw pictures of a lot of things, and they make a lot of them up. I don't think that it's even possible to parse out based off of cave art what is legitimate and what is not,
And there's a Merlin
unless
trial
it's,
here that I need to
very, very detailed, which I don't find that picture to be. Funnily enough, though, we do find cave art that does depict mastodons and things of this nature. But I just don't think if you're looking for an explanation to get your kangaroos to Australia, I think might want to look into that land bridge a little bit too, because I used to get coffee with the Young Earth Creationist, and he brought up that same thing one time, so I did look into it. There is zip zilch nada support for a land bridge 4,400 years ago spanning between Australia and the main continent of Asia, Europe, and Africa, or the subcontinent of India, wherever you want it to be. It's just not there. But we
5
can
seconds.
find a land bridge. Oh, is that time? Sorry, James.
You got 5 to 10 seconds.
Okay, but we do find a land bridge where the Bering Strait was. That's it.
Well, there's secular scientists.
Just want to let everybody know we will go into Q&A pretty quickly here. I'm trying to remember. I think we started with Neff. So what we'll do is we'll give Neff a 2-minute interval right now, and then we'll do one for Erica, and then we'll go into the Q&A.
Okay, so there are secular geologists who believe there was a land bridge there, like there was in Bering Strait. I find it bizarre that you believe that it's possible that everywhere we look, there has to have been an underwater landslide that covered the fossil. Every fossil, not just this fossil or that one, but whales and all kinds of things where evolutionists really can't be if uniformitarianism is true. The simple fact is we don't see evolution in the fossil record. I mean, this is about the flood of Noah and the ark. Okay, it's not about paleontology specifically, but I'll just point out that there are literally virtually every prominent evolutionist scientist who has written books about paleontology acknowledges the geologic column is absent of the transitional forms expected by evolution theory. Nearly every single one of them, and I'm providing on stream such examples from Niles Eldridge, Stephen Jay Gould, died in the late 90s, once the world's foremost paleontologist, David B. Kitts, professor of geology, University of the list goes on and on and on. If I was to read all of them to you, it just at the normal pace that I'm speaking now, it would take me about 5 minutes to get through them all. So, and these are in the books that evolutionist scientists write for their peers to read, not for the general public so much. So there just isn't any evidence of evolution in the rocks of the earth. I think I've shown.
Oh, and there's a treasure
I'm sorry,
ball.
is it time? Okay. Well, I think I've shown a strong case for the Ark of Noah being a viable vessel that would be able to withstand the oceans of the Noahic flood, and historical evidence that men wrote of a historical global flood, and those legends are in virtually every culture of the whole world.
Earlier, I know that Sentinel Apologetics, I saw you did 2, I think. Dave Gar, I know you did 1. If you can tag me, because I definitely, that's kind of the purpose of like the engagement with Super Chat. So I do want to read those, and so really sorry. I've never had YouTube do this. Usually I can just pull up a list in my Creator Studio, and I just read through the list in order. But right now, YouTube is just not putting them in there. So it's been a rough night, but thanks for your patience, folks. We're going to kick it over to Erica. And
wait, these closing statements?
Not per se, more just continued 2-minute interval.
Well,
so,
and a base.
All right, so I'll go ahead. No transitional fossils. To me, I know this is a bit rude, I guess, but I find that notion laughable, particularly because creationists all across the board recognize that transitional fossils are a thing, including like Todd Wood, right? And that they look like transitional fossils. They just say that they aren't transitional fossils. And even some of them, like for instance Todd Wood, are kind of at a loss for what to do with them, right? I mean, he doesn't know where to draw the line on which prehistoric horse kind beget it all, or whether it was Indohyus or Pachycetus that started the cetaceans. He thinks there were no cetaceans essentially in the water, or that they re-evolved after the Ark, and that Noah took a Pachycetus or Ambulocetus on board. So, you know, you don't want to talk about transitional fossils, certainly, but if we do, we should have a discussion about evolution. I mean, I definitely assisted in derailing this conversation to where it is now. But yeah, fossils form today. They absolutely 100% form
Another
today.
Merlin
Guys
trial.
like
We got
Tobin
one
say that
left
they
in it.
don't.
I
They
know what
absolutely
area it's
do.
in.
The thing is that we find them in a myriad of different ways, from alkaline lakes. We find them fossilizing there. We find them fossilizing, or rather preserving, in bogs. We find them, you know, doing all sorts of things, getting frozen, and yes, getting buried. The thing is, if something's buried, you're not going to see it, are you? Because it's all trapped there underground. So yes, fossils do 100% still form today. I can absolutely provide a source in the comments for that as well, because that's just not true. And no, they don't just form by rapid deposition either, because again, we have tar pits, we have
One of those
alkaline lakes, we
butterfly
have all
things
sorts of
glitched
different
out.
means by which fossils can form. My whole thing here is that, to me, I can't even begin to entertain the Ark situation, the global flood situation, with the enormous heat problem, and with the fact that it just completely lacks a viable model in general. Like, there's the catastrophic plate tectonics and there's the hydroplate, and they don't agree on pretty much anything. Even Walt Brown is aware of the enormous release of energy that he has
There's
to
a
account
bandit
for
camp.
Ejecta leaving Earth
Oh no,
and
it's
then
an
coming back and
it's
meeting it again. So no, I remain entirely
infrared layer.
unconvinced on any of that. I think that there needs to be something empirical, and you know, for their best efforts, we haven't seen anything. And that's all I have to say.
Got everything
and
there.
As mentioned, we were going to do those final 2-minute intervals
everything
with that,
there.
and we were going to jump into the Q&A. So
Got everything
what
there.
I would like to do is just quick remind everybody.
everything
So
there.
sorry, folks, that, by the way, for the record,
There's
somebody
one Merlin
let me
trial
know,
in
I
this
appreciate
area.
it. Somebody mentioned that Fight the Flat Earth was streaming today, and he had the same
all good.
problem where he could not find the list of super chats in his creator studio. So it's YouTube. I told you guys. Okay, so anyway, so sorry about that. But let's see. Dave Gar, thanks for your super chat. This is one that I think he had said before. I do have like one or two. Yeah, that's right. I had Steven Steen. Sorry, bro. I know that you sent one or two as well. So yeah, there's a lot of people that I'm so sorry we lost them, because I can't. On the stream that we started on tonight as well, I went over there to see if I could scroll through the chat, and the chat is processing still, so I can't. So we're up a crick. So sorry, folks. It's been a long night. But thanks for your super chat from Steven Steen, who says, oh, that's right, I do remember him saying this. Says, Neff is the greatest scientist of all time. Thank you for that. You got a fan out there, Neff.
Well, you know, I
Only thing missing is one Merlin trial.
Well, thank
and
you
it is
very
located
much. Dave
in
Gar,
this
thanks
area.
for your super chat. Said, I just wanted you to do a Darth Dawkins impression and say, were these interlocutors even screened, James? That's funny. I was listening to a video of Darth today. It was making me laugh. But thanks for your super chat from Calub. I know that you asked one. I'm trying to remember. I think it was James. How can I be as cool as you? Very sad. It's like, hang in there, buddy. Okay, I made that one up. But next up, I do have a couple of real ones here. Let's see. Tioga, thanks for your super chat. Who said
there's a lot in
Erica
the South
is an
Hogwarts
alpha?
Well, I try not to be a beta.
That's right. I like that. Very good, Erica.
Beta.
So,
She said that,
let's
beta.
see. I know.
Hi, I'm back.
Sentinel
How's your day?
Apologetics, I know you sent
It's
one.
going
I'm so
well.
sorry. Robert Luscombe, I remember you sent one as well.
All is
Thanks
well.
for your
All is well.
recent one, Robert, who said, Neff, a simple Google
What happened to
search
your donation?
shows a flourishing
Joey's Gaming and More?
in Mesopotamia between
I'm just kidding.
2500 BC
You asked
and
how to donate.
2300 BC.
What happened?
With no mention
What happened?
of their entire civilization
Now you got
being
two
destroyed
shout-outs.
by a flood. Please explain.
Oh, that's easily explained. The secular timeline for the
there's it is
Egyptians
right there.
and the Babylonian
Got it.
Fertile Crescent is always stretched out. Evolutionists have a habit of stretching out historical timelines that add a century here and 3 centuries there. And the further you go back in history,
All right, the only other place where I could think to find the last
then 10,000, then 100,000, then millions.
conjurations that I need is in the
There's a lot of
vivariums.
assumptions that go on.
This will be the last Merlin trial.
And they leave out, ignore
I sent
a lot
it. Did
of
it not
other
work?
information
No,
that
what you
makes
sent?
a case against it. So their timelines is what's wrong.
Gotcha. And thanks for your
James,
super
is
chat.
this one of those ones where we respond to each other's, or should I just not? Are we running low on time?
I think we'd drag this thing out for another 45 minutes if we did that.
A little short on time. I would normally give you guys like a quick rebuttal on at least some, but just to try to cruise through as many as we can. Sorry about that. I know that you've got a round in the chamber ready to fire back.
I know I get passionate, Neff, but I really do just enjoy the conversation so much. Sometimes I get ahead of myself.
Well, I do too. I'll send you a list of those fossil quotes because there's so many.
I would actually like to read
That's
them.
the last Merlin trial. I got the achievement. Merlin's beard.
You guys to do a rebuttal.
Got the achievement.
Call each other
I've done every Merlin trial.
Thanks for your super chat.
I thought
Dave
this was
Gar,
done a
who
long
said,
time
"Please
ago.
add
There
a
were more that I
limestone
had
chunk
missed.
For the thumbnail. So true. We really should. I will.
And
do
now
that
the
for
last
tomorrow.
thing I can do.
We will be premiering this debate in its entirety, so we will stitch the two
So
pieces.
we've looked at this whole map. In this whole map, we've got everything.
For Throwback Thursday, so that'll be early in the morning. So Daniel G 603, thanks for your super chat, said, "If I know Neff the way I think I do, he will
The
gracefully
Highlands.
accept defeat
31,
and
95,
never
20,
debate
32,
again.
32,
Rest
11,
in
11,
peace,
14, 14, 20, 20, 18, 18.
I would just say,
And we look at Hogwarts.
I don't
33,
think
33,
it's possible for the
150,
truth to lose a
150,
debate,
10 of
so I
10,
don't
1 of
think I'll lose
1.
any. I don't see how the physical evidence can be refuted.
We look
You
here.
got it. Thanks so much.
4,
Appreciate
4.
that. And next up,
Or we look at Hogsmeade.
hold on one sec.
5 of 5, 55, 55, 9 of 9.
Just barely hanging
Hogwarts.
together, kind of
33,
building the
33,
plane
150,
as it
150,
takes off
10,
tonight.
10, 1 of 1.
Let's see. We got that.
4, 4,
And yes,
1
I
of
do
1,
want to remind you
1,
though, folks.
4,
we do
4,
have
1 of 1,
so
1 of
before I
1.
read this next super
4,
chat
4,
from
1 of 1, 1
Josiah
of
Hansen, I
1.
want to remind
3,
you
1 of 1.
both the
4, 4,
speakers
1 of 1, 1
linked
of
in the
1.
description, waiting for
4,
you.
4, 3,
And
3, 1
Josiah
of 1.
Hansen,
3, 3, 1
thanks
of
for
1 of
your
1.
super chat.
4, 4,
Said
4, 2,
in
1.
parentheses, in the Lego movie,
Whoa.
Erica is awesome.
6, 1 of 1.
Thanks for singing it, James. That
1.
hearing you start that sentence, I was like, God, I hope he sings it.
I've cleared every bandit
That's
camp
funny.
that
I wish
that
I
I
knew
know
the
of.
actual song, but that's good. And let's see.
The only thing I can do
Tioga,
I
thanks
have
for
my
your-
own songs. Somebody wrote a song about me. It's on the
is
internet.
hope
It's on
that there
YouTube.
are conjuration
serious?
materials in the
Yeah,
vivarium.
years ago, you know.
I'll definitely check it out now.
Supposedly there are some in the
We will
vivarium.
premiere it tomorrow during the debate that plays on this channel. I'm kidding. Is it a good song or is it a critical song?
Oh, it's ridiculing. You know.
Oh, sassy. Gotcha.
Oh, was it G-Man was he rapping?
No. I don't even remember who did it, but it was like 8 or 9 years ago, I think.
Does G-Man rap?
G-Man does have rap songs. You gotta check it out on his channel. I'm totally serious.
Oh my God.
Yes, it's awesome. So yes, thanks so much for. Let's see, Tioga, who said mine said
I need to
Erica's
find
an alpha. That's
treasure
really what my
chests
super chat
in
said.
these
Yeah, we totally
vivariums.
got that one, Tioga. Duh. But I think that was an older message. Thanks for your patience, Tioga. And want to
There's
say
one.
thanks so much, everybody, for being patient with us during the
Oh, let's go.
serious tech issues, both with YouTube partly being to blame, but also it's true. I have no idea what did it. I've never had Streamlabs just all of a sudden just boom shut down, but that's what happened earlier tonight. Very embarrassing. Did you know Erica, when we were off air, laughed at me? Jeez. Okay. So I made that up. Thanks, Adam Elbilia, for your question. Says, that's awesome how you're not embarrassed to show your face after your humiliation debating against Tom Jump. After, and then in parentheses, after whatever he says, if any, all the love man. Well, thank you very much. Those debilitating losses to D-Jump, I still haven't recovered from. It's been over a year, so I appreciate that. Actually, if you want to know the truth, though, okay, but thanks for your, let's see, we have a Patreon question from Brian Stevens. Thanks for your question. Said, can Neff give the names of these secular geologists who claim Australia had a land ridge? Specific names would help And James Downard and I are wondering.
I don't recall them off my top of my head. I read a couple of articles in the major news media
got all of them out of this
several years
area.
back where mainstream scientists were speculating that there may have been a land bridge between Australia and Asia at a point in the past when the ocean levels were lower.
Yep, that's what I said.
I can't cite the name at this time.
One thing, I thought that Adam Albilia was giving me crap about my debates with Tom Jump like a year ago. In fact, he said he was talking about you, Neff. Oh, okay, so let me read it again just so everybody knows the context. Okay, he said, that's awesome how you are not embarrassed to show your face, Nephilim Free, after your humiliation debating against Tom Jump. All the love, man.
All right, I think I got all of them out of there.
I honestly, I think I've debated many stronger people than Tom Jump. I didn't mean to go there, okay? I'm just being honest now. I'm being honest, okay? I'm just being honest.
Oh, snap. Wait until Tom hears that. I'm going to tell him you said that now. But thanks for your... Yes, Sentinel Apologetics, definitely type your question. That was your original super chat, because I appreciate you doing that.
One.
Totally appreciate the support.
The coast.
They said Noah did not. This is their super chat originally. It said Noah did not build Ken Ham's ark.
Looks like there's
Nephilim
two up
free.
there.
And then they said the dimensions are base
Nah, those are
60
just
numbers,
Warplumps.
not our base 10. Noah built a coracle boat out of reeds, not gigantic lumber.
What do you mean? That's dumb.
Well, that doesn't match the physical evidence of the geologic
And the written evidence.
column, the flood, what would be necessary, and it doesn't match the scriptures, which are the primary source of information about the actual ark itself and how it was constructed, and it doesn't match
This guy's just making
rationale
up stuff.
either that Noah would build since the flood legends of the world are global. Since the geologic evidence of the geologic column has to have been produced by rapid inundation and sedimentology and can't be produced by uniformitarianism, I think it's implausible to believe the secular crazy idea that Noah built some wingy-dingy little thing out of reeds. That just doesn't wash.
Next up, thanks for your super chat. Sentinel Apologetics also said, Genesis 6:14 reads, quote, make for yourself a vessel of stalks from a reed hut. With reeds, you will make the vessel and tar it inside and out with bitumen.
The Bible doesn't say reed. It says gopher wood. Whatever type of wood that was, we don't know. But it was made of wood, and it was made of tremendous size.
That might have been for like the interior.
From a historical point of view, from a geological point of view, and it doesn't match scripture about how it was constructed. It was constructed out of wood, not reeds.
Gotcha.
2, 4.
And
if there's 2 in each one, that would be
Let's
8.
See, Hunter Rotham, thanks for your super chat, said, to Nephilim Free, what are your credentials? If you have less than Erica, why do you debate her so confidently?
I'm so glad
that's a stupid
because it just happens to be that I have a PhD in every field of science from every university on every continent on every planet in every galaxy in every solar system of every universe in all the multi-universes.
Let's go.
I have them all. I have, in fact, stadiums stacked with diplomas.
Nice.
I'll take a picture for you sometime.
Well, now you all know.
How it's Statsy, I like that now. I was a fan.
That's excellent. And let's see. Thanks for, I want to try to figure out if I missed any more.
Oh, we're getting all the collections from the vibariums. We might be done, boys.
Let's see. There's got to be another
This
one.
might be enough to do it.
Let's see. I always wonder if Michael
I'm sure we're going to be one away.
I do want to say, to respect the time of the debaters, especially because Nephilim Free, the reason we went early tonight is Neph actually has to get up super duper early. So we do want to rock and roll pretty quick here, but want to say thanks so much for our speakers for being here. They are what make the channel fun. The channel is, the lifeblood of it is the debaters. So we really appreciate them spending their time with us tonight. It was a lot of fun. And then this video, just so you know, because I know otherwise I'll get emails or something, this video will disappear. I'll privatize it right after the stream ends.
I guess that's not true.
Reattach the two pieces and premiere it tomorrow morning. Just so you're wondering, in case you're wondering, like, where did the video go? I want to leave a comment making fun of Nephilim Free. Well, don't worry, you'll get your chance tomorrow. And so, want to say thanks so much, folks. It's been a lot of fun, and thanks again, Erica and Neff.
Hey, always glad to be here. I had a good time.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Thanks for debating with me, Erica. I hope we can do it again.
Yeah, and thanks for debating with me as well. Again, we just both get passionate, you know. It's a fun subject to talk about.
It was a fun one.
All I gotta
this
do
is like
is,
people really.
This is the
like
swamp.
Ton of positive feedback and ton of likes as well. So thanks so much for that support of these speakers, everybody. And Michael, the Canadian atheist, thanks for your last minute super chat. Said the flood never happened. Grow up, Neff.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good rebuttal.
Well, the flood never happened. Then stop walking on the Earth, because you're standing on 1,800 meters of sedimentary strata with fine distinct boundaries. What are you going to do? Make the Earth disappear? Move to another planet if you don't like the flood. There you go. There you go.
Really quick, we had a couple of last minute, really quick ones, and then we really do, just because I do want to, I want to let Neff get to sleep at a decent time. So we'll read these last two. Sentinel Apologetics, thanks for your super chat, said, gopher is an Akkadian load word. Equals reed, not timber. Neff.
That's not true. Hebraists disagree with that.
Gotcha. Thanks for your super chat. Robert Luscombe, who said, Neff, what would change your mind?
Nothing. How? Reality doesn't change, therefore my mind won't change.
Gotcha. And by the way, folks, in case you had not heard, I am not able to find the super chats in the Creator Studio. So, Dildo Baggins, I saw you asking if I read your super chat. I'm so sorry. YouTube isn't showing it to me over here. I'm trying to refresh and it's still just not coming through. Man, YouTube. But yeah, so let me yeah, still not coming through. Very embarrassing for. But what we'll do is want to say thanks so much, everybody, for being here. It's always fun. And I sincerely apologize. I know there were some super chats that I missed, like Jen S. Sorry, I knew you sent one, but I don't remember what it said.
YouTube's monstrous with that. Listen, email the question. I know I got none of the questions. Neff stole all the questions. But if you do have any questions for me, feel free to email me. I love answering this kind of stuff.
So true. And she's got a channel, so you can post your questions as comments there. Whatever,
yeah, come harass me on my channel.
That's right. So yeah,
Erica, email me. Don't forget to email me for this.
I don't have your email, Neff. James, do you have his email? Maybe could you?
Yeah, I mean, I can send it if Neff allows me. It's on like top secret double probation status, so I can.
Yeah, I put my credentials in. James, be quiet. You're not supposed to talk about that.
Keep it secret.
Yeah. No. My credentials.
You got it.
Hush.
Thank you, guys.
Come on, I'm trying to joke. Yeah, send her my email address.
And yes, that's right. I absolutely will do. And yes, tomorrow should be a lot of fun. Problem of Evil debate. That'll be Skylar Fiction and Reformed Boy, or I should say Reformed Christian Apologist is his actual name. That's just his Twitter handle. So thanks so much, folks. We will see you hopefully tomorrow night or Friday night. I'm trying to remember. Friday night. Oh, Mark Drisdale is coming back. You should like this, you guys. I hope you get a kick out of it. It's going to be on whether or not Trump has handled the pandemic properly. So Mark Drisdale is going to be arguing no. And then the general, you guys have probably seen him. He sends a question or super chat here and there. General Ballsack will be here with us. And so that's his real name. It's what it says on his birth certificate. Well, not the general part. But anyway, thanks for your... Oh, Dildo Baggins, thanks for your super chat, as well as helping us stay professional here, Dildo Baggins. Says, ask Neff, why is Dimetrodon found below Mosasaurus?
Well, I could throw that back and say, why do we find dinosaur fossils on the surface of the Earth? The evolutionist uses a rescue device. Well, that was underwater landslide. Oh, well, that was because erosion took the land away over there. They have lots of rescue devices. And we don't find rabbits with dinosaurs and humans either. And we don't find lots of creatures that evolutionists expect to find in the same strata with other creatures. So it's cherry picking because we don't find this one with that that means uniformitarianism is true, but they don't talk about the ones that we don't find that we should, according to their ideas.
Gotcha. We will let you go, folks. It's been super fun, and we'll let Nephilim free get to sleep. Thanks, Erica and Neff.
Oh, we're getting all of them. All right, I'm going to stop the videos because we're almost done.
This is Wix.
All right. For a little while, we're just going to chill with some Hogwarts music. Okay. Oh no, we still might be short. We need 3 more, and we have 1 more vivarium to search. Three more, and then the only thing left I have to do is make a Harry Potter fan account on WB.com or whatever. And then not only have we 100% completed the game, but I've done every single collectible in the game. All of them. Even figured out the glitches that weren't actually glitches. I was just missing stuff. But we need to hope that there's 3 more in this last vivarium. Which one did I do? I did that one, that one, that one.
Big things you've made.
Where's the last vivarium? 1, 2, 3. We've done those 3. There's 1 more vivarium. There it is. And also, I'm going to drop off my named beasts here. The Irondale Pilfer. I don't know what shiny beasts mean. I gotta hope there are 3
Revelio
chests in this vivarium. Start off back here and work our way around.
Revelio.
Come on, there needs to be 3 in here. This is the last one. Just gotta find 3 in here.
Revelio.
1 down there. Maybe 2. 1 up there.
Revelio.
There's 1. 1. Short pillar. Two. Come on, be 1 more. We just need 1 more. We just need 1 more in this vivarium. Come on now. Don't play with me, game. Don't play with me. All right, game. Don't play with me. One more. Come on, give me one more. Please be in this castle. One more. I see one more in this castle. I see it. It's over there. It's over there. I saw it.
Revelio. Confringo.
It's right there. The last chest. Achievement unlocked. Collector's edition. Let's go. Collector's edition. That means we collected every collectible in the game. Collections. 9 of 9 tools. 75 of 75 challenges. Traits. 67 of 67 enemies. 42 of 42 wand handles. 85 of 86 appearances. We did get the achievement because this last one is an extra. Additional content doesn't count towards completion of the collection. So this, you have to go make a fan account on warnerbros.com to get this last item. So I don't really care about that, but all these other ones are what matters. 85 of 86, but 140 of 140 conjurations. All the conjurations. $150 of 150 Revelio pages. All the Revelio pages. 16 of 16 ingredients. 13 of 13 beasts captured. And 13 of 13 brooms obtained. All the brooms. Challenges. 100% combat challenges. Dark wizards, Dugbogs, goblins, Infree, infamous foes, spiders, trolls, mongrels, and dueling feats. Quests. All the assignments, all the main story quests, all the side quests, field guide pages, all the ones in Hogmeade, all the ones in Hogwarts, all the ones in the Highlands, and the Room of Requirement. We've breeded all the unique beasts. We've rescued all the beasts. We've upgraded our gear as high as it can go. Talents. We have as many talents as possible. We are at level 40. We are gaining no more experience. The highest level you can get to in this game is 40. Quests. We've done all of them except for the last quest in the game, which is the last main story quest. We're gonna go do it right now. The House Cup at Hogwarts with 100% of the game completed. All the collections done. We went above and beyond 100%. Not just 100%, but all the collectibles. What will be your first order of business? Well, hold on. Technically, I got to do this last quest. Here we go. The last quest. Let's see if we win the House Cup. Music is really loud. Let's go. Arithmancy class. Yo, is that a Oh, potions. We're gonna play with some potions. They're gonna make hot dogs and hot dog buns come packaged in equal quantities. Bro, 8 buns, 6 hot dogs. I can buy 20 hot dogs. I can't buy 20 buns. I can buy 16 or 24 buns. Sounds like a good job for a wizard. Oh, she turned her troll into a cat. That's Neum. Nime. Or something. No. That's Nubia. I don't know her name. Are we going to win the House Cup? Yo, we got the flyest robes and gear out of everybody. Y'all got these whack little house robes on. We got the Gryffindor collectible robe. We've done everything. Look at my little dreaded conservative walking
this year,
up.
We have seen our students exemplify the
Fashionably
bravery
late,
of Godric
fashionably
Gryffindor.
late.
Allow me to finish. The loyalty of
Let's see if we're gonna win the House Cup. Are we gonna win the House Cup?
The wisdom of Rowena Ravenclaw.
Rowena Ravenclaw.
The ambition of Salazar Slytherin.
Nobody cheers in Slytherin. Oh, because Homeboy died. Homeboy died. They had a death.
Headmaster.
Kind of my fault, to be honest. There's 3 possible endings you could get. We should get the ultimate ending because
during the attack
we're a
on
beast.
Hogwarts, not to mention the level to which they have excelled in their coursework.
Yeah,
as a new
we did everything.
No less.
A new student who
Well,
came in as a
it
5th year.
seemed that it
Came in
certainly
late.
merits, I'd say
Always showing up late.
100 points to their
100 points. Oh, we got 100 points. Wait, why was Slytherin smiling? I'm on Gryffindor.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
Who's the winner? Who's the winner of the House Cup?
I suppose we have our winner.
We won the House Cup. Let's go. I dropped my score down 10 points because of what I thought was glitches. Turns out they weren't glitches. I just had to do a whole lot of exploring to find stuff. So this is a 9.5 or a 10 game. We'll say a 9.5. 100% completion. Let's go. Woo. That's what's up. As far as gaming streams go, guys, we'll probably chill from gaming for a little while, or we'll just, we'll do kickback Final Fantasy 15 streams. I'll go back to Final Fantasy 15 now. Because that game never ends. That game goes forever. But the next big title we'll probably play, I was thinking about Diablo 4, but I'm hearing mixed reviews about it. But probably gonna be, I gotta get a new Switch controller. Well, I have the Joy-Cons, but I think it'll be next month. Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out. It's not called Breath of the Wild 2. But it's coming out next month. We might grab that, maybe, and play that. Or I might just focus more on Dragon Ball. There's some tournaments, some online regional tournaments coming up. The next online tournament I'm going to be playing in for Dragon Ball is April 8th. And then there's another one. There's another one like at the end of April, and another one. I don't have the money for the entry fees right now. The bills are coming up. But I paid the entry fee for one of them. On April 8th, I'll be playing a Dragon Ball tournament. And the prizing for this tournament is crazy. Last time I was complaining about the participation prizing not being that good. The participation prizing for this one is good. And top 64, top 16, top 4 get a $2,000 card. Top 2, I think, get a $2,000 uncut sheet. So lots of prizes on the line for this tournament that I'm playing in on the 8th. Hopefully I can play a deck you guys haven't seen me play before. The Beerus Ramp deck, but I'm a few cards short, so I need to get a few cards to make the deck optimal. But yeah, we'll be playing a tournament on August 8th. I'll probably be, as far as gaming goes, I'll probably just be doing like chess and practicing for the Dragon Ball tournament. For like the next month. Maybe a little Final Fantasy here and there. As far as the gaming streams go. Until the next Legend of Zelda game comes out. Then we'll play that. Woo! I want to let the credits roll out. I'm going to see what... There was also an achievement that you get when you beat it, but I've actually, when I wasn't streaming, I accidentally ran through that yellow circle when I was collecting field guide pages. And I actually already did the last quest, and then I went back to a previous save so that I could show you guys me doing the last quest. But when that happened, I got the achievement for beating the game. So I should be getting an achievement right now after these credits roll, but I'm not going to get it because I already got it. There are some Steam achievements that I have not done for this game, but I'm probably not going to do them. They're like weird, like flip a cow over 10 times. Use ancient magic on every monster. Like, nah, I'll probably pass. I'll probably skip on those. And hopefully DLC will be coming out, you know, hopefully after we're done with the new Zelda game, when it comes out, the DLC for this will come out. Maybe we'll get some Quidditch and some, what are they called? Patronuses. I'd like to see some Dementors. In the expansion, I'd like to see Quidditch, I'd like to see Dementors, and I'd like to see Patronuses. That would be epic. If you were like, if it was all scary, you had Dementors chasing you around, and you had to do a Patronus, and like you get to customize your Patronus. You have a bunch of different animals you can choose from. That would be cool. And definitely Quidditch in the DLC. Far Cry. I had a Far Cry game. I don't think I have it anymore because I think I had the hard disk. It was an old it was the Far Cry where like you go back in time. You're like back in time, like a caveman or something. Like caveman times, that Far Cry. I also got to sell these cards so I can buy the cards that I need for my Beerus deck. Let's go. 100% complete. All collectibles. Everything. We did everything. And I said 20 streams. It took 17, so not bad. If you count the few UFC streams that I was playing Harry Potter in, then it's about 20 streams, so I think my final playtime is going to be like a little under 90 hours. But a lot of that is just me sitting around, not doing anything, talking to the stream and watching videos and whatnot. Dang, how long is these credits? Didn't even seem like 20 streams. This is the 17th episode. Come on. I gotta end this stream. Take Echo for a walk. All this time we put in, we gotta watch the credits. Oh my gosh, another song? Bum, 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 bum. Oh, my back hurts. I opened some boxes. I gotta edit that video too for my Dragon Ball Junkie YouTube. So I got a bunch of cards I have to sort. And I gotta put my clothes in the dryer. I wonder how that shorts that I put up this morning did. Hey, I got 1.3K on that vitamin. Not a lot on the Jill or the Kamala ones. Biden always gets a lot of views. We got 2,947 subscribers, guys. We're 53 away from 3,000. That was my goal for the year. So tell some friends, hit the like button. This credit's taking forever. A lot of tedious stuff. Ugh. Dang, they gotta go through the dang credits for every country or what? This game was a lot like Wind Waker, Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. Very similar. When you do the Wingardium Leviosa and move stuff around, it's very much how it works in Legend of Zelda. But hopefully Zelda isn't too much like this game. This game has pretty unique combat, so I don't think it should be too much like the next Zelda game. Probably won't go for 100% completion on the next one. We'll just try to beat the Ganon, try to beat the main boss, whatever his name is, and maybe get the Master Sword, Master Shield, side stuff like that. Typical Zelda side stuff. These are the longest credits ever. Come on, credits. Come on, credits. I don't want to skip them because there might be some like post-credit scene or something. I don't know. Man, the power bill is only $50 this month. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. Warner Bros. Games, first party operations. Come on. Come on, let's get through this. We can do it. We can do it. Let's go. Salt Lake City is joining the World Union of Olympic Cities with other cities around the world. The Olympics are part of Salt Lake City's DNA. Cities don't have DNA. With so many of our residents having fond memories of 2002 and a potential future bid, I can't wait to share ways our city is keeping the flame alive. Nobody watches the Olympics, Mayor Mendenhall, Marxist Mayor Mendenhall. Yo, these are the longest credits in the history of ever. Anytime now, anytime now. Wow. All right, I might have to stick. It's longer than a movie, I know. What the? Plus, this music's probably going to be copyrighted. Did I skip it? It's been like 15 minutes. PR and content creators. I'm a content creator. What's up? Sales and marketing Brazil. We got to go through every country. We're skipping. Hopefully that didn't make us miss anything. And it's over. There's no new mail. We did everything. Horticultural history of Blackwood Maze. 100% collections, all done. That's it, guys. We're gonna save game. 89 hours. So we got it under 90 hours for complete 100% completion. Exit game. Whoa. All right, guys. That's it for Hogwarts. That is the end of the Hogwarts Legacy streams. I'm kind of done. I was getting really kind of irritated towards the end there, just grinding out the collectibles and everything. But we're done. We did it all. 100%. So thanks for watching, guys. I'll have a playlist of all the different Let's Plays from this series. And whenever DLC comes out, we'll play it again. Next gaming stream, we'll either be playing some Dragon Ball, testing out and building some Dragon Ball decks and working on my practicing for the tournament that I'm going to be in, or we'll be playing Final Fantasy 15 until the new Zelda game comes out. But for now, I'm going to head out, guys. I got to take my dog for a walk. Thanks for watching, Dean, Stubborn One, everybody who's been hanging out. Hit the like button if you haven't yet on your way out. Tell a friend. I'll catch you guys later. I'm out. Good game. We had fun with Hogwarts. We done. No more being anti-woke. No more being a trans